Chapter 265. When Ling Xiao said this, everyone understood what Ling Xiao wanted. "You brat, you really don't get up early if there's no profit." Xiao Songlin smiled and continued, "But what you said is not without reason. You should be paid. Otherwise, everyone would look for you to do free labor. That would be a big loss." Mu En quickly said, "Xiao Xiao, as long as you concoct the King Gene pill for me, you can choose from my collection. You can have as much as you want. How about that? Or you can have mysterious crystals." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Martial uncle, you are my martial uncle, how can I accept your reward? As long as you gather the materials, Xiao will naturally refine it for you." He then looked at the elders of Wood Flag Peak and said, "Elders are also seniors of my Wood Flag Peak, so Xiao naturally won't ask for too much. As long as you gather the materials, I will definitely help you refine it. But you should know what to do, right?" One of the elders immediately replied, "Don't worry, Elder Ling, we know what to do. As long as Elder Ling can concoct the King Gene pill for us, you can choose from my collection." Another elder replied, "That's right. Although we don't have as much as the Peak Lord, we still have a few good things. If Elder Ling doesn't like our collection, we can also do things for Elder Ling. As long as Elder Ling commands us, we will definitely do it." Another elder said. Afterwards, the others also expressed their opinions. They were willing to put down their pride as kings for a King Gene pill. After reaching the king stage, if one wanted to continue advancing, they would need to accumulate energy for a long time. They would also need to absorb a lot of energy from the outside world. Accumulating energy was only a process, and it didn't mean that it would automatically break through after reaching the king stage. They still needed to understand how much energy they could control in order to successfully break through. However, the advantage of the King Gene pill was that it could increase their control of their energy and allow them to directly break through to the next stage. Ling Xiao lowered his voice and said, "Elders, don't be anxious. Here are the ingredients for refining the King Advancement pill. Take out whatever you have, and if you don't, go and collect them as soon as possible. I'll help whoever collects enough first." With that said, he passed the list in his hand to the Wood Flag Peak elder. The elders were like children, constantly fighting to see the grass. It was as if they were afraid that they would suffer a great loss if they didn't see it clearly. Xiao Songlin, Mu Huai, and Mu En, who were sitting on the upper seats, laughed heartily. How many years had it been since their Wood Flag Mountain was this lively? All of this was brought to them by this young man who hadn't even reached the age of 20. They knew that from this moment onwards, this young man would lead their wooden flag body to the peak and overshadow the brilliance of all the other peaks. Xiao Songlin praised Ling Xiao. "Fortunately, this old man snatched you from Medicine Peak. It's their loss that Medicine Peak gave up on you. From now on, you should stay at Wood Flag Peak and cultivate. If anyone dares to bully you, Grandmaster will help you take care of them." With that, he flew out of the hall alone and returned to his place of seclusion. Mu Huai saw that his master had left, so he said to everyone, "All right, elders and brothers, when you have gathered the materials, hand them over to eldest brother. I will take Xiao Xiao to his cultivation courtyard first." He then left with Ling Xiao. The cultivation courtyard was a remote area of the Purple Sky sect. It was located in the southeast of Wood Flag Mountain, and it was a place for true disciples. The environment here was very elegant. Low-level spirit grass and spirit beasts could be seen everywhere, and the spirit energy was very abundant. Just walking here would make people feel happy. The courtyard that Ling Xiao was assigned to occupied a slightly larger area than the average courtyard. Mu Huai explained to him that Elder Ling Xiao could have been assigned his own mountain as a place to cultivate, but considering that Ling Xiao was still young, he was allowed to stay here with other true disciples for the time being. It was also convenient for young people to communicate with each other. Ling Xiao was not particular about the place to cultivate. As long as he could get by and the spirit energy was not too scarce, he did not mind cultivating in the cultivation courtyard. At the same time, Mu Huai also told Ling Xiao that there was a mountain not far from the cultivation courtyard. It was the forbidden area of the Purple Sky sect, and it was also the place where the Purple Sky sect had always been prosperous. It was called Spirit Gathering Mountain. There was a spirit gathering formation there, and it was the place with the most abundant spirit energy in the Purple Sky sect. One day of cultivation there was equivalent to 5 days in the outside world. It could be said that the speed of cultivation there was 5 times faster than in the outside world. Every true disciple could cultivate there for 3 months every year, and they could not exceed this time limit. There were nearly 300 true disciples in the Purple Sky sect, and they needed to absorb a lot of spirit energy. If they stayed in the spirit gathering formation all year round, it would cause the spirit energy in the Purple Sky sect to become scarce. Ling Xiao remembered Mu Huai's words. At the same time, he thought to himself that he had to find a chance to go in and take a look. Currently, he was already at the peak of the middle stage spirit master, and he was about to break through to the high stage spirit master in the near future. Therefore, finding a place with abundant spirit energy to cultivate in seclusion was the most ideal. Alright, you can cultivate here in the future. There are 10 outer disciples and 10 servant girls here for you to order around. You can ask them to do some small things. When your martial uncle has gathered enough materials, I'll have him come again, Mu Huai said. I understand, master. When I have time, I'll go to the peak to see you, Ling Xiao replied with a nod. You're such a filial child. I like the gift you gave me very much. Once you refine the monarch gene pill for your uncle masters and the others, our wooden flag peak will be the strongest, Mu Huai praised in satisfaction. He then said, All right, you must be tired. Go and rest first. I'll be heading back first. Xiao, respectfully sees master off, Ling Xiao said with a slight bow. Don't give me that, Mu Huai said with a smile. Just as he was about to take off and leave, he suddenly thought of something. He turned around and said to Ling Xiao, You now have the privileges of an elder. When you have time, you can go to the book depository pavilion to take a look. There are many good things there, and perhaps there might be something suitable for you. After saying this, Mu Huai finally left the quiet cultivation courtyard. After Mu Huai left, Ling Xiao immediately ordered the servant girls to prepare a bath and a change of clothes for him. After soaking in clear water for a while, Ling Xiao actually fell asleep in the bucket of water. During this period of time, he was really too tired. When he came out of Flame Valley, he encountered the marriage in Guzhai City. Later, he was chased by the Lao family. When he returned to the sect, he still couldn't find peace and was chased out of Medicine Peak. Today, he finally took revenge on Zhu Ruchang with interest, and proposed marriage to Yun Xiong in person. These 2 matters were solved in one bottle, and his whole person reached an unprecedented state of relaxation. Moreover, he had continuously refined medicinal pellets twice before, and his spiritual force had long been exhausted. Ling Xiao slept for a day and a night. He didn't know that the outside of his courtyard was already full of people, and everyone was waiting for him very patiently. While Ling Xiao was sleeping soundly in a cultivation place on Jin Tong Peak, Su Yi was madly bombarding the rock wall in front of him. Damn bastard, I must kill you. Su Yi seemed to be possessed. He waved his hand and punched out. Each punch was filled with golden spiritual power, and the solid fist shadow hit the rock. Boom boom boom. The powerful spiritual power bombarded the rock wall, causing a burst of concentrated explosion sounds. Many stones splashed out and raised a cloud of dust. After venting, Su Yi finally stopped, and his appearance became extremely ferocious and frightening. At this time, a figure appeared behind Su. It was his father, Su Jianan. Have you vented enough? If you have, then kneel down. Su Jianan coldly snorted at his son. Father, Su Yi turned around and clenched his fist, looking at his father in confusion. Kneel. Su Jianan coldly snorted again. Su Yi looked at his father's serious face, and his legs trembled. He heavily knelt in front of his father. Do you know your mistake? Su Jianan faintly asked with his hands behind his back. Father, what did I do wrong? Su Yi didn't understand and asked back. Su Jianan ruthlessly said, Let me ask you, is a woman more important or is strength more important? Su Yi didn't even think before answering. Of course strength is the most important. That's right. With strength, would you still be afraid of not being able to find a woman? That child Meng Qi is indeed not bad, but she has always been displeased with you. Now that Ling Xiao likes her, why not let him have her? Su Jianan faintly said. He had high hopes for his son, so he naturally didn't want his son to be trapped by love. Right now, he had to wake him up. Su Yi was silent for a while before raising his head and unwillingly saying, "Father, are we just going to give her to Ling Xiao like this? How can he be worthy of Meng Qi?" Bastard, do you think you're amazing just because you're a high-rank spirit master? Ling Xiao is already a 4th-rank alchemist at such a young age, and he also has the strength of a middle-rank spirit master. In terms of Tenbin, he's countless times stronger than you, and in terms of status, he's already on the same level as me. If I had a daughter, I would definitely marry her off to a handsome young man like Ling Xiao. In any case, you're not allowed to bother Meng Qi in the future. Do you understand? Su Jianan angrily explained. I don't understand. Since the sect master told you to marry Meng Qi to me, how could he go back on his word as the sect master? Dad, I'm begging you, can you bring me to the sect master to ask for my hand in marriage? Su Yi didn't wake up from his father's words. Instead, his thoughts became even more extreme. Su Jianan's face darkened, and he heavily kicked his kneeling son. You little bastard, do you still not understand that women are just beautiful skeletons? Once you're strong enough, you can have any kind of woman you want. Is it worth it to offend a 4th-rank alchemist for a woman? Furthermore, I'm still thinking of asking him to help you refine a pill for breaking through to the king level. Do you want to be stuck at the spirit master level for the rest of your life? Su Jianan angrily cursed. In Su Jianan's heart, there was nothing more important than his own cultivation base. He wanted his son to understand that only with strength could he obtain everything. Women were just playthings, and he didn't care about them at all. Su Yi lay on the ground in a daze for a long time. His lax gaze became focused, and he said to his father, "Father, I understand. As long as I break through to the king level, Meng Qi will be mine, right? Let's go find Elder Nangong and have him refine a pill for me to break through to the king level." Su Jianan almost fainted from anger when he heard his son's words. He had wasted so much time, but how could his son still not understand his painstaking efforts? Chapter 266. While Ling Xiao was resting in the quiet academy's courtyard, on her peak, Nangong Changle's expression was extremely desolate as he stood on top of the peak, allowing the cold wind to sway his clothes and make a series of fluttering sounds. The sound of footsteps broke the silence here. Nangong Changle didn't even turn his head as he said, "Xiaogui, you're here." The person who came was his disciple and godson, Hua Xiaogui. "Grandpa Nangong, are you looking for me?" Hua Xiaogui asked after slightly bowing towards Nangong Changle. Nangong Changle turned around and slightly nodded his head as he said, "Grandpa might have to close up for a period of time. During this period of time, you should properly study the alchemy manual that I gave you and properly improve your alchemy skills, understand?" Hua Xiaogui replied, "Xiaogui will definitely properly practice." "That's good," Nangong Changle replied, then lightly sighed and said, "Xiaogui, is Grandpa's eyes blurred from old age? Did he really expel your senior brother Ling from her peak?" Hua Xiaogui revealed a complicated expression as he said, "Grandpa, you were also bewitched by the elders, otherwise you wouldn't have done this." Nangong Changle lightly shook his head and said, "No. This is Grandpa's decision. Otherwise, even if your martial uncles strongly opposed it, I would still have kept your senior brother Ling." Hua Xiaogui was puzzled by Nangong Changle's words. He had originally thought that his grandfather had been incited by Zhu Ruchang to expel Ling Xiao from her peak. Nangong Changle continued, "Your senior brother Ling is a disciple of 2 masters. Half of his time is spent on concocting medicine, and the other half is spent on cultivating. Although he is outstanding in both areas, I feel that his achievements will be limited if he splits his attention between 2 things. Furthermore, Grandfather has always hoped that you will inherit my legacy. Do you know that? However, I've discovered that I've still underestimated your senior Ling's Tenbin. I presume that when he entered the sect he was already a grade 3 alchemist. Otherwise, how could he have such a high success rate? Normally, in order to reach grade 4, one would need to reach the king level. But now, your senior Ling has reached grade 4 at the Spirit Master level, and the quality of the pills he has refined are not any worse than your grandfather's. With his current growth rate, in less than 5 years, perhaps he will reach a realm that your grandfather will find difficult to reach. He really can be called a ghost of an alchemist, but your grandfather, I forced such a ghost out of Medicine Peak. If I'm not blind, then what is? Nangong Changle said self-deprecatingly, his heart filled with an indescribable bitterness. Grandfather, why don't we ask Senior Ling to come back? Hua Xiaogui suggested. He knew that his grandfather was currently regretting the decision he had made back then. Nangong Changle smiled bitterly and said, "That's impossible. Your senior Ling is full of pride, and he definitely won't come back. Grandfather can't put down his old face and ask him to return to Medicine Peak." He paused for a moment before continuing, "I just hope that you can continue to maintain a good relationship with your senior Ling like before. This might be of great benefit to you in the future." "Grandfather, don't worry. I know what to do," Hua Xiaogui replied. He didn't need Nangong Changle to say anything. In his heart, he had already regarded Ling Xiao as his boss. Within the quiet cultivation courtyard, a large portion of the Purple Sky sect's inner court attendants had gathered. Among them, there were also quite a few elders from the various peaks. All of them had nervous expressions on their faces as they waited for something. "Just how long is Elder Ling going to rest?" one of the attendants asked impatiently. Following that, another person added, "Isn't that right? I've already been waiting here for a long time. He's just too arrogant." Youngsters have always been somewhat arrogant. Let's wait a little longer. If it really doesn't work, then we'll just have to force our way in. Each and every one of them became more and more impatient. "Stop arguing. If you don't have the patience, then scram. No one told you to wait here," the inner court attendant, Chief Steward Xing Zhantian, shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone obediently shut their mouths. Xing Zhantian was their leader, and at the same time he was half a step into the king's stage. No one dared to offend him. Just at this moment, two figures descended from the sky. "Greetings, Elder Mu, Elder Zhang." The attendants greeted the two people who had just arrived. These two people were Ling Zhao's martial uncle, Mu En, and Scarlet Flame Peak's Elder Zhang Li. What's going on? Mu En looked at the dozens of people in front of him in confusion. An elder from Black Rock Peak pushed through the crowd and walked in front of Mu En. He smiled and said, "Senior Brother Mu, you've come at the right time. We were all waiting for Elder Ling to come out." Hearing this, Mu En knew what these people were here for. He frowned and said, "Xiao Xiao is really something. How could he let you guys wait here? I'll go in and scold him." The Black Rock Peak elder smiled and said, "Senior Brother Mu is too serious. We all volunteered to wait here. Elder Ling must be too tired and needs to meditate. That's why we didn't go in and disturb him." Mu En understood when he heard this, but he still waved at the outer court disciple who was on duty in the courtyard and said, "Go quickly, Elder Ling is calling him out." The disciple didn't dare to be careless. He bowed slightly and ran to Ling Zhao's room to call him out. When Ling Xiao walked out of his room, he found that his courtyard was full of people. He couldn't help but be stunned. "What's going on?" Ling Xiao asked the outer court disciple next to him. The outer court disciple said, "They're all looking for Elder Ling." Ling Xiao slightly frowned and waved his hand to let the outer court disciple leave. He then walked towards Mu En and the other deacons. "Look, Elder Ling is out." A deacon saw Ling Xiao and immediately cried out in surprise. For a moment, all the deacons bowed and greeted Ling Xiao. "You've just become an elder and you're putting on airs. You made so many people wait for you here." Mu En reprimanded. Ling Xiao bowed slightly and then said to Mu En, "Martial uncle, what are you talking about? I consumed too much energy refining pills yesterday and fell asleep. I didn't know that everyone was waiting here." He paused for a moment and asked, "By the way, elders and deacons, why are you looking for Ling Xiao? Do you really not know or are you pretending not to know?" Mu En asked. "I really don't know. Martial uncle, please explain." Ling Xiao was confused. "Alright, I don't care about you. Let them tell you what's going on." Mu En saw that Ling Xiao was stunned and believed that he still didn't know what was going on. He didn't say anything more and let him handle it himself. As soon as Mu En said this, one of the deacons immediately called out, "Elder Ling, please refine a king rudiment pill for me. Elder Ling, please refine a king rudiment pill for me. Elder Ling, please refine a king rudiment pill for me." For a moment, the deacons all crowded towards Ling Ji and called out. Ling Xiao finally knew what they were talking about. "Everyone calm down first. You should go to Medicine Peak to refine pills." "Why did you come to me?" Ling Xiao said gloomily. The deacons in front of him were all high spirit masters. They all wanted Ling Xiao to refine a grade 4 king rudiment pill for them. The king rudiment pill could increase a high spirit master's chances of breaking through to the king level by 50%. Even if they failed, their strength wouldn't be affected. One of the deacons replied, "Only Elder Nangong can refine a grade 4 pill, but he doesn't have the recipe for a king rudiment pill. Elder Ling, please refine one for us. Elder Ling, please refine one for us." The deacons all bowed towards Ling Xiao and called out in unison. Ling Xiao felt a headache coming on. He thought gloomily, is a grade 4 pill really that easy to refine? At this moment, Xing Zhantian walked up to Ling Xiao and cupped his hands. "Elder Ling, everyone has been stuck at the spirit master level for many years. Please help us." Ling Xiao shook his head and said clearly, "Deacons, you can go back first. Although I can refine a grade 4 pill, you should know how many spirit herbs are needed to refine a single one. Do you think I have that many spirit herbs in my collection? Moreover, every time I refine a grade 4 pill, I'm afraid Ling Xiao won't be able to help me for now." Listening to Ling Xiao's words, everyone wore a distressed expression. They had originally thought that since Ling Xiao could refine a grade 4 king advancement pill, it shouldn't be a problem for him to refine a king rudiment pill that was slightly inferior to the king advancement pill. However, they had ignored the spirit herbs that Ling Xiao had mentioned. Every 4th grade medicinal pill required the consumption of a large number of high-level spirit grasses. Moreover, every spirit grass was extremely precious. How could Ling Xiao have so many in his collection? At this moment, Mu En stood up and said, "Everyone, go back first. Elder Ling can't refine pills for you for now. After all, refining pills is a matter for Medicine Peak, and Elder Ling can't exceed his authority. If you really need Elder Ling to refine pills, you must first ask the sect leader." At this moment, all of the deacons' faces drooped and they left Ling Xiao's courtyard dejectedly. Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief. If he had to refine so many pills at once, he probably wouldn't have the time to cultivate. This wasn't something that Ling Xiao wanted to see. After all, Yun Mingqi had already acknowledged his existence in front of everyone. As long as he surpassed her, she would marry him. Thus, he had to increase his cultivation speed. Watching the deacons leave one by one, Ling Xiao caught a glimpse of Xing Zhantian, who was walking at the back. He immediately transmitted a message to him, "Deacon Xing, you can stay behind." Xing Zhantian's body trembled slightly, and he immediately turned his head to look at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded at him, then said to Mu En, "Uncle Master, elders, please come in." The remaining people were all elders of the various peaks, and all of them had the strength of a king. Ling Xiao led the dozen or so people into the main hall, and as the host, he asked the maidservants to serve tea. He then said leisurely, "Everyone wants Ling Xiao to help you refine the King Gene pill?" Ling Xiao didn't need to guess to know what these people were trying to do. Everyone nodded at the same time, indicating that Ling Xiao's guess was correct. Ling Xiao looked around at the crowd, then said indifferently, "Everyone here is the pillar of the sect, and also Ling Xiao's uncle master. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao should help everyone refine the King Gene pill." As soon as Ling Xiao said this, all of the elders were overjoyed. Who knew that Ling Xiao's next words would make them all depressed again? Elders, just as I said, refining a 4th grade pill requires a large amount of materials. How could Ling Xiao have so many? The King Gene pill that I refined for my master has almost used up all of my stock, so everyone should understand Ling Xiao's difficulties, Ling Xiao said tactfully. Chapter 267. When Ling Xiao said this, the hall became silent. Muan wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Ling Xiao's gaze. At this time, an elder of Golden Tong Peak looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Elder Ling, you're right. A 4th-grade medicinal pill is extremely precious, and the required spiritual herbs are all exceptionally rare. We also understand Elder Ling's difficulties. How about this, Elder Ling, you make a list of spiritual herbs, and we'll go gather the spiritual herbs ourselves. Then, Grandmaster Ling will refine the pill for us. How about this?" Ling Xiao did not expect his words to make these old fellows retreat, and now someone had indeed made a request. However, this was the result he wanted to see. Ling Xiao lightly nodded his head and said, "This elder is right. If you have the spirit herbs needed for the King Jin Dan, I can help you refine it." As soon as he said this, the elders all became excited. The elder who spoke just now said, "Then please Elder Ling write down the spirit herbs you need, so that we can go back and gather them." Ling Xiao revealed a difficult expression and said, "Elders, please listen to me first. You should know that I have just advanced to the 4th-grade alchemist realm. The requirements for refining the King Jin Dan are very high, and the energy consumption is huge. When refining the pill, the slightest mistake may cause all the spirit herbs to be wasted, so I hope everyone will think twice before acting." The elder of Jin Tong Peak asked, "Elder Ling, you mean that even if we gather the materials, you are not 100% sure that you can refine the King Jin Dan in one go?" "That's right. I believe everyone knows that refining medicine is an extremely complicated and detailed process. If Ling Xiao were to ruin everyone's spirit herbs, it would be a sin." Ling Xiao nodded and replied. This time, everyone became silent once again. It was not easy to gather the ingredients for a King Jin Dan. If it was really as Ling Xiao said, what would they do if it was really broken? They were all thinking about it in their hearts. At this time, an elder of Scarlet Flame Peak asked, "Then we should gather 2 sets of spirit herbs to refine the King Jin Dan in one go, right?" Ling Xiao said in his heart, "Finally, there is someone who is enlightened." He pretended to be in a difficult position and said, "If this is the case, then the problem is not too big, but what? Elder Ling, just say it." The elder of Scarlet Flame Peak asked again. "It's just that refining the King Advancement Pill consumes an enormous amount of time and energy. That will affect my cultivation speed. Moreover, you should know that I'm currently thinking of a way to surpass Senior Apprentice Sister Yun so that she can become my wife. If I were to delay my life's greatest loss for the sake of refining a pill, then I, Ling Xiao, would be in a difficult position," said Ling Xiao in an extremely contradictory manner. At this moment, Mu En finally knew what Ling Xiao was planning. He cursed in his heart, "This little rascal won't wake up early if there's nothing to gain." The elders in front of him were all old and experienced, and when Ling Xiao said this, they all understood Ling Xiao's intentions. One of the elders generously said, "Elder Ling, as long as you help me refine the King Jin Dan, your reward will definitely not be a problem." "That's right. If Elder Ling has any requests, as long as we can do it, we will definitely do our best to help you." "That's right, Elder Ling. Please refine the King Jin Dan for us." For a moment, all of the King stage experts who were over 100 years old were in front of Ling Xiao, trying their best to curry favor with him. Ling Xiao finally felt the glory of being an alchemist, and he also knew why alchemists were respected by so many people. Wasn't this the best explanation? Every martial artist pursued extreme power, and when they were unable to break through or were thinking of ways to reduce the time needed to break through, they would need to find a suitable high-grade pill. Thus, they had no choice but to curry favor with alchemists, and this was the true reason why alchemists were noble. Ling Xiao had tactfully said so much, and his goal had been achieved. Thus, he very straightforwardly listed out the spirit herbs needed for the different attributes of the King Jin Dan for these elders. Ling Xiao even wrote down the spirit herbs that were not required for the King Jin Dan. These spirit herbs were all things that he needed for himself, and it could be considered as a reward for them. At the same time, it would prevent the King Jin Dan's pill formula from being leaked out. It had to be known that the higher the grade of the pill, the harder it was to obtain it with 10,000 crystals. Ling Xiao couldn't let others take advantage of this opportunity. "All right, elders, whoever is the first to collect 2 sets of King Advancement pills, I will refine them for that person." As for the reward, I naturally won't make things difficult for everyone, so don't worry, said Ling Xiao straightforwardly. All of these people had gone crazy thinking about the King Jin Dan, so they naturally didn't know that Ling Xiao had obtained half of the spirit herbs from them. All of them acted as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and after repeatedly thanking Ling Xiao, they immediately left Ling Xiao's courtyard and went back to gather the spirit herbs. After watching everyone leave, Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief. In the main hall, only Mu En, Zhang Li, and Xing Zhantian remained. Mu En jokingly scolded, "You little rascal, you're too greedy." Ling Xiao smiled bitterly, "Martial uncle, you should know how precious the King Jin Dan is. If I were to auction it off, I'm afraid I would be able to sell it for a sky-high price. For me to take one portion of the spirit herbs from them is already extremely cheap." Mu En also knew that what Ling Xiao said was the truth, so he no longer scolded him. The space ring in his hand flashed slightly, and a pile of spirit herbs appeared on the ground. "Here are 2 portions of the spirit herbs for the King Jin Dan. Put them away first and quickly refine them for our wood flag peak," Mu En said. Ling Xiao didn't even look at them and immediately put away all the spirit herbs. He then said to Mu En, "Martial uncle, rest assured, I will refine them as soon as possible." "Good, it's good that you understand. Right, Elder Zhang also wants you to refine a King Jin Dan for him. Out of respect for Martial uncle, you can refine one for him," Mu En said as he pointed to Zhang Li. "Please help me, Grandmaster Ling." Zhang Li didn't dare to put on any airs and immediately cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao returned the courtesy and said, "Elder Zhang is too polite. It was all thanks to Elder Zhang's help in Flame Valley, but Elder Zhang still needs to prepare the spirit herbs himself. This is something that Ling Xiao is unable to do." Naturally, Zhang Li was overjoyed and immediately agreed. After everything was settled, Mu En and Zhang Li immediately left. Only Ling Xiao and Xing Zhantian remained in the hall. Ling Xiao looked at Xing Zhantian and asked, "Chief Steward Xing, I trust you have been well since we last met." Ling Xiao had a very good impression of Xing Zhantian. Although Xing Zhantian hadn't helped him since he entered the sect, Ling Xiao greatly admired his upright and outspoken character. Xing Zhantian cupped his hands and smiled. "Elder Ling is truly a dragon among men. You have only been in the sect for less than 2 years and your name has already spread far and wide. This Xing truly admires you." Chief Steward Xing is too kind. Ling Xiao just happened to be at the right time, Ling Xiao replied modestly. He then asked, "Chief Steward Xing needs Ling Xiao to refine the king entering pill?" Xing Zhantian nodded. "That's right. I have been half a step into the king level for many years now, but I have never been able to take the final step. I hope that Elder Ling can help me." "Don't worry, Chief Steward Xing. I will definitely help you. However, you will still need to gather the spirit herbs yourself," Ling Xiao immediately agreed. Xing Zhantian was overjoyed and immediately cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. "Many thanks for your help, Elder Ling." Following that, Ling Xiao gave Xing Zhantian a list of the spirit herbs needed to refine the king entering pill. Xing Zhantian took the list and thanked Ling Xiao again before hurriedly leaving. After sending everyone away, Ling Xiao made some adjustments and cleared out a room for his alchemy room. Ling Xiao took out the obsidian cauldron and took out the spirit herbs that Mu En had given him. Then he began to refine the king entering pill. Once again, Ling Xiao used the medicine refinement rain alchemy technique to refine the medicinal essence of all the spirit herbs at an extremely fast speed. Actually, Ling Xiao had not truly reached the realm of medicine refining rain. The only reason he could use this technique was because of the obsidian cauldron. As a heaven-ranked divine cauldron, the cauldron had long since been refined into a soul. It was familiar with human spiritual qi and could display all sorts of wondrous uses. Medicine refining rain required controlling the spirit herbs to float in the air and then using the fire to refine them, allowing them to reach the realm of refining at an extremely fast speed. Ling Xiao was only an intermediate spirit master, so it was impossible for him to control the spirit herbs to float in the air. In reality, it was all controlled by the soul of the obsidian cauldron. Ling Xiao only needed to control the fire from the side. Back then, when Ling Xiao found out about this wondrous use, he was pleasantly surprised. This time, he spent an entire day refining the 2 king-entering pills. He used up a lot of mental energy and spiritual power to complete the task. When Ling Xiao brought the pills back to Wooden Flag Peak, Mu En was so moved that he almost cried. He had finally obtained a king-entering pill, and the other king-entering pill was given to another elder of Wooden Flag Peak. This elder was of the same realm as Mu En, but he was already very old. If he didn't break through soon, he would soon reach the end of his lifespan. Now, Ling Xiao's king-entering pill could be said to have saved his life. At the same time, Wooden Flag Peak would have 3 more high-level king stage cultivators. The overall strength of the peak would greatly increase. Elder Ling, many thanks for refining the pills for this old master. This old master has a collection here. If Elder Ling takes a liking to them, please feel free to take them, the elder said very happily. At the same time, he released a lot of spirit herbs above Tier 3 from his space ring. Ling Xiao said modestly and began to look at the spirit herbs released by the elder. Ling Xiao selected a dozen or so Tier 3 to Tier 4 spirit herbs and put them away. This could be considered a reward for refining the pills. The elder allowed Ling Xiao to choose as he pleased, not showing any sign of distress. Just when Ling Xiao thought it was enough, Lu Weng's urgent voice sounded in Ling Xiao's knowledge. "See, little friend, help me take that Sun Shu Gen." Sun Shu Gen? Puzzled, Ling Xiao followed Lu Weng's instructions and found an inconspicuous spirit herb. This spirit herb looked like a withered tree root and was quite inconspicuous. Ling Xiao really didn't know why Lu Weng had taken a fancy to it. However, he knew that Lu Weng wouldn't casually mention it, so he put away the inconspicuous spirit herb and did not take anything else. The elder put away the rest of his spirit grass and thanked Ling Xiao. Then, he hurriedly left and closed the door. Mu En wasn't stingy and also took out a lot of spirit herbs for Ling Xiao to choose from. At the same time, he also gave some spirit herbs that he didn't normally use to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't refuse and naturally accepted them all. After Ling Xiao returned to his cultivation courtyard, he wanted to find some time to go to Spirit Gathering Peak and seclude himself for a while to break through to the high-rank Spirit Master realm. Chapter 268. In a bed, a young man was sitting cross-legged on a soft bed with his upper body bare. This young man was extremely handsome, with sharp edges that seemed to have been carved by a knife. His entire face exuded a resolute yet heroic spirit. It was the kind of face that would cause the hearts of young women and girls to palpitate upon seeing it. Looking at his sturdy body that seemed to be forged from gold, each of his muscles seemed to be filled with explosive energy, adding a bit of wildness to his appearance. The young man sat with his eyes closed, not emitting any aura. He was currently conversing with an old man whose entire body was covered in green in his spiritual sea. Beside the two of them were 2 beads, one gray and one blue, appearing extremely strange. "Old Lu, what use does this Sun Shu Gen have?" Ling Xiao asked Lu Weng. Lu Weng stroked his beard and said, "It can help me recover my vitality, but it doesn't have much use for you human cultivators." "It has the same effect as the green needle root?" Ling Xiao asked. Back in Meteor City, during the Luo clan's auction, Ling Xiao had bought a spirit grass called the green needle root for Lu Weng. At that time, Lu Weng had used a drop of 10,000-year tree sap to exchange for it. "It's not the same, it's not the same." Lu Weng hastily shook his head. He naturally knew what Ling Xiao was planning, but he obviously couldn't admit it. Otherwise, he would be squeezed dry again without even knowing what was going on. Ling Xiao laughed mischievously and said, "It's not the same." "Then forget it, I'll keep it for now." "Little friend, you can't be like this. That Sun Shu Gen has to be given to this old man." Lu Weng immediately said. Ling Xiao revealed a proud smile. Just by looking at Lu Weng's appearance, he could tell that Lu Weng cared a lot about that Sun Shu Gen. "AI, this old man has been tricked by you again." Lu Weng couldn't help but sigh and shake his head when he saw Ling Xiao's proud expression. Seeing Lu Weng's distressed expression, Ling Xiao withdrew his smile and said, "Elder Lu, what kind of person do you think I am? If I say I'll give it to you, then I'll give it to you. I just want to know what use it has. Can you tell me?" Seeing Ling Xiao's sincerity, Lu Weng no longer hid anything and said, "That Senshu Zhen is indeed of some use to this old man. It can replenish this old man's lost vitality and has the same effect as the green needle root." Ling Xiao asked again, "What kind of spirit herb do you need to speed up the recovery of your vitality? Perhaps you can tell me and I can help you find it. Wouldn't that be better?" Lu Weng shook his head and said, "To be honest, as long as I can sense something suitable, I'll tell you. These are all extremely rare spirit roots, and they all contain wood attribute origin. They are different from most spirit grasses, and only someone like me can absorb their origin." "What is the original spiritual power?" "Elder Lu, can you explain it more clearly?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. He had heard Lu Weng talk about it several times before, but he didn't know what the original spiritual power was. "All right, since you've asked, I'll tell you. In any case, this is also beneficial to you." Lu Weng hesitated for a moment before continuing. "The so-called original spiritual power is the purest form of energy. The 5 elements, light, darkness, wind, thunder, and all other attributes all have their own original spiritual power. It has existed since the beginning of the world, when yin and yang were separated. But through the passage of time, countless humans, spirit beasts, and spirit creatures have absorbed and destroyed it, causing the energy to become turbid. The original spiritual power has gradually become extremely sparse, but there are still many places that contain the original spiritual power. It's just that those places are extremely rare and dangerous. For example, the 2 strange pearls you have here are both natural treasures formed from the accumulation of the original spiritual power over tens of thousands of years." "So that's how it is." Ling Xiao faintly grasped something after hearing Lu Weng's words. The original spiritual power seemed to be the goal of all martial artists. What Ling Xiao didn't know was that Lu Weng's words had opened a new path to the peak of martial arts for him. Ling Xiao no longer had any ideas about Lu Weng's 10,000-year tree milk and 10,000-year tree root, so he let Lu Weng absorb the Zenshuyin. In truth, he knew that Lu Weng's words weren't completely true. Human martial artists could also absorb the original spiritual power of the Zenshu Zhen, and it could greatly increase the purity of a martial artist's wood attribute. However, Ling Xiao knew that Lu Weng was extremely eager to absorb the Zenshu Zhen, so he didn't say anything else. In any case, Lu Weng had helped him quite a bit, so he couldn't disappoint this old man. At the same time, he also felt that Lu Weng was most likely a natural spiritual tree. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so mysterious and understand so many things. Just as Ling Xiao was about to withdraw from his consciousness, Lu Weng said, "Little friend, wait a moment. Does Elder Lu have any other instructions?" Ling Xiao asked. "In the future, when you have time, come in more often and chat with them. This will be very beneficial to your growth." Lu Weng pointed to the 2 beads to the side. Ling Xiao glanced at the Xiantian Yin Wind bead and Blue Demon Flame bead, and an idea suddenly popped into his head. If he were to combine their Xiantian Yin Wind bead and Blue Demon Flame bead, what kind of effect would there be? However, this was just a thought for now. If the 2 beads started fighting again, he wouldn't even know how to write the word death. Ling Xiao nodded before withdrawing from his consciousness. Previously, Ling Xiao had already made up his mind to increase his cultivation speed. But during the conferring ceremony, Yun Mingqi had once again stated that she would only agree to be with him if he surpassed her. Thus, Ling Xiao decided to head to Spirit Gathering Peak. Although he had promised the elders of the various peaks that he would help them refine the stage advancement pill, they wouldn't be able to gather the 2 sets of spirit herbs in a short period of time. At the same time, he also wanted to suppress their emotions. If they all came to him to refine pills, where would he have the time to cultivate? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao felt that he had to make good use of his status as an alchemist. In the future, when he wanted to roam the continent, he wouldn't be able to do it alone. It would be bad if he didn't have a decent helper by his side. As Ling Xiao walked out of his courtyard, he saw a person walking back and forth outside. "Senior Shi, why are you here?" Ling Xiao called out to that person. This person was the Black Cliff Peak's Shi Tianho. During the trip to Blaze Valley, Ling Xiao and Shi Tianho had become good friends. When Shi Tianho saw Ling Xiao suddenly walk out, he immediately bowed respectfully towards Ling Xiao and said, "Greetings, Elder Ling, Ling Xiao laughed involuntarily and said, "Senior brother, don't make fun of me. Just call me Ling Xiao. The word elder makes me old." No, how can I do that? Shi Tianho repeatedly waved his hand. If I say it's fine, then it's fine. Could it be that senior brother is looking down on me? Ling Xiao said seriously. Although Ling Xiao's status had risen, he would never put on any airs in front of his friends. This was one of his strong points. Shi Tianho scratched his head and said with a silly smile, "Then senior brother is too arrogant." "What are you talking about?" "Oh right, senior brother, are you here to find me?" Ling Xiao asked. "Yes, I want to ask if you want to go to Spirit Gathering Peak to cultivate together." Shi Tianho said. "That's what I was thinking," Ling Xiao replied. He was just about to go to Spirit Gathering Peak, but Shi Tianyan came looking for him. Just as the two were about to leave together, a sweet voice came over. "Elder Ling, senior brother Shi, can I wait for you?" A beautiful figure walked towards Ling Xiao and Shi Tianho with a graceful duo effort. Ling Xiao looked back and saw that it was Yu Lian. She was dressed in gorgeous silk, which vividly outlined her devilish material. That charming and pretty face had a hint of a smile, like a blooming rose, and that pair of soul-stealing almond-shaped eyes made any man unable to help but be captivated by it. Like a light breeze, she directly came in front of Ling Xiao and made a coquettish gesture, saying in a coquettish voice, "This little girl, Yu Lian, greets Elder Ling." Goosebumps appeared all over Ling Xiao's body, and he thought to himself, "This girl, Yu Lian, greets Elder Ling. Senior apprentice sister, you're too polite. Just call me Ling Xiao or junior apprentice brother," said Ling Xiao. Yu Lian stood up straight and smiled. "That's good, I don't want to call you old. Let's go to Spirit Gathering Peak together." Yu Lian stood up straight and smiled. "That's good, I don't want to sound old. Let's go to Spirit Gathering Peak together." After saying that, Yu Lian really didn't stand on ceremony and took Ling Xiao's arm. Ling Xiao felt a surge of lust being rubbed against that plump, soft flesh, and he had to quickly circulate his ice force to keep himself calm. Otherwise, he really wanted to drag this girl into his room and eat her up. Ling Xiao turned to Yu Lian and said, "Senior sister, don't be like this. If other brothers see this, they'll misunderstand." Yu Lian raised her head slightly and met Ling Xiao's gaze. "What misunderstanding? I just like you, junior brother. Can't you do that?" Ling Xiao didn't expect Yu Lian to be so straightforward, and he didn't know how to respond for a moment. Yu Lian pursed her lips and said in a low voice, "Junior brother, I know you like senior sister Yun, but I don't mind being the second." Shi Tianho, who was walking to the side, almost stumbled when he heard this. He really didn't expect Ling Xiao's charm to be so great, but when he thought about Ling Xiao's current achievements, he didn't think it was that surprising. After all, Ling Xiao was a fourth-grade alchemist, and no matter where he went, he would be treated as a distinguished guest. With such an illustrious identity, there were naturally more women who liked him. Ling Xiao didn't mind Yu Lian's words, and instead thought to himself, "My charm really isn't just for show." An hour later, the three of them arrived at the foot of the Spirit Gathering Peak. This mountain peak wasn't as tall as the 9 main peaks of the sect, but the spiritual energy around it was denser than anywhere else. It was as if taking in a breath of the spiritual energy would make one feel much more comfortable. Looking up, there was a tall tower at the top of the peak. This pagoda had a total of 18 levels, and it towered into the sky and pierced straight into the sky, causing it to seem lofty and magnificent. Its surroundings were coiled with glistening and sticky spirit energy, and it emitted a faint multicolored glow. When looked at from afar, it was like a 7-colored spirit pagoda that was filled with a misty and mysterious feeling. This is the Spirit Gathering Tower. Shi Tianho looked up at the tower with yearning in his eyes. "Senior brother, you've never been here before?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "I've been here many times, but I've never gone up." Shi Tianho answered a little embarrassedly. Let's go up together." Ling Xiao didn't ask any more, and strode up the Spirit Gathering Peak. Chapter 269. The Spirit Gathering Peak was only open to the true disciples of the sect. The ancestors of the Purple Sky sect had set up a spirit-gathering formation here, so that the spiritual energy gathered on the peak was several times denser than in other places. It was a training ground prepared for each generation of the sect's outstanding talents. The spirit-gathering tower was the foundation of the spirit-gathering peak, where all the spiritual energy gathered was the densest. At the same time, it was also the eye of the spirit-gathering formation. The three of them arrived in front of the spirit-gathering tower, feeling refreshed. Ling Xiao could clearly feel the flow of spiritual energy, and the Xian Qi in his body began to circulate. The three treasures in his Yi surged at the same time, and spiritual energy rushed towards him like swallows returning to their nest. For a moment, Yu Laiyan and Shi Tianhou looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. Then, two figures flew out of the spirit-gathering tower, and one of them shouted, "Who are you?" Yu Laiyan and Shi Tianhou bowed to the newcomers. "We are true disciples of the Scarlet Flame Peak, Black Crag Peak, and we came to the spirit-gathering peak to train." The two took out their tokens at the same time and handed them to the newcomers. Both of them were old men with white hair, and no one could feel the spiritual energy fluctuations from them. They gave people the feeling that they were no different from ordinary old men. However, their eyes were shining with an imperceptible light, and no one dared to underestimate them. The two old men only glanced at Yu Laiyan and Shi Tianhou's tokens, and then looked at Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao had his eyes closed, and he was surrounded by dense spiritual energy. It seemed that the spiritual energy was gradually covering his body. His hands were gently waving without any pattern, and the spiritual energy also flowed in the direction he waved, as if he was constantly stirring it. Seeing this, the two old men's eyes lit up. Yu Laiyan stepped forward and said to the two old men, "Elders, he is..." She was just about to explain Ling Xiao's identity to the two old men, but was interrupted by one of them. "Don't argue." Yu Laiyan hesitated for a moment, and then obediently shut her mouth and retreated to Shi Tianhou's side. For a moment, a strange scene took place. The two elderly men stared unblinkingly at Ling Xiao, who was enshrouded in spiritual qi, and expressions of incredulity appeared on their faces. Yu Laiyan and Shi Tianhou stood rooted to the spot, not daring to make a sound. After an indeterminate period of time, the spiritual qi around Ling Xiao grew denser and denser, until he was completely obscured by the spiritual qi, and all of the spiritual qi around the spirit-gathering pagoda surged toward him. What happened? Why has the spirit energy decreased so much? A cry of surprise rang out from within the spirit-gathering tower. Following that, a series of exclamations rang out. Could it be that the spiritual qi has been sucked dry? That's impossible. Let's go out and see what's going on. Several dozen figures flew out of the spirit-gathering pagoda. Everyone's jaws dropped when they saw the scene in front of the tower. What's going on? Why is all the spiritual energy here? What the hell? Could it be that there's a problem with the spirit convergence formation? Look, the two second elders are over there. They should know what's going on. All of you, get back into the pagoda. An elderly man glared at the screaming true disciples and shouted. The dozens of true disciples were stunned, but they didn't hesitate and rushed back into the pagoda again. At that moment, Ling Xiao's body trembled slightly, and he opened his eyes in confusion. What's going on? Just as he came back to his senses, most of the spiritual qi around him dispersed, and only a small portion continued to pour into his body. "Junior brother, are you all right?" Yu Laiyan and Shi Tianhou asked at the same time. Ling Xiao shook his head. "I'm fine." He was indeed fine, but he felt that his spiritual qi seemed to have increased by a lot, and the 3 parts returning qi was still being absorbed. At this rate, he would be able to break through to the next stage very soon. "Kid, how did you feel just now?" 2 elders walked over to Ling Xiao, and one of them asked Ling Xiao in a friendly manner. Ling Xiao looked over and found that he couldn't see through the 2 elders' realms. He knew that they were elders from the previous generation, so he didn't dare to be negligent. He bowed and said, "Ling Xiao of Wooden Flag Peak greets the 2 elders. There's no need to be so polite. Tell me, how did you feel just now?" The elder who had spoken earlier urged again. Ling Xiao was a bit confused, but he still answered honestly, I felt that my spiritual qi increased by a lot. The old man asked again, other than this, don't you feel anything else? Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, I felt a fluctuation of spiritual qi. So it's like that? So it's like that? You really are a good kid. The elder suddenly laughed. The other elder also stroked his white beard and looked at Ling Xiao with a kind face. His eyes were full of light. Senior brother Xiao is really lucky to have such a grand disciple. I'm a bit jealous, the elder who spoke said to his companion. The other elder smiled and said, yes, that's right. Ling Xiao asked the two elders in confusion, elders, what are you talking about? Although the two of them were praising him, he couldn't figure out what was going on. The two elders were stunned for a moment, and the elder who had spoken first said, kid, who is your master? Didn't he tell you what it means to feel a fluctuation of spiritual qi? After the elder's reminder, Yu Laiyan and Shi Tianho both looked at Ling Xiao enviously, as if they already knew what was going on. Only Ling Xiao shook his head in confusion. He hadn't spent much time cultivating at Wooden Flag Peak before, and he had spent most of his time cultivating by himself. He didn't need much guidance from Mu Huai, so he didn't know what was going on. I really don't know how you cultivate, you silly brat. You don't even know what's going on when you sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy, the old man grumbled, then continued. Sensing the existence of spiritual energy proves that you already have the qualifications to step into the king step. I'm qualified to step into the king step? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. That's right. To suddenly go from the spirit master level to the king step, you must be able to feel the existence of spiritual qi and be able to control it as you wish. This is a necessary condition for entering the king step. Normally, to feel the fluctuation of spiritual qi, one must reach the peak of the high spirit master level before slowly comprehending and feeling the fluctuation of spiritual qi. In the end, one must learn to control it and step into the king step. This step seems very simple, but who knows how many people are stuck at this step and have no chance of entering the king step. Kid, you are only a middle spirit master, yet you can feel the fluctuation of spiritual qi. This means that after you break through to the high spirit master level, you should be able to break through to the king step very quickly. So, silly boy, you really have some dog shit luck, the elder explained. So that's how it is. Thank you, elder, for your guidance. Ling Xiao was overjoyed when he heard this. He hadn't thought that he would be able to enter the king step in advance. He had originally thought that reaching the king step would require a long period of accumulation. After all, back in Meteor City, his family's grand elder had spent dozens of years to break through from the high spirit master level to the king step. In the entire Meteor City, he was the only king step expert. So, he had always thought that entering the king step would be extremely difficult. In actuality, Ling Xiao's thoughts weren't wrong. Entering the king step was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for most people, but to someone like him who had 3 natural unique treasures, it was nothing to be afraid of. Right now, his wood, fire, and wind attributes were all 100% pure. He already possessed the most monstrous tenbin when it came to cultivation. Furthermore, the 3 natural unique treasures could absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, allowing him to sense spiritual qi earlier than others. This was a matter of course. If he didn't have the 3 natural treasures in his sea of consciousness, he wouldn't have been able to sense the existence of spiritual qi so early. Alright, don't just stand there. Are you all going to the spirit gathering tower to cultivate? The elder asked with a light wave of his hand. Ling Xiao and the others nodded in unison. Then let's go in. This spirit gathering tower has a total of 18 floors, and the density of spiritual qi on each floor is different. I suggest that you too cultivate on the first 5 floors. You silly brat, you should be able to cultivate on the first 10 floors. The elder pointed at Yu Laiyan and Shi Tianho. He then paused for a moment before continuing, it's up to you how many floors you can cultivate on, but don't force yourself. The 3 of them didn't understand what the elder meant. Yu Laiyan's beautiful eyes shifted as she asked, are there restrictions on every floor? The 2 elders smiled at the same time. One of them replied, there won't be any restrictions, but there will definitely be some trouble. All right, you'll know once you go in. With that, the two elders disappeared before the three of them. Ling Xiao said, "Let's go in and have a look. There shouldn't be any danger." Yu Laiyan and Shi Tianhou nodded and followed Ling Xiao into the spirit gathering tower. After the three of them walked in, they found that the cultivation rooms on the first floor were all empty. The three of them knew that the other true disciples should be on the higher floors. After all, the two elders had said that the higher the floor, the denser the spiritual qi would be. Everyone wanted to cultivate in the places with the densest spiritual qi. The three of them didn't stop and went straight to the second floor. The cultivation rooms on the second floor were also empty. It wasn't until they reached the third floor that they found a few closed doors. There were probably people cultivating inside. At the same time, there were a few empty cultivation rooms beside them. The spiritual qi here is much denser than on the first and second floors. "Do you want to cultivate here?" Ling Xiao asked the two beside him. Yu Laiyan was the first to answer. The elder said that the higher we go, the denser the spiritual qi will be. "Let's go up." "I think so too," Shi Tianhou agreed. Then, the three of them went up to the fourth floor. After reaching the fourth floor, there were clearly fewer cultivation rooms than on the first to third floors. The higher one went, the smaller the space would be, and the fewer cultivation rooms there would be. When the three of them reached the fourth floor, they found that all the cultivation rooms were closed. Not a single one was empty. "Let's go take a look at the fifth floor," Ling Xiao suggested. The three of them went up to the fifth floor. Unexpectedly, the cultivation rooms on the fifth floor were also closed. This made the three of them very depressed, so they went up again. Who knew that at this moment, someone would block their way? Chapter 270. The one who stopped Ling Xiao's group was a middle-aged man. His strength had already reached the peak of the Spirit Master realm, or perhaps even surpassed the Spirit Master realm and was half a step into the King realm. The middle-aged man indifferently said to Yu Laiyan and Shi Tianhou, "You two can only cultivate on the first 5 floors." He then pointed at Ling Xiao, "You can go up there." "Why can he go up but we can't?" Yu Laiyan asked in confusion. "It's because of the difference in strength," the middle-aged man replied indifferently. The three of them immediately understood what he meant. Low-rank spirit masters could only cultivate on the lower 5 floors, while the upper floors were for mid and high-rank spirit masters. "Alright, you guys can stay down there. I'll go up first," Ling Xiao said and was about to walk up the stairs. "Junior brother, you're going up just like that? What about us?" Yu Laiyan pulled Ling Xiao's hand and asked, "Can't you guys just cultivate down here? Is there a problem?" Ling Xiao asked again. "But the 4th and 5th floors are already full, and the spiritual energy on the 1st to 3rd floors isn't as good as the ones above," Yu Laiyan said again. "Oh." Ling Xiao nodded, then turned to the middle-aged man and asked, "Deacon, are there any other cultivation rooms here?" The middle-aged man's eyes twitched slightly, and he said faintly, "There are cultivation rooms everywhere." "But aren't they all full?" Yu Laiyan interjected. "Yes, but the 1st and 2nd floors should still be empty," the Chinese man said indifferently. He paused for a moment before continuing, "If you want to cultivate in the higher floors, you'll have to rely on your own abilities." With that, the middle-aged man returned to his post and went to sleep. "What's that supposed to mean?" Shi Tianhou asked in a daze. Ling Xiao didn't answer him. Instead, he said to Yu Laiyan, "Senior sister, I'm sure you know what to do. Do as you see fit, I can't help you with this." With that, Ling Xiao walked up to the 6th floor without looking back. Shi Tianhou asked Yu Laiyan in confusion, "Junior sister, what's going on?" Yu Laiyan rolled her eyes at Shi Tianhou and said, "If we want to cultivate here, we'll have to defeat one of the people in the cultivation room. That way, we can occupy this cultivation room. Otherwise, we can only cultivate on the 3rd floor." Shi Tianhou understood Yu Laiyan's explanation, and he said dejectedly, "Then let's go to the 3rd floor to cultivate. The spiritual energy there isn't weak either." In the spirit gathering tower, the spirit qi would be much denser with each floor. Everyone wanted to cultivate on the higher floors, but the sect clearly stipulated that low-rank spirit masters could only cultivate on the first 5 floors. Middle-rank spirit masters could cultivate from the 5th to the 10th floor. Any higher was where high-rank spirit masters cultivated. As a true disciple of the sect, every tenbin was a cut above the rest and was the future pillar of the sect. Moreover, they, who had a halo over their heads for a long time, naturally had their eyes on the top of their heads, and the things they wanted to possess would definitely be the best. Just like in the Spirit Gathering Tower, they were all the cream of the crop of their respective peaks, so of course they wanted the best place to cultivate. Thus, the Spirit Gathering Tower had set a rule that whoever managed to snatch a cultivation room could cultivate. Otherwise, they could cultivate on the first to third floors, where there would always be an empty cultivation room. Of course, they could repair the cultivation room, but they couldn't kill anyone, or they would be severely punished by the sect. Shi Tianho was an honest person, so of course he didn't want to fight with others. However, Yu Laiyan didn't think so. She rolled her eyes at Shi Tianho and directly walked towards one of the cultivation rooms. Yu Laiyan lightly knocked on the 1,000-year wooden door of the cultivation room. Then an angry roar came from inside. "If you don't want to die, then piss off." The person's voice was so loud that it shook the entire floor. At the same time, a few true disciples walked out of the cultivation rooms on the 5th floor. I didn't think someone would dare to challenge Huang Feng, and a delicate beauty at that. I wonder which peak she's from? She should be a new true disciple. How courageous. Huang Feng isn't weak at all. Maybe the newcomers don't know the rules, so they'll obediently leave after suffering a bit. Junior Shi, you can go down. The one in the cultivation room is your senior brother Huang Feng. A Black Rock Peak true disciple recognized Shi Tianho and walked over to remind him. What? Senior brother Huang is in there? Shi Tianho was surprised. He then turned to Yu Laiyan and said nervously, "Junior sister, let's go down. My senior brother is in there." From Shi Tianho's expression, it seemed that he was a little afraid of this senior brother Huang. Unfortunately, it was too late for Shi Tianho to say this. The door to the cultivation room had already opened. A burly man walked out with large strides. This man was around 28 years old, and he was extremely tall and muscular. His arms were covered with snake-like veins, making him look extremely sinister and frightening. He looked down at Yu Laiyan and said loudly, "Are you the one who wants to challenge me?" Before Yu Laiyan could speak, Shi Tianho rushed to speak first. "Senior brother Huang, junior sister just came to the wrong place." Shi Tianho was honest by nature and wasn't good at lying. Anyone who heard it would know that it was a lie. Huang Feng glanced at Shi Tianho and then back at Yu Laiyan. He said faintly, "I won't bicker with you for my junior brother's sake. Hurry up and get out of my way." "Oh, senior brother, you're so fierce." Yu Laiyan's expression changed. Her charming face was like a flower in June, and her smile was so gorgeous and beautiful. Moreover, her slanted eyes were faintly suffused with a trace of bright light. Huang Feng was about to get angry, but who knew that when he met Yu Laiyan's eyes, his expression would become sluggish and he would laugh foolishly. "Senior brother is wrong. Junior sister, you can punish me however you want." Huang Feng's expression became lecherous, causing the surrounding people to be stunned. Damn, isn't Madman supposed to stay away from women? Why is he acting coquettishly when he sees a junior sister? That's right, but this junior sister is really not bad. It would be great if I could dual cultivate with her. Forget it, lower your voice. I think she's a junior sister from Scarlet Flame Peak, and she has a fiery temper. Looks like Madman is going to be out of luck. A few true disciples whispered to the side. Only Shi Tianho stared blankly at Yu Laiyan and Huang Feng, thinking to himself, junior sister likes junior brother Ling, wouldn't it be troublesome if senior brother Huang took a liking to her? Just as Shi Tianho was about to step forward and persuade her, he saw Yu Laiyan's hand already pressed against his senior brother's chest. Could it be that junior sister has fallen in love with senior brother Huang again? Shi Tianho thought to himself. However, the next moment, his senior brother was pushed lightly by Yu Laiyan, and he fell to the ground. Senior brother, you're giving up your cultivation room to me? That's great. Yu Laiyan exclaimed. He didn't even look at Huang Feng, who was lying on the ground, and then flashed into Huang Feng's original cultivation room. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? Senior brother, why did you fall asleep? Shi Tianho squatted down and checked Huang Feng's nostrils. Seeing that his breathing was normal, he called out twice, but Huang Feng didn't wake up. The middle-aged man who was clinging to him said impatiently, "Take him downstairs. Don't disturb everyone's cultivation. He's already been defeated by that girl." Shi Tianho thought to himself, "Junior sister is really strange." He then picked up Huang Feng and hurried downstairs. Only the crowd looked at the cultivation room that Yu Laiyin had entered with some fear in their eyes. They still didn't understand how Huang Feng had fallen. If she had tried to kill him, Huang Feng would probably be dead already. They all thought to themselves, "This woman is really scary." Ling Xiao didn't know what happened downstairs because every floor was isolated by a formation, so he didn't know what was going on downstairs. Ling Xiao didn't stop and went straight to the 10th floor, which was the highest floor a mid-level spirit master could stay in. The spiritual energy in the surroundings was many times denser than below. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. If I can cultivate here for a year, I believe reaching the peak of a high-level spirit master won't be a problem. He had already reached the 10th floor, so Ling Xiao planned to cultivate here. There were only 3 cultivation rooms on this floor, and each one was tightly shut. There should be a master cultivating inside. Ling Xiao knew that if he wanted to cultivate here, he had to defeat one of them. "Alright, let's see if we can negotiate. Tell them to give up a spot for me. I'm not the kind of person who would resort to violence." Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he shook his head. Then he walked towards the first training room on the far right side of the room. Dong dong. Ling Xiao very gentlemanly knocked on the 1,000-year-old wooden door a few times. Ling Xiao waited for a while, but there was no movement inside, so he knocked a few more times and asked, "Is anyone there?" Who knew that there would still be no movement inside? "I don't think there's anyone inside." "Then I'll choose this room to cultivate," Ling Xiao muttered to himself. At this time, a hoarse voice came from inside, "If you don't want to die, scram." These words were the same as what Huang Feng had said downstairs, but he didn't know if the outcome would be the same. "Heh, your temper really isn't small." Ling Xiao laughed lightly and continued to knock on the door. "Brother, let me borrow your room. I'll return it to you for 3 months. As soon as Ling Xiao said this, the cultivation room's wooden door opened. "I knew you were a good person," Ling Xiao said with a grin. "Not bad, I'm a good person. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times and I'll let you go." A strong man walked out of the cultivation room. This person was only around 27 years old. He wasn't tall, and his appearance was ordinary. However, his aura had already reached the peak of a mid-level spirit master. This made Ling Xiao look at him in a different light. 3 kowtows? I kneel to the heavens, the earth, and my parents, but I don't have the habit of kneeling to others. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows. The young man glared at Ling Xiao and was just about to start cursing again when he said with a surprised expression, You're Elder Ling? You know me?" Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment before replying with a question. He thought to himself, "So this young master is also this famous. Everywhere I go, people know me." Chapter 271. The strong young man's anger immediately turned into respect. He said to Ling Xiao in an ingratiating tone, "It really is Elder Ling. You look familiar. Please forgive me if I offended you just now." "Oh right, didn't Elder Ling want a training room? I'll give it to you right now. Elder Ling, please." In the face of this young man's 360-degree change, Ling Xiao couldn't get used to it. "Yes, not bad. You have a bright future. Which peak are you a disciple of? When we get back, I'll tell your peak master and have him look after you." Ling Xiao's body shook, and he raised his head and put his hands on his hips. He looked like a big boss, and he seemed exceptionally pleased with himself. Ling Xiao felt great. So this was what it felt like to be a master. The young man didn't mind Ling Xiao's attitude. He said respectfully, "Elder Ling, I'm from the same peak as you. My master is Elder Muin." "Damn, so you're one of us," Ling Xiao said, "so you're Master Mu En's disciple. Are you that powerful? Alright, don't call me Elder Ling. I joined the sect later than you, so just call me Junior Ling. If Master Mu N makes things difficult for you in the future, just tell me. Master Mu N and I have a good relationship. Thank you, Elder Ling. I'm called Chen Wenyu, the young man replied. So it's Senior Chen. Since you're one of us, you can continue to cultivate here. I'll see if there are any other rooms for you. Ling Xiao patted Chen Wenyu's shoulder. Since he was one of them, Ling Xiao couldn't steal his cultivation room. He had to be kind. How can I do that? I've been in seclusion for a long time. Elder Ling, you can cultivate here, Chen Wenyu said in an ingratiating manner. In fact, he had only come here yesterday. This was the cultivation room he had reserved for himself. No one else dared to come here to cultivate. However, Ling Xiao's status was not ordinary. During the conferring ceremony, Chen Wenyu had personally witnessed Ling Xiao concoct a Tier 4 medicinal pill, the King Advancement Pill. The King Advancement Pill was a high-grade pill that even King rank experts yearned for. So long as Elder Ling was willing, countless King rank experts would follow him. And he, Chen Wenyu, was merely a middle spirit master. What qualifications did he have to put on heirs with him? Other than being good at cultivating tenbin, Chen Wenyu was also quick-witted. Therefore, he had to curry favor with Ling Xiao first. In the future, if he needed help from Ling Xiao, Chen Wenyu believed that Ling Xiao would help him since they were from the same sect. He had already thought it through. Once he broke through to high-rank spirit master, he would think of a way to ask Ling Xiao to refine a king opening pill. Ling Xiao naturally didn't know what Chen Wenyu was thinking, so he, reluctantly, entered Chen Wenyu's cultivation. 3 months' time was limited, so Ling Xiao had to make every second count. Moreover, the feeling outside the tower just now made Ling Xiao feel as if he had grasped something. This was related to the conditions for entering the king rank in advance. When Ling Xiao entered Chen Wenyu's cultivation room, Chen Wenshi smiled and turned to look at the cultivation room beside his. He muttered, "These two fellows actually came to cultivate at the same time. It looks like they're both preparing for the sect oath assembly. Forget it, cultivating on the 9th floor is the same. Although the spiritual energy can't compare to the 10th floor, it's enough." Ling Xiao walked into the cultivation room and found that it was very clean. After all, there was only a stone bed here, so how could it be dirty? Ling Xiao entered the cultivation room, but he wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he calmed his heart and adjusted his state of mind. This was Ling Xiao's habit. Every time he cultivated or refined pills, he would do his best to calm his state of mind. Only then would he be able to cultivate or refine pills with double the results. In order to catch up to Yun Mingqi as soon as possible, Ling Xiao put in 120% of his concentration. He made up his mind that he wouldn't come out until he reached the high-rank spirit master level. For hours later, Ling Xiao finally adjusted his state of mind to its peak. The 3 parts restoration qi in his body gradually sped up, the Vajra 5 transformation art also circulated around his body, and the 3 strange treasures in his sea of consciousness began to absorb the spiritual energy of the outside world. In view of the commotion just now, Ling Xiao sent a message to the 3 strange treasures in his sea of consciousness, telling them to slow down their absorption. Otherwise, if they caused another big commotion, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to cultivate here. Even so, the spiritual energy gathered in Ling Xiao's room was even denser than the spiritual energy gathered in the highest level. Ling Xiao didn't think about it, and quickly guided the absorbed spiritual energy into his dantian. His dantian had long since solidified, and now it was growing larger and larger. A few different colors flickered, revealing a strangely noble color. Now, Ling Xiao had already entered the 4th stage of the 3 parts restoration qi, spirit consolidation. Originally, Ling Xiao didn't understand how to cultivate in the spirit consolidation realm. Ever since he reached the spirit master level, Ling Xiao gradually understood that the spirit consolidation realm was related to breaking through to the spirit master level. That was to absorb the spiritual energy of the outside world to consolidate and strengthen the dantian, making the dantian form a strong protective barrier. This way, when one fought with others, the dantian wouldn't be easily broken by the opponent. The dantian was the foundation of any martial artist's cultivation. Without the dantian, one would lose the right to cultivate. The 3 parts restoration qi could not only strengthen the ability of the dantian to circulate, but it could also give Ling Xiao's dantian an extra layer of protection. This kind of effect could not be found in any Shen method. With regards to the magic of the 3 parts restoration qi, Ling Xiao was already used to it. He felt that if he could cultivate the 9th stage of the 3 parts restoration qi, even if he didn't become the #1 expert in the continent, he should be able to become one of the top experts. The only pity was that he only had 1/3 of the spirit-controlling art. Now that he had cultivated it, as long as he had enough mental energy in his sea of consciousness, he could even kill a king-stage expert in an instant. He felt that it was a pity that he didn't know where the remaining chants of the spirit-controlling art were. If he knew, he would definitely think of a way to get it. This spirit-controlling art was not any weaker than the 3 parts restoration qi, and could even be more powerful. The mental energy that could kill people without leaving a trace made Ling Xiao feel great. In addition, the 4th stage of the Vajra 5 changes art, bone refining, made Ling Xiao temporarily helpless. In order to cultivate this 4th stage, the spirit herbs and medicinal pills needed were all 5th stage and above. Moreover, there were also several vital materials that made Ling Xiao flinch at the moment. But this didn't mean that Ling Xiao would give up on cultivation. He just had to wait until he was strong enough and then think of a way to get the necessary supplementary materials before he could continue cultivating. Ling Xiao sat in the cultivation room for 7 days. On the 7th day, Ling Xiao broke through to high-level spirit master without any mishaps. After all, the spiritual energy here was several dozen times denser than outside. With the power of the 3 parts restoration qi and the assistance of the 3 great treasures, it was unknown how many times faster he could absorb spiritual energy than others. Moreover, before Ling Xiao went into seclusion, he and Ji Beixin had done the acacia cultivation, causing him to reach the peak of middle-level spirit master. Thus, breaking through in 7 days wasn't much to Ling Xiao. If he hadn't compressed and purified the spiritual energy several times, he probably would have broken through 3 days ago. Of course, breaking through to high-level spirit master didn't mean that Ling Xiao's seclusion was over. Next, he didn't continue cultivating. Instead, he closed his eyes and cast away all distracting thoughts, slowly feeling and comprehending the spiritual energy flowing in the air. In the beginning, Ling Xiao didn't feel the fluctuations of spiritual energy like when he was outside the tower. It was as if he couldn't find that feeling. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry. He knew that this process required patience. When the time came, he would be able to control it as he pleased. Another 3 days passed. Ling Xiao's expression was still tightly closed, but the corners of his mouth curved slightly. His hands, which were placed flat on his knees, slowly spread out and then waved without any pattern. After who knew how long, Ling Xiao opened his eyes slightly and murmured, "So spiritual energy is a part of the air. I have to use my own spiritual energy to respond to it in order to summon it and make it work for me. This doesn't seem that hard to control." If other king stage experts heard these words, they would probably be so angry that they would swallow blood on the spot. Comprehending the existence of spirit energy was only a prerequisite to entering the king rank, but in order to truly break through, one had to be able to control spirit energy at will and make use of the spirit energy in the surroundings. Only in this way would one be able to exert formidable might in battle. This seemed very simple, but it was extremely difficult to truly feel the existence of the spiritual energy, let alone control it as one pleased. After all, spiritual energy was formless and colorless. It couldn't be sensed with the naked eye or mind. Instead, one had to rely on a martial artist's own comprehension and affinity in order to have a chance to feel its existence. Comprehension naturally referred to a martial artist's own ability to understand and feel. This was extremely important to any martial artist. For example, a martial artist with excellent comprehension in Tenbin would be able to reach a height that others would find difficult to reach. Tenbin, on the other hand, was good, but his comprehension was poor and simple-minded. This martial artist's accomplishments would be extremely limited. As for affinity, it referred to whether or not a martial artist had a close relationship with spiritual energy. This relationship wasn't something that everyone had. It was something that could only be sensed by people who were extremely sensitive to spiritual energy. What kind of person would be able to develop a keen sense of spiritual energy? This was related to the purity of a martial artist's attribute. It had been said before that the higher the purity of a martial artist's attribute, the further they would go in the future. These words actually hinted at the martial artist's own affinity with spirit chi. For example, if a martial artist with a fire attribute had an attribute purity of only 30%, then the chances of him sensing fire attribute spiritual energy would be quite small. If his attribute purity reached 80%, then he would develop a keen sense of fire attribute spiritual energy, and he would be able to sense the existence of spiritual energy a step earlier than the former. Ling Xiao cultivated the 5 attributes of metal, wood, fire, ice, and wind at the same time. Each attribute's purity was more than 90%, and 3 of them had even reached 100%. Therefore, it could be said that his affinity with spiritual energy was extremely close. Additionally, his comprehension was shocking. As long as he calmed down slightly and used his own attribute spiritual energy to form a connection with the spiritual energy in the outside world, then he would be able to easily feel the existence of spiritual energy. As for the control of spiritual energy that he spoke of, it was still far from true king-level control. Right now, he could only move the direction of spiritual energy a bit. Just like playing with water, he could shake it a bit, but he was still far from reaching the realm of going against the flow. However, for a high-level spirit master like him, this state was indeed very good. One had to know that other people couldn't feel the existence of spiritual energy their entire lives, but he could already feel it as a middle-level spirit master. Yet, that guy Ling Xiao actually said it wasn't hard. To others, this was indeed a huge blow. Chapter 272. On the 16th floor of the Spirit Gathering Tower, 2 old men were sitting in front of a tea table, leisurely enjoying a pot of tea. These 2 old men were the ones who had appeared in front of the Spirit Gathering Tower. The gray-robed old man picked up his teacup and took a sip. "Senior brother, that kid is a bit strange." The blue-robed old man stroked his beard and smiled. "Everyone has their own opportunities. That kid must have some secret that no one knows. Why should we be so stubborn? It's fine as long as he is a member of our Purple Sky sect." "Senior brother, I went out to ask around 2 days ago. That kid was almost expelled from our sect," said the gray-robed old man. "What? This kid is so good at Tenbin, and his comprehension is even more outstanding. How could he be expelled from the sect? Did he make a mistake?" The blue-robed old man was slightly moved. "No, he made a great contribution, but he offended an elder who thought too highly of himself." The gray-robed old man shook his head. "Tell me in detail. What's going on with that kid?" The blue-robed old man asked with interest. Thus, the gray-robed old man sipped his tea while slowly telling the blue-robed old man the information he had inquired about. The blue-robed old man became more and more excited as he listened. "Senior brother, do you think this kid's merit is greater than his fault?" The gray-robed old man asked the blue-robed old man. "You said that kid killed a king-level elder of the moon-worshipping sect?" The blue-robed old man said excitedly. "That's right. The sect master told me personally, so I believe it's true." The gray-robed old man replied. "Wow, this kid is so powerful. He's not much weaker than I was back then." The blue-robed old man rubbed his hands together. When the gray-robed old man heard this, he almost spat out the tea he drank. He remembered that 200 years ago, when he and his senior brother were both spirit masters, they didn't seem to have killed a king-level elder. Instead, they were almost beaten into a cripple. If it wasn't for their master rushing over, they would have died on the spot. Fortunately, that kid wasn't expelled from the sect. "He was just expelled from Medicine Peak," the gray-robed old man said again. "Yes, it doesn't matter whether he stays on Medicine Peak or not. It's fine as long as he's still in the sect. Senior brother Xiao has taken in a good disciple. Even I'm a little jealous," the blue-robed elder replied. "He really is a good grand disciple." "You don't know that kid has another shocking identity," said the gray-robed elder enviously. The blue-robed old man's interest grew, and he asked in surprise again, "Quickly tell me, What identity does that kid have? That kid is now our sect's new elder, said the gray-robed elder. What the? How old is that kid? How could he become an elder? The blue-robed old man cried out, losing his composure. To be able to become an elder, there wasn't a single person who wasn't a king-rank expert or a third-rank alchemist or above. In his eyes, that kid was only a mid-rank spirit master. Although Tenbin wasn't bad, it didn't mean that he could become an elder. Senior brother, don't be in such a hurry. Let me finish. That kid is already a fourth-rank alchemist, so there's nothing wrong with the sect master making him an elder. The gray-robed elder smiled. He hadn't seen his senior brother lose his composure like this in many years. That's impossible. The blue-robed elder gulped and said in disbelief. And so, the gray-robed elder wasted some more time explaining the situation to the blue-robed elder. This time, the blue-robed elder's mouth was wide open. How old is that kid? He's at most 20, but he's already so amazing. In the future, he'll definitely soar into the sky, said the gray-robed elder very firmly. Not bad. That kid has already touched the edge of the king rank, and becoming a king is just around the corner. In the future, he'll at least become a fifth-rank alchemist or above. Then our sect's strength will definitely greatly increase, and perhaps one day we'll be able to step over that heavenly threshold. The blue-robed elder's eyes shined brightly. Then he said, Junior brother, go tell the sect master that no matter what, we have to keep that kid here. No matter what he wants, we have to do our best to satisfy his requests. Senior brother, I know what to do. But that kid's appetite isn't small either. He's actually thinking about Meng Qi. The gray-robed elder nodded. Ah, you've got guts. That kid really isn't bad, laughed the blue-robed elder. Just as the gray-robed elder was about to say something, a rumbling sound rang out, and the entire spirit-gathering tower shook intensely. The tea table in front of the two elders began to sway. The gray-robed elder gently waved his sleeve, and a wave of spiritual energy descended, once more stabilizing the tea table. It's coming from the 10th floor. The blue-robed elder frowned and immediately disappeared. The gray-robed elder didn't mind and instantly disappeared as well. His speed wasn't any slower than the blue-robed elder's. When the two old men arrived at the 10th floor, they were horrified to find that the door of a training room on the 10th floor had been turned into powder, and the wall facing the door had also been blasted into a huge hole that was more than a meter wide. The surrounding walls were cracked, and the cold wind kept blowing in from the outside. The two true disciples on the 10th floor were dumbfounded at the destruction caused, and they were extremely shocked. There was also a middle-aged half-step king who was dumbfounded, not knowing what was going on. They didn't know that the two elders from the previous generation had appeared here. Just as they were about to greet them, the blue-robed elder waved his hand and said, "Go back. Pretend you didn't see anything." The two disciples and the half-step king didn't hesitate, and after bowing, they returned to their original positions. The gray-robed elder circulated his qi and quietly said, "Everyone, don't panic. It's fine." His voice echoed in the spirit-gathering tower. Everyone who was alarmed was puzzled, but they all calmed down and continued to cultivate. The two elders walked towards the broken door of the training room and saw Ling Xiao lying on the ground, looking at the two elders with a pale face. He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Two elders? I didn't do it on purpose." The two elders' faces darkened. You didn't do it on purpose? Although the spirit-gathering pagoda's main function was to gather spirit energy, there were also restrictions set up around the walls. Even a half-step king would find it difficult to cause any damage to the pagoda, but now, a huge hole had been blasted into it. Ling Xiao was only a high-level soul master, and a newly advanced high-level soul master at that. His strength wasn't too stable yet. How could he have suffered such destructive power? He would have to go back to 4 hours ago. Ling Xiao had been in the spirit-gathering tower for half a month. During this time, not only did he break through to a high-level soul master, but he could also feel the fluctuations of spirit energy at any time. He still needed to further master the usage of spirit energy. Thus, in a moment of boredom, Ling Xiao remembered that he could already cultivate the 3 divine finger. The three divine finger was a finger technique that could only be cultivated with the assistance of the three divine returning energy. It was divided into three styles: jade splitting gold, 3 world splitting, and 10,000 urgent. Each style had the power to shock the world and make the gods weep. It was a secret technique that Xiongba used to restrain wind and cloud. It was enough to show how terrifying its power was. Ling Xiao had already cultivated the first 3 levels of the 3 divine returning energy, so he could now cultivate the first style of the 3 divine finger, jade splitting gold. Ling Xiao began to cultivate according to the chant, and then he adjusted all the spirit energy to his index finger. Previously, Ling Xiao had the experience of cultivating the Li family's scorching finger, so he had some experience in cultivating the 3 divine finger. They were both divine techniques that had some similarities. Ling Xiao really didn't expect that the 3 divine finger separation would give him such a big surprise. This was because he discovered that when he began to mobilize the spiritual power was unexpectedly drawn out from his dantian in an endless stream. Even he had no way to control the spiritual power and reduce its output. At the same time, he also felt that the spirit energy around his aura was actually moving toward his index finger. Finally, a 3-colored light source formed on his index finger. 1 red, 1 white, and 1 blue intersected with each other, making a sizzling sound like electric currents. It created a great pressure and a sense of threat around him. Ling Xiao's finger was pressed by the energy until it was white and uncomfortable. He immediately lost control and pointed his finger forward. Then, there was an earth-shattering sound. The 1,000-year-old wooden door of his cultivation room was blown to pieces, and the front of the door, which was the wall of the spirit-gathering pagoda, also suffered a disaster. It was blasted into a giant hole more than a meter wide. If it wasn't for the restriction under the spirit-gathering pagoda, it was afraid that this finger would have already smashed the pagoda into pieces. After Ling Xiao took a medicinal pill and rested for a while, his whole body recovered a bit. 2 old men sat in front of Ling Xiao, staring at Ling Xiao without blinking. After Ling Xiao opened his eyes, he couldn't help but blush when he saw the 2 old men's gazes. He shyly said, "2 elders, don't stare at me like that. I'm not interested in men, especially old men." As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, the 2 old men suddenly fainted. Elders, are you all right? Even if I don't like you, don't take things too hard." Ling Xiao called out. The 2 old men crawled up from the ground, and the blue-robed old man laughed. "You're quite humorous, kid. But you broke the spirit-gathering pagoda's restriction. How are you going to settle this?" This is my fault?" Ling Xiao innocently asked back. "If not you, then who is to blame?" The blue-robed old man narrowed his eyes. "Of course it's your 2 elders' fault," Ling Xiao said in a serious tone. The gray-robed old man asked with interest, "Why are you blaming us again?" "The spirit-gathering tower should have been guarded by the 2 of you, right? The restriction here should have been set up by the 2 of you, but look, the restriction you set up couldn't even withstand a single attack from me. Who else can I blame but you?" Ling Xiao splayed his hands open in response. The 2 old men's faces darkened when they heard this, but then they thought that this kid's words seemed to make some sense. Even a mid-stage king-rank martial artist wouldn't be able to destroy the restriction they set up with a single attack, but this kid in front of them was able to directly blast a large hole in the spirit-gathering pagoda. They couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the restriction has been set up for too long? But is that even possible? Chapter 273. After Ling Xiao's coaxing, the 2 elders decided to let Ling Xiao off the hook for ruining the place. However, Ling Xiao knew that the 2 elders didn't have any ill intentions towards him. They were just curious and wanted to ask about his technique. Ling Xiao obviously couldn't reveal his trump card to them, so he could only confuse them. The 2 elders already had a certain understanding of Ling Xiao. They had already decided to let Ling Xiao stay in the Purple Sky sect no matter what, so they definitely wouldn't make things difficult for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao naturally didn't know about this. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Cultivating in the spirit-gathering tower was several times faster than cultivating in the outside world. 3 months of cultivation was equivalent to cultivating in the outside world for more than a year. Not only did Ling Xiao break through to high-rank Soul Master, but he also used this time to completely consolidate his strength. At the same time, he also began to practice his control of spirit energy. Now he could feel the presence of spirit energy at any time, and at the same time, he could slightly condense spirit energy. However, the effects of his attacks weren't very strong. Ling Xiao knew that this matter couldn't be rushed. As his realm and strength increased, he would be able to completely control spirit energy and reach the king stage as soon as possible. During this time, Ling Xiao didn't dare to cultivate the 3 divine finger again. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control it and really destroy the spirit gathering tower. That would be a real sin. He wanted to come out of seclusion and return to Wood Flag Peak to continue cultivating. After closing, Ling Xiao walked out of the spirit gathering tower. He didn't expect that there were already people waiting for him outside. It was Yu Laiyan, Shi Tianhou, and Chen Wenyu who gave the cultivation room to Ling Xiao. "Why aren't you guys going back?" Ling Xiao asked. Ling Xiao found that Yu Laiyan and Shi Tianhou had reached the peak of low-rank Soul Master, and Chen Wenyu had actually broken through to high-rank Soul Master. It seemed that this person's future achievements wouldn't be low. Yu Laiyan didn't care about other people's eyes. She put her arm around Ling Xiao's and said coyly, "Of course I'm waiting for you." Ling Xiao awkwardly wanted to pull his hand back, but when he felt the throbbing of her soft flesh, he let her do as she pleased. He couldn't help but think to himself, could it be that this girl really likes me? Before this, Ling Xiao and Yu Laiyan had always been flirtatious, but that was all because Yu Laiyan had used her charm to seduce him. Right now, he was not afraid of Yu Laiyan's seduction technique at all, but she was still clinging to him like this. That was why he had this idea. Shi Tianhou, who was at the side, looked at Ling Xiao in a daze and asked in astonishment, "Junior brother, how much has your cultivation improved? I find that you have become even more unfathomable." Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and said, "I didn't improve much." Hearing Ling Xiao's answer, Shi Tianhou didn't pursue the matter any further. If he knew that Ling Xiao had advanced to the first level, but Ling Xiao said that he hadn't advanced much, Shi Tianhou would probably be so angry that he would smash his head against the wall. Ling Xiao turned to Chen Wenyu and said, "Senior brother Chen, is there anything else?" Chen Wenyu was his martial uncle Mu and's proud disciple, so Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't neglect him. Moreover, he had given him the cultivation room. Chen Wenyu was a bit embarrassed and said, "Elder Ling, you can just call me by my name." "Senior apprentice brother Chen, you're treating me like an outsider. Your master is my uncle master, and the two of us belong to the same sect. You calling me Elder Ling is too distant. You can call me Ling Xiao or junior apprentice brother like the others," said Ling Xiao. Then I'll have to trouble you. Junior brother Ling, I have something to ask of you." Chen Wenyu hadn't expected Ling Xiao to be so easy to talk to. Moreover, he discovered that Ling Xiao was already a high-level soul master like him, so he felt even more respect for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao casually said, "Tell me about it. As long as I can do it, I'll do my best to satisfy you." Chen Wenyu rubbed his hands and said nervously, "Junior brother, I want to ask you to help me refine a king pill." Chen Wenyu knew how precious a grade 4 pill was. He looked at Ling Xiao anxiously, afraid that Ling Xiao wouldn't agree. Although Nangong Changle was a 4th-grade alchemist in the sect, the number of 4th-grade elixirs he could refine was limited. Most of them were elixirs used for healing. Moreover, he didn't have the recipes for the King Advancement Elixir or the King Advancement Elixir, so he didn't know how to refine them. This was also the reason why so many people had come to ask Ling Xiao to help them refine the King Entering Pill and the King Advancing Pill. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know that the pill formulas recorded in the pill refining method would cause a bloodbath no matter where it was placed on the continent. Hearing Chen Wenyu's words, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate and said, "That's not a problem. When you reach the peak of the Spirit Master level, just have Martial Uncle bring me the spirit grass and beast cores needed for the pills." Chen Wenyu didn't think that Ling Xiao would agree so easily. He immediately said gratefully, "Thank you, Junior Brother Ling. If you need my help in the future, just let me know." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Don't be so polite." Chen Wenyu once again responded politely and didn't pester Ling Xiao anymore. He quickly left the spirit gathering peak. Yu Laiyan gently shook Ling Xiao's arm and said, "Xiao, you have to help me refine the king entering pill." Now Yu Laiyan even changed the way she addressed him. Ling Xiao felt like he couldn't take it anymore. He thought in his heart, "If this goes on, I'll push you down." Ling Xiao only thought about this in his heart. He never liked to force others, so he immediately said to Yu Laiyan, "We'll talk about it when you reach the peak of the spirit master level." "You said it. Don't go back on your word." Yu Laiyan smiled. Ling Xiao nodded, "Of course not." Then he said to Shirton Ho, "Senior brother, you can find me when the time comes. I'll refine it for you. But you're still low-level spirit masters, so it'll take a long time." Shirton Ho smiled, "Thank you, junior brother. I'll reach high-level spirit master as soon as possible." "And, senior brother, 10 bin is not bad. Good luck." Ling Xiao said encouragingly to Shirton Ho, then took the opportunity to break free from Yu Laiyan's arm and quickly headed in the direction of Wooden Flag Peak. Although he really wanted to take Yu Laiyan in, he had just announced to sect master Yun Xiong that he was going to marry Yun Mingqi. If others found out that he and Yu Laiyan were to hook up, it wouldn't be good. Yu Laiyan angrily stomped the ground and cursed, "Damn you, I'll make you submit to me." With that, she floated away. Ling Xiao went all the way to Flagwood Peak. Everyone recognized Ling Xiao, and all the attendants and disciples respectfully bowed to him. Ling Xiao had a good feeling about this. He had finally obtained the sect's approval, and as long as he could surpass Yun Mingqi in terms of strength, his goal of joining the Purple Sky sect would be achieved. Ling Xiao went directly to Mu Huai's residence and saw him chatting happily with his uncle Master Mu En. "Xiao, you've come out of seclusion. You've actually broken through to high-level spirit master." Mu En was the first to praise. Mu En and Mu Huai had both obtained the king advancement pill that Ling Xiao had refined. They had both broken through from mid-level king to high-level king, and their strength had increased by more than 10 times. "I was just lucky," Ling Xiao replied. He then said, looking at Master and Uncle Master's happy faces, "Something good must have happened to my Flagwood Peak." "Ha, isn't it all because of you, kid? Thanks to you, your Uncle Master and I have advanced a level. Now, our Flagwood Peak's strength is above the other peaks," Mu Huai said with a carefree laugh. "Then congratulations, Master and Uncle Master." Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, "Oh right, Master, do you have any zither music-related profound skills?" Mu Huai looked at Ling Xiao with some surprise and asked, "Why do you want to find zither music xian skills?" Ling Xiao replied, "I want to give it to a friend of mine." Mu Huai softly said, "Oh." He then said, "Zither music xian skills are not common. I don't have them here, but you can go to the sect's library pavilion to take a look." "Library pavilion?" Ling Xiao was a little surprised. Mu En explained from the side, "You are now an elder, so you can go in and out of the library pavilion at will. It contains the collections of our ancestors, so maybe there is a zither music xian you need." "So that's how it is. Then I will go to the library pavilion to take a look," Ling Xiao suddenly replied. "Don't be in such a hurry, Master still has something to tell you." Mu Huai stopped Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao heard Mu Huai's words, he was no longer in a hurry, so he sat down and waited for his master's instructions. "You are now a 4th-grade alchemist, and the elders of the other peaks all want to ask you to refine the King Gene pill. They have already gathered a lot of spirit herbs during this period of time, and the sect master has already spoken. He hopes that you can help the other elders as much as possible. How about it?" Mu Huai asked. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, "As long as they gather 2 sets of spirit herbs to refine the King Gene pill, it will naturally not be a problem." Previously, when the elders came to the meditation courtyard, Ling Xiao had already told them this. Mu Huai was a little embarrassed. "You should know that level 4 spirit herbs are not that easy to find. The sect master hopes that you can lower your requirements a little. Can you gather a set of spirit herbs and refine it for them? Or can you write a copy of the pill formula for that old man Nangong and let him share the burden for you?" Ling Xiao sneered and replied, "Master, don't mention this in the future. If Elder Nangong wants the pill formula, he will have to come and beg me himself. However, even if he comes to beg me, I might not agree to give it to him." Also, I can't do the sect master's request. The spirit herbs needed for the King Gene pill must all be in 2 sets, or else I won't do it. Ling Xiao was already completely disappointed in Nangong Changle, so how could he write the pill formula for him? There was also the spirit herbs for the King Gene pill. Although his success rate was very high, he wanted an extra set of spirit herbs. That was the reward he needed. If there was no reward, who would he work for? Mu Huai smiled bitterly and said, "Since that's the case, then forget it. Master, is there anything else? Otherwise, I'll go to the library pavilion first." Ling Xiao asked again. "Wait a moment, there's one more important thing I need to tell you." Mu Huai called out, then continued, "The sect oath assembly that happens once every 5 years will be here in a month. At that time, you will lead our Wood Flag Peak's disciples to battle." Sect oath assembly? Ling Xiao asked in a daze. He didn't know about the sect's sect oath assembly before. Could it be the sect's competition? Chapter 274. Through Mu Huai's explanation, Ling Xiao finally knew what the sect oath assembly meant. It turned out that the sect oath assembly was not as simple as a competition held by the sects, but a sect assembly held by all 36 sects in the Northwest. This assembly would be held in a place called a mysterious place in the Northwest. At that time, each sect would send dozens of participating disciples to go together. It was a relatively grand sect assembly. The assembly was mainly to display the future potential and strength of each sect. At the same time, they would strive to raise their sect's reputation in the assembly. In addition, there were unimaginable dangers and benefits. The specifics could only be explained clearly when they went to the assembly place. Mu Huai told Ling Xiao about this because he hoped that Ling Xiao would not be able to go anywhere in a short period of time to avoid wasting time. Ling Xiao had no interest in this assembly. Moreover, he still had to go to the southern barbaric land to find the Heaven Gu Divine Technique and the Heaven Gu Divine Cauldron. This matter could not be delayed. The priestess was waiting for him to save her life. Originally, Ling Xiao wanted to refuse, but he heard Mu Huai say that there would be some opportunities in the mysterious place. If one was lucky, it could allow one's strength to advance by leaps and bounds. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's heart was moved for no reason. He was now a high-level spirit master. Although he already had the confidence to break through to the king stage in the near future, it was not something that could be done in a year or two. After all, the step from the spirit master to the king stage was a step to leap through the dragon's gate. It was a heavenly threshold for a cultivator's cultivation. As the saying goes, those below the king stage were ants. Only by reaching the king stage could one truly be considered a cultivator and have the opportunity to set foot on a higher peak. However, the main reason why Ling Xiao was so anxious to break through to the king stage was not because of Yun Mengqi, but because of the priestess. Why did he say so? Because Ling Xiao did not have the confidence to find the Heaven Gu Divine Technique. After all, even an expert like the High Priest couldn't find the location of the Heaven Gu Divine Technique after searching for many years. Ling Xiao himself did not have much confidence. Therefore, he could only hope that he could improve his alchemy realm as soon as possible after breaking through to the king stage and then refine the 5th-grade medicinal pill, Vitality Prolonging Pill. The Vitality Prolonging Pill could at least extend the priestess' lifespan by a year. Although there was less time, it was better than nothing. According to what Mu Huai said, it would take about half a year to participate in the sect oath assembly. Ling Xiao calculated the time and felt that it was still enough. So, he decided to participate in this sect oath assembly. At the same time, he wanted to see if he could obtain another fortuitous encounter that would allow him to break through into the king rank. However, before the sect oath assembly, the sect would also hold a competition between the sect disciples. Because there were a lot of places to participate in the sect oath assembly, apart from the majority of the true disciples, the rest of the places were reserved for the inner disciples, which was equivalent to giving them a chance to gain experience. However, the sect pledging assembly this time was not simple. One could lose his life at any time. Therefore, Mu Huai hoped that Ling Xiao would be cautious and not be rash. If he didn't want to go, it was fine. After all, Ling Xiao was already a rank 4 alchemist. If Ling Xiao were to die in the conference, it would not be a small loss. In the entire Northwest, rank 4 alchemists could be counted on one's fingers. Especially an alchemist like Ling Xiao who possessed a high-quality pill recipe. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't shrink back because of some danger. He deeply understood the principle that fortune was sought amidst danger. His ability to become a high-spirit master in such a short period of time could be said to be inseparable from his luck. After Mu Huai finished instructing him, Ling Xiao descended Wooden Flag Peak and headed straight for Violet Sky Peak. Violet Sky Peak was the peak that belonged to Sect Master Yun Xiong, and it was also the peak that Ling Xiao had competed in pill refinement with Sect Master Yun Xiong 3 months ago. Ling Xiao arrived before an extremely old and majestic hall. A solemn aura assaulted his face, and an indescribable pressure descended upon his flat forehead. Ling Xiao was shaken by the pressure to the point of repeatedly taking a few steps back, and he was extremely astounded in his heart. He'd never imagined that the Book Reserve Pavilion would actually have such a restriction set up. Ling Xiao suppressed his surging blood and sneered in his heart, "You want to intimidate me with a mere restriction? That's impossible." Ling Xiao was naturally a stubborn person. Now that he'd been shaken back a few steps by a flat forehead, how could he endure this? Moreover, he'd just broken through to High Spirit Master not too long ago and hadn't tasted the thrill of his strength increasing. How could his confidence be shaken here? Ling Xiao adjusted the spiritual power in his entire body and circulated the Vajra's 5 transformation technique at the same time. His entire body suffused with a noble golden color, and with a stern expression, he walked toward the door. Ling Xiao had just taken 2 steps when a powerful pressure flowed from his flat forehead. Ling Xiao only felt the surrounding spiritual qi pressing toward him. This was similar to the pressure produced by a king stage expert. An ordinary spirit master wouldn't be able to withstand this pressure. Even a king stage expert wouldn't have an easy time walking to the door. Ling Xiao's legs felt as if they were filled with lead, and the muscles all over his body were pressed down to the point of being extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, the Vajra's 5 transformation technique's 3rd transformation was complete. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would have been injured by the pressure. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and quickly circulated the 2 mysterious techniques in his body. His legs loosened quite a bit, and he immediately walked toward the door step by step. Ling Xiao was only a few steps away from the door, but when he finished walking, he was already covered in sweat, and his clothes were completely soaked. When he reached the door, Ling Xiao only felt his body loosen up, and he couldn't help but let out a light breath. He said to himself, "What's going on? I came to look for some books to read, but you won't let me in. If my strength was any weaker, then wouldn't I have been crushed to death?" Who knew that at this moment, a hoarse voice would ring out, "If you were crushed to death, then you'd also deserve to die. Waru, come out, you actually dare to curse this young master will?" Ling Xiao immediately became vigilant as if his tail had been stepped on. However, before Ling Xiao could finish speaking, an old man appeared beside Ling Xiao and faintly said, "What do you want?" Ling Xiao looked at the old man and immediately swallowed the words he wanted to say. Then, he revealed a bright and beautiful smile and said, "Disciple Ling Xiao greets the elder. Just now, I wanted to say that this young master wants to see just which elder has such great power. Even his pressure is unbearable, that's all." If people who were familiar with Ling Xiao saw him change his expression so quickly, they would probably all be shocked. Was this the same Ling Xiao who had always been strong and unyielding? Ling Xiao was also very frustrated. He didn't think that this old man would be able to strike fear into his heart. On the surface, this old man looked like a pool of stagnant water with no aura or spirit power fluctuations, but Ling Xiao knew that he was definitely no less powerful than the 2 elders in the spirit-gathering pagoda. In fact, he might even be slightly more powerful. Now he finally knew that there were many hidden experts in the Purple Sky sect that he didn't know about, and these people must be the Purple Sky sect's elders from the previous generation. In order to not suffer, Ling Xiao could only quickly change his attitude. He thought to himself, "This young master respects the old and loves the young, so I won't bother with an old man like you. Which peak are you from? Don't you know that this is the sex-forbidden area? The old man glanced at Ling Xiao and said indifferently, this kid's tenbin is not bad, and his toughness is excellent. He can actually withstand the pressure of the restriction here. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, this disciple is from Wooden Flag Peak, Mu Huai Peak Lord is my master. He then took out his elder token. The old man glanced at Ling Xiao's token, and his old eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately waved his hand and said, you can go in. You can read the first 3 floors as you like, but you are not allowed to take books out. Ling Xiao nodded and didn't stay any longer. He headed for the pavilion. The old man looked at Ling Xiao meaningfully and thought to himself, this kid is the new 4th-grade alchemist? What a silly boy. Couldn't he have taken out the token earlier to break the restriction? Does this kid have masochistic tendencies? But tenbin is not bad. It seems that the sect is going to prosper soon. With that said, his figure flashed, and it was unknown where he went to hide. Ling Xiao walked into the book depository pavilion, and the smell of books assailed his nostrils. He saw rows of ancient scrolls on the bookshelves, neatly arranged. Looking at the scrolls here, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel happy. Ling Xiao walked around but found that the first floor was not filled with Xian Qi or Xian skills, but some books that recorded some secrets and legends of the Xianling continent. It just so happened that Ling Xiao needed to absorb more things so that he wouldn't wander around like a fool when he roamed the continent in the future. Ling Xiao temporarily forgot about the idea of looking for zither scores, and randomly walked to a row of bookshelves and took out a scroll to read. Ling Xiao didn't expect that he would spend 3 days and 3 nights reading the scrolls this time. He was completely immersed in the books and secrets collected here, as well as some of the rare and strange legends of this continent. At the same time, he finally understood the preciousness of the 2 great treasures in his sea of consciousness. Although he had heard some of the uses of the 2 great treasures from Lu Weng before, he really didn't fully understand the power of the 2 great treasures. Now that he looked through the relevant information, Ling Xiao sighed inwardly that he was extremely lucky to obtain the 2 great treasures. Because once a place with a rare pearl appeared, it would be a dangerous place. No low-level martial artist could go near it in the slightest. Even King stage martial artists didn't dare to go near it rashly, and even Earth Monarch stage experts couldn't obtain a rare pearl. Rare pearls were the crystallization of origin energy, and they already had the consciousness of making their own choices. Only suitable martial artists would have the opportunity to obtain their recognition. According to the records, 13 rare pearls had appeared in history, and the masters of these 13 treasures were all almighty existences of their generation. It was just that it was unknown whether these almighty existences were still alive in this world. And among the names of the rare pearls mentioned here, there was a record of the innate Yin Wind Pearl. As for the Blue Demon Fire Pearl, there was no explanation. It could be seen that the Blue Demon Fire Pearl was the 14th rare pearl that had appeared in history. After looking at the introduction of the rare pearls, Ling Xiao made up his mind that in the future, he would spend more time communicating with the 2 great rare pearls so that they would forever be of use to him. After all, it was said here that once the owner of the rare pearl was no longer suitable for the rare pearl, they would still leave on their own. If that was the case, Ling Xiao couldn't find a place to cry even if he wanted to. It must be known that this rare pearl was the crystallization of origin energy, and it would also be a guarantee for whether he could set foot on the peak in the future. Therefore, no matter what, he couldn't let the rare pearl leave. Just as Ling Xiao put away the scroll and headed to the 2nd floor, he suddenly discovered a page that deeply attracted him. Chapter 275. This page actually mentioned the records of the illusory demon. Ling Xiao calmed down and carefully read the contents of this page. He must have killed an illusory demon in the illusory valley and collected the illusory demon's green eyes and demon crystal. He had always wanted to understand the uses of these 2 things, but when he was in the clan, he had looked up many books, but none of them mentioned the uses of the illusory demon. There wasn't even a few rough introductions. The illusory demon might only be a tier 2 spirit beast, but it could cause humans or high-grade phase with a soul to produce illusions, causing them to be bewitched by it. They wouldn't even know what happened when they were killed by it. This was also why the illusory demon was so terrifying. After a while, Ling Xiao closed the book and put it back in its original place. I didn't expect to pick up a treasure, Ling Xiao said with an excited smile. He already knew the true uses of the illusory demon's eyes and demon crystal. He really didn't think that a Tier 2 illusory demon's eyes and demon crystal could be considered treasures. They might not be as precious as the two strange pearls, but they also had their own unique points. Especially the demon crystal, it had an immeasurable use to Ling Xiao. First, the use of the illusory demon's green eyes could be used as a medicinal catalyst to refine a type of illusion-breaking potion. This potion could be applied to anyone's eyes and could break all illusions. This effect didn't seem to be much, but if those high-grade martial artists knew about it, they would think of ways to get a bottle. This thing might not have much use in the eyes of ordinary people, but to high-grade martial artists, it was very useful. On this continent, there were some hidden places that people didn't know about called mystic realms. Mystic realms could be said to be the place where experts passed away. Those places were generally left behind by experts with their lifetime savings or treasures. And these treasures were the dreams of any martial artist. Those places were generally filled with mysteries and dangers. Among these mysteries and dangers, the most troublesome were the illusions that were set up inside. Not only could the illusions cause people to lose their minds, but they could also cause people to go crazy and harm themselves to death. Unless that person could break through the illusion, they wouldn't know what was going on until they died. Therefore, the hallucinogen dispelling potion was a rare supplementary potion for powerhouses. With it, entering the mystic realm would be less dangerous. Ling Xiao also felt that it was not a bad idea to refine the hallucination dispelling potion. After all, it was better to prepare a little of it. In case he encountered an illusory demon or if his luck improved greatly, he might be able to use it when he entered the secret realm. However, with the illusory demon's demon crystal, the effects of this hallucination dispelling potion seemed to be insufficient. This was because this demon crystal could be absorbed into his spiritual sea. Apart from expanding his spiritual sea, it could also strengthen his spiritual sea and prevent him from being confused. At the same time, it could also give him the powerful ability to see through illusions. The only pity was that he couldn't make others hallucinate like the illusory demon. Otherwise, it would be even more awesome. However, Ling Xiao was quite satisfied with this. Ling Xiao collected his excitement and strode up to the second floor. The number of books on the second floor was obviously a lot less than the first floor, but the number was still astonishing. Ling Xiao casually swept through these bookshelves and was surprised to find that they were all profound arts or profound skills. There was only a row of gray-level cultivation techniques, and the rest were mostly yellow-level cultivation techniques. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't put these two kinds of low-level cultivation techniques in his eyes. After walking around, he found that there were no cyan-level cultivation techniques here, so he went up to the first floor. The third floor was indeed full of cyan-level cultivation techniques. Looking at the hundreds of cyan-level cultivation techniques in front of him, Ling Xiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. One must know that in the meteorite heaven, only the original 3 great families each had a cyan-level cultivation technique as a family treasure. However, there were so many in the Purple Sky sect. The sect's heritage was indeed extraordinary. Ling Xiao calmed his mind and began to look for the zither music he needed. Unfortunately, after looking around for a long time, he still didn't find any profound skills with zither music. Instead, he found 2 Xiao music books and a pipa music book. These didn't seem to be very useful. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little dispirited. Since he was here, Ling Xiao did not plan to return empty-handed. Thus, he sat down and chose a few high-level cyan-level profound arts and memorized them in his heart. Although he couldn't use these profound skills, he could still copy them down when he returned to the clan in the future. It would also be convenient for his own clan members to become stronger. This could also be considered a little something he did for his family. After all, the Ling family was still under his grandfather's control, and making the Ling family stronger had always been his grandfather's goal. Ling Xiao stayed in the book depository for a total of 7 days. These 7 days could be considered to have some gains, and Ling Xiao felt that this trip was not in vain. However, he still couldn't find the zither music, which made him feel somewhat regretful. Since he couldn't find it, he had no choice but to return to the cultivation courtyard. However, not long after he walked to the book depository, an inner sect deacon came to greet Ling Xiao and bowed. "Elder Ling, the sect master invites you over." "All right." Ling Xiao didn't expect that Yun Xiong would personally summon him, which surprised him a little. However, it was also a good choice to meet his future father-in-law now. Very quickly, Ling Xiao arrived at the main hall of the sect. He saw Yun Xiong sitting on the main seat with a slightly happy expression. Ling Xiao respectfully bowed to Yun Xiong and said, "Ling Xiao greets the sect master." Yun Xiong lightly waved his hand, indicating for Ling Xiao to dispense with the formalities, and then asked in surprise, "Elder Ling, you broke through again?" Ling Xiao humbly said, "I broke through by luck." Yun Xiong was speechless. This was called luck. When Ling Xiao first came to the Purple Sky sect, he was only a high-level profound scholar, right? At that time, Ling Xiao had multiple attributes, and the purity of the attributes was frighteningly high, causing the peak lords of the various peaks to want to snatch Ling Xiao as their disciple. However, Ling Xiao revealed his identity as an alchemist, and in the end he even chose Nangong Changle as his master, so he had a very deep impression of Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao had entered the sect for less than 2 years, he had finally broken through from a high-level profound scholar to a high-level spirit master. This speed seemed to be too monstrous. Even his daughter, Yun Mingqi, if she didn't have the inheritance of an Earth Emperor stage expert, she probably wouldn't be able to cultivate as fast as Ling Xiao. This was too monstrous. Yun Xiong was finally sure that this Ling Xiao was truly a genius. Not only was his cultivation tenbin shockingly high, his alchemy tenbin was even higher to the point that it made people speechless. Thinking of this, he felt that Ling Xiao and his daughter were somewhat compatible. Now that his daughter was already at the peak of the low-level king stage, he believed that in less than a year, she would be able to advance another step. As for Ling Xiao, as a 4th-grade alchemist, he could also refine King Jindan. Just based on these 2 points, he was not inferior to his daughter. Moreover, Ling Xiao was about the same age as his daughter, and his appearance and conduct were also not bad. Ling Xiao was a little scared when he was stared at by Yun Xiong, but since the sect leader didn't say anything, he didn't dare to take the risk of saying anything. In his heart, he thought, could it be that the sect leader is made of glass? If Yun Xiong heard what Ling Xiao was thinking, he would probably vomit blood and die from anger. A dignified leader of an 8th-grade sect was actually thought of as glass by someone else. How could this be endured? After a long while, Yun Xiong finally recovered from his thoughts and said, "Elder Ling, please sit." Ling Xiao didn't stand on ceremony and directly sat down on the seat beside him. "I wonder why the sect leader is looking for Ling Xiao?" Ling Xiao asked. "Elder Mu should have mentioned this to you before. It's about the matter of refining the King Jindan for the various elders. I wonder what you think about it?" Yun Xiong asked. When Ling Xiao heard Yun Xiong's question, he immediately remembered what was going on. Previously, Mu Huai had mentioned it to him. He wanted Ling Xiao to lower the requirements for refining the King Jindan for the elders, and he hoped that Ling Xiao would give the King Jindan's pill formula to Nangong Changle in the name of sharing his burden. Ling Xiao shook his head and replied, "Sect leader, Ling Xiao really can't back down on this matter. I know this matter is a bit difficult, but you should think about the sect. The spirit herbs for each King Jindan are extremely rare and precious. If you want them to gather 2 sets to refine it, the difficulty will not be small." Yun Xiong sighed lightly. Right now, he didn't dare to use the sect leader's authority to order Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao had been specially taken care of by the 2 elders from the previous generation. If Ling Xiao had any requests, he would try his best to satisfy them. Even if he had to use a honey trap in the end, he had to make sure that Ling Xiao would stay in the Purple Sky sect forever. "Sect leader, you should know that there is no 100% success rate in refining any pill. I'm already being very conservative by asking them to prepare 2 sets. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask Elder Nangong, Ling Xiao replied indifferently. In truth, he really did have a 100% success rate. But he definitely couldn't be a spendthrift. If he didn't earn some money, how could he be worthy of his painstaking efforts in refining pills? Alright, since you've put it that way, I won't force you. Yun Xiong nodded and then changed the topic. When did Elder Ling meet Meng Qi? Ling Xiao hadn't expected Yun Xiong to ask about such a private matter. After hesitating for a moment, he roughly told Yun Xiong about the dangerous encounter in the desolate mountain range. So that's how it is. Yun Xiong suddenly understood after hearing Ling Xiao's story. Then he said, could it be that Meng Qi is willing to give you a chance? It seems she has long since fallen in love with you. Since that's the case, I won't call you Elder Ling in the future. I'll just call you by your name. You won't mind, right? Hearing this, Ling Xiao was overjoyed and immediately nodded, of course. Yun Xiong's words couldn't be more obvious. He had already admitted that Ling Xiao had the qualifications to be a match for his daughter. How could Ling Xiao not be happy? As long as his strength surpassed Yun Mengqi's one day, Yun Xiong wouldn't interfere in their matters. That's good. That's right. Has Ling Xiao heard of the King Zenith pill? Yun Xiong probed. Ling Xiao paused for a moment before nodding his head. I've heard of it. Then do you have a way to refine it? Yun Xiong hurriedly asked. Ling Xiao shook his head. The King Zenith pill is a top-tier 4th-tier pill. It's comparable to some low-tier 5th-tier pills. It's much more complicated and difficult to refine than the King Gene pill. Before I step into the King level, I won't be able to refine it. Yun Xiong revealed a regretful expression and immediately said, then do you have the pill formula? Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Even if he had the pill formula, he couldn't admit it because he knew what Yun Xiong was planning. In reality, not only did he have the pill formula, he even had the King Zenith pill. However, he wasn't willing to reveal it until the very end. These were all trump cards that he wouldn't reveal unless he had no other choice. Chapter 276. Ling Xiao chatted with Yun Xiong for more than an hour before returning to his courtyard. However, as soon as he returned to his courtyard, someone was waiting for him, and it seemed like he had been waiting for quite some time. When the man saw Ling Bai, he immediately bowed and said, Greetings, Elder Ling, Chief Steward Xing, there's no need to be so formal. You can just call me by my name, Ling Xiao said with a wave of his hand. The person who had come was the inner court deacon, Chief Steward Xing Zhantian. Xing Zhantian immediately said, I don't dare. The hierarchy in the Purple Sky sect was relatively strict, and as an inner court deacon, he didn't dare to act rashly. Chief Steward Xing, have you gathered the spirit herbs for the king entering pill? Ling Xiao asked. Previously, he had promised Xing Zhantian to help him refine a king entering pill, and now that 3 months had passed, Ling Xiao believed that Xing Zhantian should have already gathered the spirit herbs. Sure enough, just as Ling Xiao said, Xing Zhantian took out a lot of spirit herbs from his spatial ring and placed them in front of Ling Xiao. There seemed to be a lot of spirit herbs in front of him, but in Ling Xiao's opinion, he was still missing 1 or 2 main ingredients. Chief Steward Xing, is there something missing? Ling Xiao didn't speak too directly. Xing Zhantian smiled awkwardly and said, I'm still missing a golden tongue orchid and a 6-star flower. These 2 are high-grade 4th-tier spirit herbs. They're really hard to find. Does Elder Ling have any other spirit herbs to replace them? In the past 3 months, Xing Zhantian had rummaged through the Purple Heaven sect and Purple Heaven City. He had also ordered others to help him search for spirit grasses. With great difficulty, he had gathered most of the spirit grasses, but he was still missing 2 main spirit grasses. This made him very anxious, so he could only come to Ling Xiao's place to inquire about the situation. He had to be crazy about stepping into the king entering pill realm. Otherwise, when Ling Xiao went to participate in the sect oath assembly, he didn't know when he would be able to refine pills for him. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, How about this? I'll accept your spirit herbs first. I'll go ask my master if he has them. If he does, I'll help you refine them as soon as possible. Xing Zhantian was overjoyed. Then I'll have to trouble Elder Ling. You don't have to be so polite. I don't even know if my master has any, Ling Xiao replied. Then he asked, Supervisor Xing, do you have any Xian skills like zither scores? No, Elder Ling is also proficient in the zither? Xing Zhantian shook his head and asked. No, I'm looking for it for a friend. Since you don't have it, it's fine, Ling Xiao replied. If Elder Ling really wants it, I have an idea, Xing Zhantian suggested. Tell me about it. Elder Ling only needs to send out the news that whoever has the zither score Xian skill will refine a medicinal pill for that person. I'm sure that there will definitely be a reward, Xing Zhantian explained. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and felt that Xing Zhantian's idea was not bad. As such, he instructed Xing Zhantian to spread the news. At the same time, he agreed to help Xing Zhantian refine the king-ruining pill as soon as possible. Only then did Xing Zhantian happily leave Ling Xiao's courtyard. In actuality, Ling Xiao did have the 2 spirit herbs that Xing Zhantian lacked, but he could not let Xing Zhantian know about it. Otherwise, if the news were to spread, everyone would think that he was extremely wealthy. The spatial ring that the high priest had given him was not just a small amount of spirit herbs and beast cores. It was not much different from the spatial ring that he had obtained in the secret realm. After sending Xing Zhantian away, Ling Xiao returned to his room and instructed the maidservants to wash him up and change his clothes. Ling Xiao had always liked to be clean, and his body had long since become uncomfortable after being in seclusion for so long. After washing up, Ling Xiao did not think of anything else and simply dove into his room to sleep. When a new day arrived, Ling Xiao began to help Xing Zhantian refine the king-ruining pill. The king-ruining pill was considered a mid-tier pill among 4th-grade pills, and it was not easy to refine. If not for the help of the obsidian cauldron, Ling Xiao would not have been able to refine it so easily, let alone the king-ruining pill. Ling Xiao did not leave his room for 3 days in a row as he focused on refining the king-ruining pill. He was not only refining them for Xing Zhantian, but also refining a few more so that when he returned to the family in the future, his grandfather or the other elders would be able to break through to the king stage. This way, it would not be difficult for the Ling family to continue dominating Meteor City. When Ling Xiao came out of seclusion, there were a few unexpected guests in his courtyard. Ling Xiao had just walked out of his room when a maidservant respectfully said to Ling Xiao, "Greetings, elder. Someone is looking for you in the guest hall. Let them wait for a moment. I'll go over after bathing and changing my clothes," Ling Xiao replied with a nod. This wasn't because Ling Xiao was putting on airs, but because he had been refining pills for the past few days and looked extremely sloppy. There was even a sour smell of medicine on his body. How could he meet a guest in this state? An hour later, Ling Xiao's entire body looked brand new. He was wearing a set of black martial robes that made his tall and slender figure look even more dignified. He looked extraordinarily handsome and high-spirited. Ling Xiao flicked his ink-black hair and took light steps into the hall. When he arrived in the hall, Ling Xiao was a bit dumbfounded. He wondered if his senses were playing tricks on him. Why were there so many beauties here? Ling Xiao foolishly rubbed his eyes and muttered, "Could this be an illusion?" "Ha, junior brother, you're so silly that it's cute." Yu Liyan twisted her slender waist and walked over to Ling Xiao's side. At the same time, she wrapped a hand around Ling Xiao's arm and used her breast to rub against him a few times. Looking at Yu Liyan's flirtatious eyes and feeling her soft breasts, Ling Xiao almost fell into her trap. How shameless! An icy woman sitting not far away coldly snorted. This woman was none other than Bing Ruoshui. Aside from Bing Ruoshui, there was actually another beautiful woman. It was the Jade Spring Pavilion's Winkiti. Ling Xiao really hadn't expected that they would all come looking for him. In his heart, he thought, it's also a sin to be too handsome. Yu Liyan didn't get angry and instead smiled. "Junior sister, is it wrong for others to like you? If he's my man, you can't like him." Bing Ruoshui stood up and said coldly. Then she walked over to Ling Xiao's other side like Yu Liyan and hugged his other arm. Bing Ruoshui's breasts weren't as voluptuous as Yu Liyan's, but they were still voluptuous. That made Ling Xiao's heart skip a beat. At this moment, when Kitty, who was sitting, rolled her pretty eyes and threw herself into Ling Xiao's arms. She shyly said, Brother Xiao, I miss you so much. You haven't come to see me for so long. Ling Xiao nearly spat out blood. Yu Laiyan and Bing Ruoxue were twisting around Ling Xiao's waist, staring at Ling Xiao. They seemed to be very angry. Ling Xiao felt so wronged. He felt like he couldn't enjoy such a great fortune. Alright, can you all loosen up a bit? Although I'm very handsome, there's no need to be so enthusiastic. Otherwise, I won't be able to take it. Ling Xiao didn't move an inch. You are so shameless. Bing Ruoxue was the most embarrassed one, so she let go of Ling Xiao's arm. Yu Laiyan was still holding Ling Xiao's arm and said, "Of course your man is the most handsome. Otherwise, how can you like him?" That's right. I like you too. Wen Qidi, who was in Ling Xiao's arms, agreed. Ling Xiao looked down at Wen Qidi and smiled. If you like me, then let me kiss you first. Then Ling Xiao lowered his head and kissed Wen Qidi. Wen Kudai cried out in fear and immediately ran away. She just wanted to tease Ling Xiao, but she didn't expect Ling Xiao to take it seriously. She was still a virgin. Although she was naughty, she wouldn't do anything out of line. Ling Xiao had naturally guessed this, so his words scared Wen Qidi back to her original form. Yu Laiyan smiled. Junior apprentice sister Wen is shy. How about junior apprentice brother kiss senior apprentice sister? After saying that, Yu Laiyan even puckered her sexy lips, which were filled with extreme temptation. Ling Xiao didn't dare to touch this thorny rose. He forced a smile and pulled his hand back. Why did you come looking for me? Ling Xiao's words caused the three women to reveal embarrassed expressions. Ling Xiao thought to himself, could it be that these three women want to help me warm up my bed? Bing Ruoxue hesitated for a moment before lightly saying, I need a spirit-breaking pill. Someone spoke up and someone else followed. Yu Laiyan also quickly said, Junior apprentice brother, I also want a spirit-breaking pill. Senior apprentice brother, I also want one. Wen Qidi also begged. Ling Xiao was speechless. It turned out that these three women had also come to ask for a pill. Ling Xiao shrugged. If you need a spirit-breaking pill, you can go to Medicine Peak to refine it. I don't have that many spirit herbs for you to refine. Although Ling Xiao liked beautiful women, Yun Mingqi was in the sect, and he didn't dare to act rashly. Furthermore, he didn't have an abundance of third-grade spirit herbs, so he had to use them sparingly. In the future, he would need even more spirit herbs. Are you going to refine it or not? Bing Ruoxue coldly asked again. This time, Ling Xiao was too embarrassed to refuse. After all, Bing Ruoxue had given him a third-grade ice spirit pill in Fire Valley, and he still had to repay this favor. I can help you refine one, Ling Xiao replied. Junior apprentice brother, how can you be so biased? I also want one. Yu Laiyan was unwilling and once again hugged Ling Xiao's hand, constantly shaking it. Ling Xiao was squeezed by that soft flesh, and he helplessly replied, Fine, I also want one. Wen Qidi was unwilling to be outdone and once again threw herself into Ling Xiao's embrace. Good senior apprentice brother. I also want one. I also want one. Wen Qidi was the daughter of the Jade Spring Pavilion's pavilion master, so Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before agreeing. He sighed inwardly, it's hard to accept a beauty's kindness. This is my good senior brother. After Wen Kudai finished acting coquettishly, she praised him and then retreated. Ling Xiao sighed. You should know that using medicinal pills to break through won't be of much benefit to you in the future. Furthermore, you're already at the peak of the low level, and you're not far from breaking through to the middle level. Although medicinal pills could speed up a martial artist's breakthrough, it would also weaken a martial artist's foundation, which would be detrimental to future breakthroughs. The sect oath assembly is about to begin. We don't have much time, Bing Ruoxue replied. Yu Laiyan and Wen Qidi both nodded, indicating that they had the same idea as Bing Ruoxue. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao finally understood why they were in such a rush to break through. It turned out that they were going for the sect oath assembly. It seemed that this sect oath assembly was going to cause a storm. Chapter 277. Ling Xiao had no choice but to agree to help the three girls refine spirit-breaking pills. He was vexed. What a tiring life. He had just finished refining pills a few days ago, and now he had to refine pills again. His heart felt unbalanced. Yu Laiyan seemed to see Ling Zhao's helplessness. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed Ling Zhao's face. "Xiao, thank you. This is my first kiss." After saying that, Yu Laiyan's face turned bright red. Ling Zhao had been forcefully kissed by a woman in front of others. He immediately blushed. "Senior apprentice sister, you're too bad." Bing Ruoshui snorted. "You can be happy. I'll go back and tell Senior Apprentice Sister Yun." When Kitty also interjected. "Senior Apprentice Sister Yun has always been a bit stingy. Senior Apprentice Brother, you have to be careful." Ling Zhao was speechless. It was just a kiss. Why did it sound so serious? "Alright, you can all go back. Come back in 3 days." Ling Zhao changed the subject. If these 3 girls didn't leave, he would be tormented to death. If it weren't for Yun Mingqi, he would have reluctantly accepted all 3 of them. "Xiao, I'll cultivate here with you from today onwards," said Yu Laiyan. "What? How can I do that?" Ling Zhao hastily waved his hands. "If Yun Mingqi found out, it would be troublesome. I don't care. In any case, I've already returned my courtyard to the sect. Could it be that Junior Apprentice Brother has the heart to make me have nowhere to go?" Yu Laiyan pretended to be sad and begged. Her tears seemed to be on the verge of flowing out. She looked very pitiful. "I've seen people snatch women, but this is the first time I've seen someone pay for it. How rare." Bing Ruoshui sneered from the side. "That's right. I like Junior Apprentice Brother. What can you do about it? You're just like a block of ice. Who would like you?" Yu Laiyan retorted. "Who are you calling a block of ice?" Bing Ruoshui angrily asked. "I'm talking about you. Even a man wouldn't dare hug you to sleep. They're afraid they won't be able to lift you." Yu Laiyan increased her offensive. "Who's a fickle woman like you who likes every man you see?" Bing Ruoshui was so angry that she also began to curse back. "You dare insult me? I'll kill you." Yu Laiyan roared and immediately thrust his sword at Bing Ruoshui. On the surface, she might look like a slut, but in reality, she was still a virgin. Now that Bing Ruoshui had said that, she was immediately enraged. Bing Ruoshui was not one to be underestimated. An ice sword appeared in her hand, and an ice pillar sealed Yu Laiyan's fiery radiance. Ling Zhao let out a heavy sigh and shouted, "Enough! If you keep arguing, I'll punish you according to the family rules." At the same time, a powerful pressure was released. He was already a high-rank soul master, 2 ranks higher than Yu Laiyan and Bing Ruoshui. Immediately, under Ling Zhao's pressure, the 2 women withdrew their swords. However, they continued to glare at one another. Senior brother, you are really bad. You actually want to take in Senior Sister Yu and Senior Sister Bing? You even want to punish them according to the family rules?" When Kitty snickered, "Shua!" Yu Laiyan and Bing Ruoshui's faces both turned bright red. Immediately afterward, the 2 of them fled from Ling Zhao's cultivation courtyard. You two are embarrassed," when Kitty laughed. Ling Zhao bitterly smiled. "All right, Junior Sister Wen, you should go back as well. Otherwise, Elder Wen will be worried if he doesn't see you." In truth, Ling Zhao wasn't very interested in Wen Kitty. In his heart, he treated her like a little sister. After all, she was very mischievous. "I'm not going back. When I came out, I already told my mother that I was coming to play with you. She even told me to go back a bit later." When Kitty refused, Ling Zhao slapped his forehead and said, "I think it's better to forget it. I still have to refine the spirit-breaking pill for you." In truth, he didn't want to waste time with this girl. "I'm not. You said you were going to take me out of the city to play. How can a man go back on his word?" When Kitty said, "Didn't I say I was going to help you refine spirit breakthrough pills? How can I have time to play with you?" Ling Zhao said, "In any case, I don't care. I just want you to accompany me out. I'm always bored to death in the sect." When Kitty pouted and acted like a spoiled child, Ling Zhao couldn't be bothered with her. She wasn't anyone to him. He immediately turned and walked out of the hall. "Good senior brother, don't be like this." When Kitty became anxious, she lightly stamped her feet and hugged Ling Xiao's tiger body from behind. She then said in a low voice, "As long as you accompany me to play, I'm willing to share a husband with senior sister Yun." Her words were spoken in an extremely low voice, and her face was burning hot. According to reason, she and Ling Xiao had only met 2 or 3 times, so she shouldn't have any feelings for Ling Xiao. But that day, Ling Xiao had displayed his invincible might on the martial practice field, completely shocking everyone, including her. When Kitty was a young girl who had just experienced her first awakening of love, she had a sense of worship towards experts, especially a handsome and capable man like Ling Xiao. Naturally, she would fall in love with him. Although she knew that Ling Xiao wanted Yun Mingqi, she didn't mind being his concubine. After all, Yun Mingqi was a king-level expert. Her strength and appearance were both above hers, and she didn't have the confidence to suppress Yun Mingqi in this aspect. Ling Xiao didn't expect Wen Qidi to be so bold and directly confess. This made him feel proud in his heart. This young master's charm isn't just for show. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Not now. Let's talk about it after I finish refining your spirit-breaking pill. In fact, Ling Xiao really wanted to leave the sect and go to the city to find Ji Beixin. It was just that he didn't want to bring Wen Qidi along. Moreover, he didn't have the heart to accept Wen Qidi. Although he was a bit arrogant and narcissistic, he didn't want to be with a girl he didn't have any feelings for. He secretly shouted in his heart, "Big brother isn't a casual person." If anyone else heard this, they would definitely say, "Then you're not a person who is casual." When Qidi pouted her sexy jade lips and lightly stomped her feet, she was very unwilling in her heart. A peerless beauty has already said so, yet you're still unwilling. Who cares? Ling Xiao pretended not to see Wen Qidi. After saying a few comforting words, he was about to find an excuse to leave. At this moment, an outer sect disciple came to report that there was someone outside who wanted to see him. Helpless, Ling Xiao had to return to the hall and wait for the visitor. The one who walked in was Xing Zhantian, and behind him was an old man in his 60s. After the two entered, they respectfully bowed to Ling Xiao. "Chief Xing, I was just about to look for you, and you came. It seems like you can't wait," Ling Xiao said with a light smile. When Xing Zhantian heard Ling Xiao's words, he was overjoyed and asked, "Elder Ling, you've helped me refine it?" Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything. With a light wave of his hand, a pill shot towards Xing Zhantian. Xing Zhantian hurriedly caught it. After looking at the pill in his hand, his expression became extremely excited. He knelt down in front of Ling Xiao and said, "Many thanks to Elder Ling for helping me." Xing Zhantian was already half a step into the king stage. He wasn't even 50 years old yet, so he was relatively young. With his tenbin status, he would sooner or later step into the king stage, and he was confident that he would be able to take that step. Unfortunately, he'd been injured by the king-rank expert of the moon-worshipping sect, Wu Wei, during the battle at Blaze Gorge, and it had left a shadow in his heart that had shaken his confidence. If he wanted to step foot into the king rank again, he had to overcome this shadow and strengthen his conviction. Moreover, although it was only half a step from the king stage to the king stage, this half step had been a bottleneck for countless cultivators, making it difficult for them to ever reach the king stage. Thus, Xing Zhantian was extremely eager to obtain a king-entering pill. Before this, he hadn't expected that Ling Xiao would be so kind as to agree to refine the king-entering pill for him as long as he provided the spirit herbs needed to refine it. Later on, he lacked 2 fourth-grade spirit herbs, so he was worried that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to help him. Now that the pill was in his hands, how could he not be excited? How could he not be grateful to Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao hurriedly said, "Chief Steward Xing, there's no need to be like this." Xing Zhantian stood up, and with a flash of his spatial ring, many things appeared in front of him. "Elder Ling, although these spirit herbs and profound crystals aren't enough to enter Elder Ling's eyes, I believe that you will have a use for them. Just consider them a small token of Zhantian's appreciation, and I hope that Elder Ling will accept them," Xing Zhantian said sincerely. Ling Xiao glanced at these things and saw that most of them were second-grade and third-grade spirit herbs, as well as several hundred pieces of low-grade profound crystals. Then it would be impolite of me to refuse. Ling Xiao didn't act pretentious, and with a gentle wave of his sleeve, he accepted all of Xing Zhantian's gifts. Spirit herbs and profound crystals were both good things that were commonly used. Although Ling Xiao had advanced to the 4th grade, he still needed low-grade spirit herbs to help him refine any high-grade pill, so these things were still very useful to him. The value of a single king pill was far more valuable than anything Xing Zhantian had offered, so he had no qualms accepting it. It was only at this moment that Ling Xiao noticed that the elder beside Xing Zhantian was staring at the king pill in Xing Zhantian's hand and was constantly swallowing his saliva, as if he couldn't wait to snatch the pill and swallow it. This is... Ling Xiao looked at the old man and asked. The elder didn't wait for Xing Zhantian's introduction and immediately bowed respectfully. This lowly one Yutangjiang greets Elder Ling. Although the elder was older than Ling Xiao was a sect elder and a 4th-grade alchemist. Ling Xiao's status was much higher than his, and the elder didn't dare to take advantage of his seniority. Xing Zhantian followed up with an introduction. Elder Ling, Deacon Yu has a zither score that you need, so I brought him here to see you. Xing Zhantian had unknowingly changed the way he addressed Ling Xiao from you to sir, showing just how much respect he had for Ling Xiao. So it's Deacon Yu. Do you really have a zither score? Ling Xiao asked happily. Yuzhangjiang didn't dare to be negligent and immediately took out 2 items from his spatial ring. These 2 items were an ancient servant scroll and a zither. This zither score and zither were obtained by this lowly one a long time ago. I hope that Elder Ling will take a liking to them, Yuzhangjiang said as he presented the items in his hand to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao carefully accepted the zither score and zither. Ling Xiao first flipped through the zither score, and his eyes couldn't help but burn with passion. It's actually a green tier zither score. In the Purple Sky sect, most of the cultivation techniques and profound skills were yellow and blue tier, but there weren't many green tier cultivation techniques and profound skills. But what Ling Xiao was holding was actually a green tier zither score. How could this not make him happy? This lowly one isn't skilled in the zither Dao. If Elder Ling takes a liking to it, then I will gift it to Elder Ling. I hope that Elder Ling will accept it. Yuzhangjiang saw that Ling Xiao liked it and immediately seized the opportunity to curry favor with him. Chapter 278. Ling Xiao didn't immediately reply to Yuzhangjiang's question. Instead, he looked at the zither. The body of the zither was dark red, and the wood seemed to be at least 1,000 years old. It should have been made from the trunk of an ancient tree that was thousands of years old. The zither strings were pulled taut, and a few traces of white light could be faintly seen. It looked quite extraordinary. Ling Xiao gently caressed the zither, and a few clear and melodious sounds rang out. He then flipped the zither over and looked at the 3 ancient words, Feng Qingying, engraved on it. Good zither, good profound skill. I wonder if Deacon Yu can sell these 2 items to me? Ling Xiao asked Yuzhangjiang with satisfaction. Yuzhangjiang was overjoyed. If Elder Ling likes them, then I'll give them to you. As long as Elder Ling can also refine a king-entering pill for this lowly one. But Elder Ling can rest assured, this lowly one will pay you separately. With that, Yuzhangjiang offered up his collection just like Xing Zhantian had done before. Ling Xiao didn't even look at Yuzhangjiang's collection and asked, what attribute does Deacon Yu have? This lowly one has the water attribute, Yuzhangjiang replied. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, Deacon Yu, since you don't need the zither and zither, then I'll accept them first. But don't worry, I won't take them for free. I'll definitely refine a water attribute king-entering pill for you within 5 days. With that, Ling Xiao took out a few water attribute spirit herbs and a water attribute beast core from Yuzhangjiang's collection. Ling Xiao didn't have many water attribute spirit herbs, and he needed a lot of spirit herbs to refine a king-entering pill. He didn't have enough spirit herbs to help Yuzhangjiang refine it, but he was confident that he could gather enough spirit herbs to refine a king-entering pill for Yuzhangjiang within 5 days. The main reason was that Jiang's zither and zither were worth Ling Xiao refining for him. After all, green rank profound skills were rare in the northwest, and that ancient zither should not be an ordinary item. At the very least, it should be a profound artifact. If it was a martial artist who understood the way of the zither, then the value of these two items would definitely be lower than the king writes pellet. When Jiang heard Ling Xiao's words, he was overjoyed and thanked Ling Xiao. Many thanks to Elder Ling. Jiang really didn't expect that these two things of little value would make him earn so much. However, he didn't know how valuable the chicken ribs he thought were to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not continue chatting with Jiang and Xing Zhantian, immediately hinting for them to leave. Jiang and Xing Zhantian politely said that as long as Ling Xiao had something he needed them to do, they would definitely do it without hesitation. Then, the two of them left Ling Xiao's courtyard. Ling Xiao waited for the two of them to leave before turning his gaze to Wen Kudai, who had been keeping her face hidden. "Junior apprentice Wen, are you angry?" Ling Xiao asked in a slow tone. Wen Kudai coldly snorted and ignored Ling Xiao. She had been cared for by others since she was young, and there was no lack of pursuers in the sect. But now that she had thrown herself at Ling Xiao, she felt very wronged. Ling Xiao walked to Wen Kudai's side and said, "I originally wanted to ask you to go down the mountain with me, but since junior apprentice Wen is unwilling, then forget it." With that, Ling Xiao strode out of the door. "You wait for me." When Kitty heard Ling Xiao's words and immediately turned from gloomy to sunny, following him. "Junior apprentice Wen, are you angry with me?" Ling Xiao asked even though he already knew the answer. "Who's your junior apprentice sister?" "I don't even know who's older, call me senior sister." When Kudai said unwillingly. Ling Xiao could see that this girl was still angry, so he didn't mind and said, "Do you really want to go down the mountain with me?" When Kudai anxiously looked at Ling Xiao, as if she was afraid that Ling Xiao would change his mind at the last minute. "You can go down the mountain with me, but when you come back, you must ask Pavilion Master Wen for something," Ling Xiao said seriously. When Kudai unhappily said, "You think I want to go down with you?" When Kudai felt extremely wronged. No matter what, she was a famous beauty in the sect. She just wanted to go play with Ling Xiao in the city, but Ling Xiao actually had ideas about her mother. She couldn't stand Ling Xiao any longer. With that, she briskly walked away from Ling Xiao, swearing in her heart that she never wanted to see him again. Ling Xiao knew that he had made a mistake and his body flashed, catching up to Wen Kudai at an even faster speed. He grabbed her delicate hand and said, "Junior apprentice sister, listen to me first." Wen Kudai swung her hand and angrily said, "Let go of me, I don't want to talk to a big bastard like you." Looking at Wen Kudai's blushing face, Ling Xiao softly said, "Junior apprentice sister, you misunderstood. I want you to tell Elder Wen that I can help her refine a king advancing pill or a king advancing pill. However, I don't have enough spirit herbs, so I want you to tell me when you go back and see if she needs it. If she needs it, then tell her to prepare the spirit herbs and I'll arrange it for her as soon as possible." The Jade Spring Pavilion was one of the 9 peaks, and the pavilion master, Wen Haiyan, was also a king-level powerhouse. He believed that she should have a lot of water attribute spirit herbs, so Ling Xiao planned to ask Wen Haiyan to help Jiang prepare the spirit herbs for the king advancing pill. This way, not only could he sell a favor to the Jade Spring Pavilion, but he could also fulfill his promise to Jiang. Although Wen Kudai was a bit mischievous, she also understood the meaning of Ling Xiao's words. She asked with pleasant surprise, "Can you really refine a king advancing pill or a king advancing pill for our Jade Spring Pavilion?" "Of course, in addition to the spirit breaking pill, if you want me to refine a king entering pill or a king advancing pill, you'll have to prepare 2 sets of spirit grass each. At the same time, you'll have to ask for additional remuneration, otherwise I won't even bother to refine them. But for your sake, I'll make an exception and only ask for 2 sets of spirit grass, no other remuneration. Go back and tell Elder Wen, I believe she'll know what to do." Ling Xiao nodded. When Kudai listened to Ling Xiao's words and felt extremely happy. All the unhappiness from a moment ago was thrown to the back of her mind, and she lightly tapped Ling Xiao's face, clapped her hands and exclaimed, Great, I'll go tell my mother right now. She will definitely be very happy. After saying that, she swiftly ran back in the direction of the Jade Spring Pavilion, even forgetting about the matter of asking Ling Xiao to accompany her to play. Ling Xiao touched his kissed face and murmured, "Does this count as a forced kiss?" An hour later, on the peak of the Jade Spring Pavilion, in the middle of a 1,000-year-old lake, a middle-aged woman was sitting on a lotus altar meditating. This middle-aged woman was dignified and graceful, giving off a kind of mature and beautiful feeling. Those who didn't know her would think that she was a woman in her early 40s, but in fact, she was almost 80 years old. When Haiyan was the youngest King Stage Peak Lord among the elders of the 9 peaks, apart from Sect Master Yun Xiong. She had broken through to the King Stage at the age of 45, and had been taking jade pool grass for many years to slow down the aging of her youthful appearance, so she only looked like a middle-aged lady. "Mother, her is back." A cheerful voice interrupted her meditation. The one who had shouted was Wen Kudai, who had just returned from the meditation courtyard. When Haiyan opened her eyes and revealed a loving smile, saying, "You're back so soon? Didn't you accompany your senior brother Ling to play in the city?" When Kitty let out a strange cry, lightly patted her forehead and said, "I only cared about coming back to tell Mother the good news. I completely forgot about this matter." "Forget it, in any case, he doesn't really want to play with me." When Haiyan lightly jumped from the lotus altar and returned to the shore. Looking at her daughter, she said, "What good news does Kudai have to tell Mother?" Therefore, when Haiyan told her mother exactly what Ling Xiao had told her, word for word. When Haiyan was overjoyed, saying, "Your senior brother Ling really said that." "Of course it's true. He said that for my sake, he would only take 2 sets of spirit herbs and wouldn't ask for anything else. He promised to refine King Entering pills or King Advancement pills for our Jade Spring Pavilion as long as you have the spirit herbs." "Oh right, he also gave me a spirit-breaking pill," Wen Kudai said proudly. "That's great. That's great, I'll go and inform your martial uncles and martial uncles to prepare the spirit herbs," Wen Haiyan said in surprise. With these 2 precious pills, their Jade Spring Pavilion strength would definitely increase by a lot. Some time ago, she knew that Mu Huai, Mu En, and another elder on Wood Flag Peak had broken through to the next level at the same time. For a time, Wood Flag Peak had become the strongest of the 9 peaks. This made her feel both envious and jealous. Mu Huai had taken in a good disciple. Just as when Haiyan was about to go find them, she suddenly thought of something and turned to Wen Kudai, saying, "Kudai, you have to properly thank your senior brother Ling, okay? You can't show your willful temper anymore. If you have time, it's best to accompany your senior brother Ling more. This is a good choice for you." After Wen Kudai heard this, her face turned red and she said, "Mother, what are you saying? I'm not going to accompany him." "Huh, all right, you have to fight for your own happiness. If you lose it, don't blame Mother for not reminding you," Wen Haiyan said with a smile. With that, she quickly disappeared. Only Wen Kudai remained in place, muttering, "It's not that I don't want to accompany him, it's that he doesn't want me to accompany him." When Kudai recalled the scene of Yu Lai Yen and Bing Ruoshui fighting over Ling Xiao, and couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority in her heart. After a long while, her beautiful eyes blossomed with an unprecedented firmness. She then blew her fist and muttered to herself, "I, Wen Kudai, am an invincible beauty. It's easy for me to capture that block of wood's heart. Just you wait and see." Zitian City, City Lord's Mansion. G2 was not only the city lord of Zitian City, he had also been promoted to the inner sect deacon. He was in a good mood, especially recently. His granddaughter had unknowingly become a high-level profound practitioner, which was simply inconceivable. However, when he thought about the abilities of his granddaughter's man, who was also his grandson-in-law, he felt relieved. G2 never thought that his grandson-in-law would actually become the youngest elder in the sect, and he was even a grade 4 alchemist. This news almost caused him to faint. Fortunately, his granddaughter didn't marry anyone else back then. Otherwise, he would definitely regret it now. At this time, an outer sect disciple interrupted his thoughts and said, "Lord, there's someone outside who claims to be Ling Xiao who wishes to see you." Quickly invite him in. G2 immediately ordered, and in the next moment he said, "No. It's better for this old man to personally welcome him." With that, he had already rushed out of the room. The outer sect disciple thought doubtfully, what is the identity of that young man? To actually have the Lord personally welcome him? Chapter 279. G2 swept away his usual dignified demeanor in the city lord's mansion and hurriedly walked to the door. When he saw Ling Xiao waiting in boredom, he immediately respectfully exclaimed, "Elder Ling, it's really G2's fault." After saying that, G2 bowed to Ling Xiao. The Purple Sky sect's hierarchy was very strict. Although G2 was an inner sect deacon and was quite old, he couldn't put on any airs in front of Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao was a high and mighty elder in the sect. The two outer sect disciples guarding the door were even more shocked and opened their mouths wide. They really didn't expect that the young man in front of them who was younger than them by 10 years would actually be an elder. This time, they panicked and knelt down on one knee in front of Ling Xiao, afraid that Ling Xiao would punish them for their previous discourtesy. Ling Xiao quickly grabbed G2's hand and said, "Elder Tu, didn't you want to be rude to this kid? You also know about the matter between me and Jianghu. According to seniority, you are my grandfather. How can I let you bow to me? In the future, don't call me elderling. It's still the same as before, otherwise you will be treating me like an outsider." When G2 heard Ling Xiao's words, he felt extremely comfortable in his heart. In the future, if the people in the sect knew that Ling Xiao was his grandson-in-law, who knew how many people would come to curry favor with him? Since that's the case, then you can call me grandfather like Exen. In any case, my family's Exen has already decided on you. This old man is deeply gratified to have a grandson-in-law like you, G2 said with great satisfaction. He didn't expect that after being promoted to an elder, Ling Xiao would still be as approachable as before. He didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance and thought to himself, this child will definitely not be an ordinary person in the future. Then thank you grandfather for your help. I will definitely treat Exen wholeheartedly, Ling Xiao replied happily. Alright, then let's go in together. Exen has been working hard these days, you can go and see her, G2 said. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I'll go see her later, I have something to give grandpa. G2 wondered, could it be that the betrothal gifts are here? That's good as well. Let's give Exen a status so that we can talk in the future. The two came to the hall and Ling Xiao asked, Grandpa, you should have reached the peak of Spirit Master, right? Ling Xiao was now a high-rank Soul Master. Since he could sense that G2's aura was a bit stronger than ordinary high-rank Soul Masters, he guessed that G2 should be at the peak of the Soul Master level. G2 nodded his head and replied, That's right, I've already reached the peak of the Spirit Master realm. It's a pity that I haven't been able to break through that step. The Spirit Master King level was a huge threshold. If one passed it, they would be like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. If they couldn't, then they would forever be stuck outside of true experts. G2's Tenbin wasn't bad, but he had been in charge of the City Lord's position for many years, so he had a lot of trouble to deal with. Moreover, Ji Beixin's leg injury had always been a sore point for him, making it impossible for him to cultivate in peace. Now, he had gradually lost the drive he had in the past. He only wanted to see his granddaughter live happily, so he was satisfied. Ling Xiao took out a small bottle from his spatial ring and handed it to G2's. Grandpa, this King Rudiment pill is for you. It can increase your chances of breaking through to the King level by 50%. King Rudiment pill? G2 suddenly stood up and exclaimed. The King Rudiment pill was a 4th-grade pill, so how could G2 not know its effects? He hadn't expected Ling Xiao to be able to refine such a pill, but when he thought about how he could even refine the King Advancement pill, it wouldn't be difficult for him to refine a pill that was 1 grade lower. Is this really for me? G2 asked excitedly. He couldn't help but wonder if he was dreaming. After all, the King Rudiment pill was extremely valuable. If this pill was put up for auction, it was unknown how many people would fight over it. After all, This medicinal pill represented the birth of a king-rank expert. Now that Ling Xiao was actually going to give this king rudiment pill to him, how could G2 not be excited? Grandpa, I believe you already know my identity. Refining a king rudiment pill is nothing more than a slight effort for me. Please keep this pill safe and don't be in a hurry to take it. This is not a good place to suddenly take it, Ling Xiao said lightly. Good, Grandpa will listen to you. G2 nodded repeatedly, carefully putting away the pill. He hadn't expected that he would one day have the opportunity to step into the king level, so his heart was filled with excitement. The more he looked at Ling Xiao, the more satisfied he was. After saying a few more words to G2, Ling Xiao didn't stand on ceremony with G2 and directly went to find Ji Beixin. There was a beautiful pavilion in the center of the lotus pond, and a beautiful figure was constantly waving the flexible sword in her hand. Her movements seemed a bit jerky, and her steps were also extremely messy. She looked like a novice who had just started learning martial arts. The beautiful figure stepped onto the pavilion's lattice with one foot, intending to use the rebound force to stab back. Unexpectedly, the beautiful figure didn't control her strength well and jumped too high, causing her foot to fall out of the lattice. Outside the lattice was the lotus pond. Ah! The beautiful figure let out a cry of surprise, and was about to fall into the lotus pond. At this time, a vigorous figure quickly rushed over from not too far away. The figure continuously tapped on the lotus leaves, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the place where the beautiful figure had fallen. He grabbed the beautiful figure, and once again returned to the pavilion, like a dragonfly on the water's surface. Who is it? Let go of me. The woman in his arms struggled and cried out. Ling Xiao didn't say anything, and directly kissed the beauty in his arms. At first, the woman was a little panicked and struggled, but when she felt the familiar smell, she calmed down and instead hooked her arms around Ling Xiao's neck, taking the initiative to welcome him. After a long while, the two separated. Excellent, you're so beautiful now. Ling Xiao praised as he looked at the beautiful person in his arms. Wasn't the person in Ling Xiao's arms G2's granddaughter, Ji Beixin? Ji Beixin's face was flushed red, and her fists kept pounding on Ling Xiao's chest, saying, "You're so bad, you actually laughed at me." Ling Xiao put Ji Beixin down and said, were you practicing your sword skills just now? Hearing this, Ji Beixin's expression darkened slightly, and, laughing, am I so stupid, I can't even practice the basic gray-level sword skill. Ever since the incident with Lu Dong, Ji Beixin had vowed to properly cultivate her profound energy. She wanted to become stronger and not be a burden to Ling Xiao anymore. Unfortunately, although she was already a high-level profound practitioner, she didn't know anything about cultivating profound skills, and it was completely difficult for her to comprehend the main points. As a result, she still couldn't learn a simple sword skill even after 3 months of cultivation. This had something to do with her previous disability, but more importantly, she didn't like to wield her spear. Forcing herself to cultivate wouldn't have any effect at all. Her grandfather had also advised her to change to other whip skills, which might be more suitable for girls to cultivate, but she found that whip skills were even more difficult to master, so she had been reluctantly cultivating sword skills. Cultivation pays attention to tenbin, and it's the same for any profound skill. You don't have any tenbin for these things, so don't touch these sharp weapons in the future. They aren't suitable for you. Ling Xiao explained. Am I really so useless? Ji Beixin said with a wronged expression. She had painstakingly cultivated for a few months, but was splashed with a bucket of cold water by Ling Xiao. She felt very uncomfortable in her heart. She didn't blame Ling Xiao, but herself for being useless. Whoever dares to say that my little Xer is useless, I'll fight him to the death. Ling Xiao said angrily, then laughed. Actually, you don't have to rely on sharp weapons to protect yourself. There are also many strange cultivation methods that can invisibly take the head injury of others and protect yourself. Ling Xiao scratched Ji Beixin's nose and said, Are there really other cultivation methods? Ji Beixin asked curiously. Ling Xiao nodded his head and said, Of course. For example, The lion's roar technique only needs to shout, and if it's light, it can cause tinnitus and dizziness. If it's heavy, it can cause one's ears to explode and die. Another example is the soul-absorbing technique, which can bewitch one's mind, causing one to be driven, or directly order the opponent to commit suicide. The power is terrifying, and also, Ling Xiao gave several examples in succession, and Ji Beixin couldn't help but feel amazed. "Xiao, do you really want such a magical cultivation method?" Ji Beixin asked. "Of course. Don't you believe me?" Ling Xiao replied with certainty. "Of course I believe you." Ji Beixin nodded her head heavily. She had blind faith in Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao said that there was a flying cow in the sky, she wouldn't doubt it. The reason she asked this was because she wanted to have the opportunity to cultivate the magical cultivation method Ling Xiao spoke of. This way, she would have the ability to protect herself in the future and wouldn't need to worry Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao laughed lightly, and like magic, a guqin appeared in his hand. This was the wind shadow zither he had gotten from Yutongjiang. When Ji Beixin saw the wind shadow zither, she was immediately attracted by its elegant appearance. "What a beautiful zither!" Ji Beixin exclaimed. She had been disabled since she was young, so she usually learned to play the zither to pass the time. Naturally, she had a soft spot for a good zither. Come and play a song for me," Ling Xiao said to Ji Beixin as he placed the zither on the stone platform. He still remembered the first time he saw Ji Beixin. He was moved to tears by her zither music. Later on, whenever he had time to come to the city lord's mansion, he would let Ji Beixin play a song for him to relax. Ji Beixin's beautiful eyes flashed, and she immediately said with a smile, "All right, let me try this zither." After saying that, Ji Beixin sat down for a bit. Her beautiful fingertips lightly plucked at the zither, producing a clear and melodious sound. Ji Beixin was overjoyed, and her hands began to move non-stop. For a time, the city lord's mansion was filled with the sound of a zither. The sound of the zither was like the cries of 100 birds, and also like the flowing water of a clear spring, causing people to be instantly enchanted. Ling Xiao, who was beside Ji Beixin, closed his tiger-like eyes and carefully listened to the celestial music that came from the heavens. His mood was refreshed, as if his state of mind had been cleansed in an instant, without the slightest bit of distracting thoughts. At the end of the song, Ling Xiao was still in a daze for a long time. Ji Beixin was happy to see that Ling Xiao liked it, so she also began to play a new song. After playing 3 songs in a row, Ling Xiao was never tired of listening to it. The servants in the mansion all revealed intoxicated expressions, and they were also deeply absorbed by Ji Beixin's zither music. After Ling Xiao came back to his senses, he took out the zither score from Yuzhangjiang and said, "This is a zither score, and it can also be considered a zither skill. As long as you learn it, you don't need to wield a sword or a spear, and you can kill your enemies invisibly." Chapter 280. The sound of the zither can hurt people? Ji Beixin asked with her eyes wide open. Of course, but it still requires a cultivation process. You can't just casually play the zither to hurt people. Ling Xiao nodded. In fact, the reason he was looking for the zither score in the sect was to let Ji Beixin cultivate her zither skills. This was more practical than letting her cultivate other profound skills. As long as Ji Beixin's strength increased, her zither skills could not only confuse the minds of others, but also behead them, making it impossible to guard against. Ling Xiao could already confirm that the energy sealed in Ji Beixin's body was definitely of the wind attribute, and Ji Beixin would definitely be of the wind attribute in the future. In order to let her make better use of the energy earlier, Ling Xiao imparted the chant of the divine wind technique to Ji Beixin. Ji Beixin's memory was quite amazing. Ling Xiao only said it 2 or 3 times and she remembered it all. After learning the chant, Ji Beixin couldn't wait to cultivate it, but Ling Xiao stopped her. "Don't be anxious, don't we have a better cultivation method?" Ling Xiao said with a smirk. Ji Beixin looked at Ling Xiao's cunning smile and knew what Ling Xiao was going to do. She lowered her head slightly, and her face immediately became as red as the setting sun. Ling Xiao's fingers moved, Without saying anything, he immediately grabbed Ji Beixin and rushed into the room. Ever since the last time he had sex with Ji Beixin, Ling Xiao discovered that there was a powerful energy in Ji Beixin's body, and it had a certain relationship with the innate Yin wind bead in his sea of consciousness. This time, he not only wanted to have sex with Ji Beixin, he also wanted to feel it again to see if he could find out if the energy in Ji Beixin's body was dangerous. If one day the energy seal was undone, the energy that burst out would definitely cause Ji Beixin to explode. For the sake of his woman, Ling Xiao had no choice but to be cautious. While Ling Xiao was moving from shallow to deep and from deep to shallow, the innate Yin wind bead started to move again. A gust of innate Yin wind evil qi flowed from his body to Ji Beixin's body, and from Ji Beixin's body back to his body. The cycle continued, and the gust of innate Yin wind evil qi grew stronger. Ji Beixin had already been enveloped by the movement of happiness. Her delicate body twisted crazily, and she kept moaning loudly. Although Ling Xiao wanted to enjoy all this, he had to multitask. He began to think of a way to understand what was going on with the energy in Ji Beixin's body. However, every time Ling Xiao wanted to use his mental senses to understand that mass of energy, he seemed to be blocked by layers of obstacles. There was no need for him to understand the inside story. After trying a few times, Ling Xiao gave up on the idea. He only hoped that the energy would belong to Ji Beixin in the future. Otherwise, he didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. The two of them fought for a day and a night before finally settling down. This time, Ji Beixin had actually reached the peak of the mystic realm. She only needed to convert her own element to reach the mystic realm. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh with emotion at the speed of cultivation. Before leaving the city lord's mansion, Ling Xiao left the wind shadow zither and the music score to Ji Beixin. At the same time, he told Ji2 to prepare to hand over the position of city lord. This was because Ling Xiao hoped that Ji2 could use his king entering pill to break through in the sect. Now, with his relationship with Ling Xiao, it would be a piece of cake for Ji2 to enter the sect to cultivate. Moreover, Mu Huai loved Ling Xiao very much. Ji2's position as an inner sect deacon was even arranged by Mu Huai. Ji2 agreed to Ling Xiao's suggestion without a second thought. He already had a chance to break through to the monarch realm, so why would he be reluctant to leave this worldly power? After settling everything, Ling Xiao rushed back to the sect. Ling Xiao didn't have much time to spare. He immediately entered his alchemy room to refine the spirit-breaking pill for Bing Ruoxue, Yu Yanlai and the others. Refining the spirit-breaking pill didn't take long for Ling Xiao. But just as he finished, when Qidi of the Jade Spring Pavilion once again came to his cultivation courtyard. This time, she hadn't come alone. Her mother, Wen Haiyan, had come with her. When he saw Wen Haiyan, Ling Xiao was a bit surprised. Although he was now an elder, there was still a gap between him and the peak lord of the 9 peaks. Fortunately, he was a 4th-rank alchemist. With this noble status, he wasn't necessarily inferior to Wen Haiyan. Ling Xiao greets Elder Wen. I didn't know that Elder Wen would come. It's my fault for not coming out to greet you. Ling Xiao was unusually polite. He and Wen Haiyan were somewhat familiar with each other and knew that this beautiful woman had a good personality. He was also willing to address her as a junior to show his respect. Wen Haiyan was very satisfied with Ling Xiao's appropriate gesture and immediately said politely, Elder Ling. No, I should call you Grandmaster Ling. You and I are from the same sect, and you are senior brother Mu's disciple, so you should call me Martial Uncle. Ling Xiao hurriedly called her Martial Uncle Wen again, pausing for a moment before continuing, Martial Uncle, don't call me Grandmaster Ling, just call me by my name. Wen Haiyan smiled and said, good, I won't say any more polite words. I heard from Qidi that you can help our Jade Spring Pavilion refine King Entering pills or King Advancement pills first, so I came here today to deliver spirit grasses. Wen Haiyan didn't wait for Ling Xiao to speak before her space ring flashed and a large pile of spirit grasses appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao really didn't expect Wen Haiyan to act so quickly. Even their Wood Flag Peak couldn't gather so many spirit grasses at this speed. Wen Haiyan continued, These spirit grasses are the collection of our Jade Spring Pavilion for many years. Xiao Xiao, you must refine a few good pills for our Jade Spring Pavilion. The extra spirit grasses will be given to Xiao Xiao. In any case, they are useless to our Jade Spring Pavilion. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't be polite with Wen Haiyan. After all, he still needed these spirit grasses to refine king entering pills for Yu Zhangjiang. Rest assured, Martial Uncle, Ling Xiao will naturally do his best to refine the pills for Martial Uncle, Ling Xiao replied as he put away the spirit grasses. Then I'll have to trouble you. If you need anything from our Jade Spring Pavilion in the future, just let me know, Wen Haiyan replied happily. On the day the pills were refined, their Jade Spring Pavilion strength would definitely soar. What if she wasn't happy? Ling Xiao and Wen Haiyan exchanged a few more polite words before he remembered that he had refined the spirit-breaking pill. He took it out and handed it to Wen Qidi, who had been staring at him without saying a word. Junior sister, this is the spirit-breaking pill you wanted. Wen Qidi didn't know what she was thinking. Even though Ling Xiao had called out to her, she was still in a daze and didn't take the pill from Ling Xiao. Wen Haiyan, who was standing to the side, shouted, "Dai, your senior brother is giving you a pill, hurry up and take it." Wen Qidi seemed to have woken up from a dream, and her face flushed red. She thanked Ling Xiao and took the pill. Ling Xiao thought to himself, could it be that this girl has really fallen in love with this young master? At this time, Wen Haiyan said, "Qidi, you leave first. I have a few words to say to your senior brother." When Qidi hesitated for a moment, she glanced at Ling Xiao and quickly walked out of the hall. However, she didn't go far. She just hid at the door and eavesdropped. Her small actions naturally couldn't satisfy Wen Haiyan and Ling Xiao. Wen Haiyan didn't expose her, so Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't point it out. "Martial Uncle, what can I do for you?" Ling Xiao asked. "It's not a big deal. I just hope that you can take care of Qidi during the sect oath assembly. Try your best not to let her get hurt. How about this, Martial Uncle owes you a favor?" Wen Haiyan said. Ling Xiao didn't even think before agreeing. As a senior brother, I will naturally take good care of junior sister. When Qidi was only a high-level mystic disciple. Even if she had the spirit-breaking pill and broke through to a low-level spirit master, her strength wouldn't be too stable. Ling Xiao was already a high-level spirit master. With Wen Haiyan's suggestion, Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't think too much about it. That's good. Wen Haiyan thought for a moment and then said, "Xiao Xiao, what do you think of my family's Qidi?" Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that they want to force her into marriage? Although Ling Xiao thought this, he naturally didn't dare to say it. He said with a straight face, "Junior sister Qidi is gentle and charming. Her beauty is unparalleled. Of course, she is a little beauty that everyone loves." Although Ling Xiao's words were praising Wen Qidi, he specially emphasized the word little. This also indicated that he had no interest in this kind of brat. Wen Qidi's beauty didn't lose out to Yu Laiyan or Bing Ruoshui, but her personality was still a bit mischievous. Ling Xiao had always been more interested in mature women. It wasn't that he didn't like young beauties like Wen Qidi, it was that he didn't want to accept her. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for him to get past Yunmingqi. One had to know that he already had a few women behind his back. If he got too many lovers, it would be disastrous. Wen Qidi, who was outside the door, didn't understand Ling Xiao's meaning. She was extremely pleased with herself as she thought, "Humph, at least your eyes aren't blind. You know that this lady's beauty is unparalleled." Wen Haiyan didn't think too much about it. She thought that Ling Xiao also had a good impression of her daughter. She then said, "Xiao Xiao, what you said is right. But Qidi is very popular in the sect among the senior brothers. There are already many people who have proposed marriage to me." When Wen Haiyan said this, she had been paying attention to Ling Xiao's expression the entire time. Ling Xiao ignored Wen Haiyan's gaze and happily replied, "Then I can congratulate Martial Uncle. For a beauty like junior sister, there must be a senior brother with outstanding appearance and ability to be worthy of junior sister." Ling Xiao's words were extremely sincere, without the slightest bit of pretense. When Qidi, who was outside the door, lightly stomped her feet and muttered, "What a piece of wood." When Haiyan followed up, "I also think that what you said is right. There aren't many youths in the sect who have outstanding character and appearance. Ling Xiao didn't know what Wen Haiyan meant, but he continued, maybe martial uncle's standards are too high. Everyone in our peaks is a genius. There are many geniuses, but there is only one who can enter martial uncle's eyes. Wen Haiyan said as she stared at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's heart trembled. Could it be? He didn't dare to think any further. Outside the door, Wen Qidi's heart was beating even faster. Ling Xiao acted like a fool and said, then I must congratulate martial uncle in advance. When the time comes, I must prepare a generous gift for junior sister. Actually, you also know this person. Moreover, you are very familiar with him. Wen Haiyan saw that Ling Xiao couldn't understand and was ready to say it out loud. Ling Xiao could only answer, I wonder which senior brother it is? I want to marry Qidi to you, Xiao Xiao. What do you think? Wen Haiyan said seriously. Chapter 281. Hearing Wen Haiyan's words, Ling Xiao's Ho Xiao seemed to be stuck by a thorn and couldn't say anything. Wen Qidi, who was outside the door, clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her flesh. Actually, before she came to Ling Xiao's place, her mother had already mentioned this to her. Ling Xiao was only 20 years old, and not only was he a high-stage spirit master, he was also a 4th-rank alchemist. Looking at the entire sect, aside from Yun Mingqi, who else could compare to a monstrous tenbin like Ling Xiao? More importantly, Ling Xiao's character was also quite good. Wen Haiyan saw Ling Xiao's future, so she used her daughter to take a look. Ever since she saw Ling Xiao become a 4th-rank alchemist, she had always regretted not fighting for Ling Xiao like Mu Huai. Now she could only watch as Ling Xiao became the youngest elder in the sect. There was no medicine for regret in this world, but it could be mended after the sheep were lost. Wen Haiyan could see that her daughter was interested in Ling Xiao, so she wanted to go with the flow and marry her daughter to Ling Xiao. Then Ling Xiao would become her son-in-law, and if she, as his mother-in-law, wanted to refine pills in the future, would Ling Xiao be able to refuse? Wen Haiyan's wishful thinking was naturally because she had confidence in her daughter's beauty. Although Wen Qidi was a bit mischievous, she was still a famous beauty in the sect. She didn't believe that when she, the Peak Lord, personally proposed it, Ling Xiao would be able to refuse. How is it? Is Xiao Xiao dissatisfied with Qidi? Wen Haiyan faintly asked. Martial Aunt is too serious. This junior was just shocked by Martial Aunt's words. How could this junior be appreciated by Martial Aunt and junior sister? Ling Xiao replied with a bit of panic. Although he felt that his character wasn't bad, he didn't think that Wen Haiyan would bring it up so directly, so he didn't know how to respond. He didn't have any feelings for Wen Qidi, but he couldn't reject her directly. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as hurting Wen Qidi's heart. He would also sweep Wen Haiyan's face. He's a Peak Lord, and yet he's willing to lower himself to be the matchmaker to marry his daughter to you. That's your good fortune. Although Ling Xiao was a grade 4 alchemist, he could not disrespect his elders and ignore Wen Haiyan's identity. In terms of strength, you're also one of the best in the sect. In terms of status, no one in the younger generation can compare to you. But Ku Dai is my daughter. Allowing her to marry you is not a disgrace to your status. If you think it's appropriate, I'll mention this to senior brother Mu. I believe he'll be happy to see you and Ku Dai together, said Wen Haiyan confidently. She looked like she was trying to force him to buy and sell. This matter was related to her daughter's happiness, so she had to be a bit stronger. She could not allow her daughter to be hurt in the slightest. Martial uncle, I'm afraid this is inappropriate, Ling Xiao said awkwardly. Are you looking down on my family's Ku Dai? Wen Haiyan's expression turned slightly cold. When Ku Dai, who was outside the door, bit her jade lips. Her expression was extremely resentful. She shouted towards the hall, Ling Xiao, I hate you. After shouting, she immediately turned around and ran away, leaving behind a string of sparkling and translucent tears. Wen Haiyan suddenly stood up and wanted to get angry at Ling Xiao. But for the future of the Jade Spring Pavilion, she could only endure it. She coldly said, I ask Elder Ling to remember to refine pills for our Jade Spring Pavilion. Also, just pretend I didn't say anything." After speaking, Wen Haiyan flicked her sleeves and was about to leave. This time, Ling Xiao hurriedly stopped Wen Haiyan and said, "Martial uncle, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that. I've already proposed to senior sister Yun. If I agree to martial uncle, then I, Ling Xiao, will become a fickle villain." Wen Haiyan stopped in her tracks. She knew that Ling Xiao had indeed proposed to the sect master's daughter, Yun Mingqi, during the conferring ceremony. Wen Haiyan immediately changed her attitude towards Ling Xiao. She lightly smiled and said, "So that's what you're worried about. Actually, you don't have to worry at all. You still need some time to catch up with that child Mingqi. You can first date Kadai. It's normal for a capable man to have multiple wives. If you really manage to catch up with that child Mingqi, I don't mind letting Kadai be your concubine." Hearing Wen Haiyan say this, Ling Xiao was embarrassed to directly refuse. But he also thought about it. He would let Wen Kadai follow him for now. When she gets tired of him, he believed that she wouldn't pester him anymore. After Ling Xiao tactfully said a few words, Wen Haiyan was very satisfied and left. After Ling Xiao watched Wen Haiyan leave, he helplessly sighed and said, "Being handsome is also a sin." In the next few days, Ling Xiao spent his time in the alchemy room. During this time, he also came out and had people send out Yu Laiyan, Bing Ruoshui, and Shi Tianho's spirit-breaking pills. He also had people send out Yu Zhangjiang's king-entering pills. As for the king-entering pills and king-advancing pills from the Jade Sea Pavilion, Wen Kudai came to collect them. When he saw Wen Kudai again, there was only love in her eyes for Ling Xiao, but not the slightest bit of hatred. Ling Xiao didn't know what Wen Haiyan had said to Wen Kudai. In any case, he didn't want his relationship with the Jade Spring Pavilion to become stiff. After all, they were from the same sect. In the next few days, elders from the other peaks came over with spirit grasses to ask Ling Xiao to refine pills. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't refuse. In order to refine a pill, he needed to collect 2 portions of spirit grasses. On the surface, it was to prevent the pill from being damaged, but in fact, he wanted to keep the extra portion of spirit grasses in his bag. In addition, he also needed to collect some spirit grasses that he needed as a reward. On the surface, Ling Xiao was too greedy, but in fact, other alchemists knew that Ling Xiao was doing this to benefit others. After all, king-advancing pills were not something that every 4th-grade alchemist could refine. In the vast Northwest, king-advancing pills were top-notch pills that were hard to find even with 10,000 crystals. No matter how high the price was, it was still a precious item that had a price but no market. Therefore, even if Ling Xiao required 5 sets of the same type of spiritual herbs to refine a single king advancement pill, no one dared to say anything. After all, not every alchemist had such a high success rate like Ling Xiao. Moreover, the appearance of every single king advancement pill represented a great leap in the strength of a king-stage alchemist, and it could reduce the amount of cultivation effort of a dozen or even a few dozen years. This kind of top-notch pill, who wouldn't be envious of it? Therefore, it could be said that Ling Xiao deserved to collect a portion of the spirit grasses from it. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had stayed in the alchemy room for half a month. Outside the Purple Sky sect, preparations for the sect competition were in full swing. The sect competition of the Purple Sky sect was usually held once every 3 years, and there were 3 levels of competition. The first level was a competition between outer sect disciples, and the top 10 disciples would have the opportunity to enter the ranks of inner sect disciples. This was also to encourage those disciples who weren't too outstanding in Tenbin to cultivate hard, and let them believe that as long as they cultivated hard, there would be a day when they would become outstanding. The second level was a competition between inner sect disciples, to compare the potential strength of the disciples of the various peaks, and also to compare the strength of the various peaks in the future. Finally, the final ranking of all the inner sect disciples would be determined, and the sect would then give out generous rewards, such as profound tools, pills, profound skills. The third level was the real highlight, and that was the competition between successor disciples. The number of successor disciples represented the comparison of the backbone strength of the various peaks, And the final ranking of the successor disciples also represented the glory of the various peaks. And every successor disciple also represented the true strength of the sect in the future, so it was said that the competition between successor disciples was the highlight of the sect competition. This time, in addition to knowing the strength of the various peaks, the Purple Sky sect also had to choose the strongest strength of the sect to represent the Purple Sky sect to participate in the sect oath-taking assembly held by the various sects in the Northwest. Therefore, the significance of the sect competition this time was extraordinary. If Ling Xiao only had the identity of a successor disciple, it was indeed necessary for him to represent the Wood Flag Peak, but he was now an elder. How could he bully the young? Even if Ling Xiao obtained a good ranking in the end, he would also lose a bad reputation. For this reason, Mu Huai specially summoned Ling Xiao over. "Master, you're looking for me?" Ling Xiao did not stand on ceremony with Mu Huai, and as soon as he entered, he immediately asked. Mu Huai's expression was somewhat gloomy as he said, "Xiao, you came at the right time. I have something to discuss with you." "Go ahead, master," Ling Xiao replied. "It's about the sect competition," Mu Huai said, paused for a moment, and then said, "Our Wood Flag Peak is all Wood attribute, and Wood attribute attacks are slightly weaker than other attribute attacks, so in the previous sect competitions, our Wood Flag Peak has never been able to gain an advantage. Originally, you could represent our Wood Flag Peak in this sect competition, and with your strength, you should be able to enter the top 5 of the successor disciples, but your current identity is rather special, so what should I do?" Mu Huai was a person who cared about his face. Over the years, under his leadership, Wood Flag Peak's overall strength had risen a lot, but unfortunately, there was still a difference in the attack power of different attributes, so Wood Flag Peak's ranking in every sect competition was not very ideal. He had always wanted to change the situation, but he had never been able to. Right now, his most proud disciple, Ling Xiao, thought that their Wood Flag Peak had gained some face, but unfortunately, because of his identity, he could not participate in the competition, which was the reason why he was distressed. Looking at Mu Huai's distressed expression, Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Master, this fame and fortune is just a passing cloud. Why do you need to be so attached to it?" Mu Huai replied unhappily, "What do you know? As the saying goes, Buddha fights for a stick of incense and people fight for their face. Your master, I have suffered so much from those old fellows over the years, and it's not easy for me to have a chance to suppress those old fellows, but now, it's my turn to become a laughingstock." Now, Ling Xiao finally understood why Yu Laiyan, Bing Ruoshui, and the others had come to ask for the Spirit Break Pill. They all wanted to fight for a good ranking in the sect competition so that they could represent their sect in the sect oath assembly. Mu Huai called out to Ling Xiao, "Boy, say something. Help me think of a way." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Master, why are you so anxious? Have you forgotten who I am? As long as we have enough spirit herbs, it won't be a problem for me to raise the strength of our Wood Flag Peak's disciples." Mu Huai slapped his forehead and let out a strange cry. "Oh, how could I forget about that? That's right, Xiao. Immediately refine a batch of Spirit Break pills for our Wood Flag Peak's disciples so that they can raise their strength. At that time, I want to see who can be our Wood Flag Peak's opponent." Ling Xiao thought to himself that his master had gone crazy from wanting to show his face. Didn't he know that using medicinal pills to raise one's strength would cause a martial artist's foundation to fluctuate, which would definitely hinder their future cultivation? Chapter 282. In the end, under Ling Xiao's persuasion, Mu Huai gave up on the idea of letting the inner sect disciples take pills to improve themselves. He also knew that what Ling Xiao said was the truth, and he could not make their future more difficult for the sake of some immediate benefits. Of course, Ling Xiao still decided to refine a spirit-breaking pill for each of the true disciples at the foot of Wood Flag Peak. After all, they had reached the Spirit Master stage, and their foundations had stabilized quite a bit. Occasionally taking 1 or 2 pills to improve themselves wouldn't have too much of an impact, but if they wanted to improve again in the future, they just had to purify their energy a few more times. Mu Huai was overjoyed when he heard Ling Zhao's suggestion, and he immediately praised, Xiao, the face of our wood flag peak still depends on you. Ling Zhao spread out his hands and said, Master, I can't just rely on me. You have to give me spirit grasses and beast cores for it to be useful. Otherwise, how can I refine pills for my fellow brothers and sisters? Alright. You do the work, and I'll provide the spirit grasses. Our wood flag peak must shine. Mu Huai happily patted Ling Zhao's shoulder. He then took out something from his space ring and handed it to Ling Xiao, saying, This soft armor is Master's reward for you. Ling Xiao took the soft armor and saw that it was exuding a bright green light. It was very soft and comfortable to the touch. At a glance, it was definitely not an ordinary item. At the very least, it was a high-grade third-stage defensive profound artifact. This level of defensive armor could withstand the attack of a high-rank spirit master. This was naturally a rare and good thing for others, but Ling Xiao had already cultivated the Vajra 5 transformation technique to the third form. He could even withstand the full-force attack of a low-rank king-stage martial artist, so this soft armor could be used as well. However, Ling Xiao did not stand on ceremony with Mu Huai and put away the soft armor. He had no use for it himself, but it was a good gift for Ji Beixin. Ling Xiao thought about it. It had been a long time since he had used a weapon. After all, the current him could already use spirit energy to make the strongest attack. Furthermore, his speed was unparalleled among those of the same level. Even without a weapon, he could still kill anyone of the same level in an instant. There were a few profound artifacts in his space ring, the blazing flame sword, the black iron rod, and a metal attribute sword that he had Li Yang refine for him before leaving Meteor City. These three were all low-rank profound artifacts and were not directly proportional to his strength. There was also a third-order blood-devouring demon saber that could keep up with his strength, but it was of the dark attribute, which was incompatible with his attribute, so he had never used it. The only thing he could take out now was his medicine cauldron. The obsidian cauldron was a divine artifact, a treasure that was rarely seen even in 1,000 years. Ling Xiao did not dare to take out and use such a weapon. If he met someone who recognized it, he was afraid that he would be killed. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao felt that he still had to prepare a handy weapon in case he needed it in the future. However, at this moment, Mu Huai took out another item and placed it in front of Ling Xiao, saying, The soft armor just now was Master's reward for your alchemy efforts, and this green vein sword is for you. It will give you some protection during the sect oath assembly, so that you don't lose face for our purple sky sect. Ling Zhao's eyes lit up. This was a long sword that was also glowing with a brilliant green color. The sword's blade was carved with mysterious spirit patterns, and a pure spirit energy constantly flashed. This was obviously of a higher grade than the soft armor just now. Master, this should be a 4th-rank profound artifact, right? Ling Xiao did not take it but asked with a little surprise. A trace of admiration flashed in Mu Huai's eyes, and he said, Yes, this is a 4th-rank profound artifact, and it is also a weapon that has accompanied Master for most of his life. Now that I give it to you, you must cherish it well. Do not forget its name. Ling Xiao suddenly realized that this was his master's personal profound artifact. No wonder it was so extraordinary. Master, you should take back this green vein sword. It's too precious, and it's not very useful to me, Ling Xiao refused. When Mu Huai heard this, his face showed slight dissatisfaction. Ling Xiao explained, Master, you should know that I cultivate multiple attributes at the same time. The green vein sword is a wood attribute profound artifact, so it can only unleash wood attribute attacks. This is somewhat limited for me. After listening to Ling Zhao's explanation, Mu Huai pondered for a moment and did not force it. It's not easy to use a weapon that can unleash multiple attributes. Mu Huai shook his head lightly and sighed, then said, You should go back first. After 5 days, go to the martial arts practice field to watch the competition between the true disciples. Although you can't go on stage, it will be good for you to experience more. Ling Xiao nodded. Just as he was about to leave, he thought of something and turned his head to ask, Master, has Deacon G2's matter not been settled yet? Half a month ago, Ling Xiao had told his master, Mu Huai, to tell the sect to let someone take over G2's position as city lord and let G2 go to Wooden Flag Peak to prepare to break through to the king stage. Mu Huai replied, "It's done. I believe he should arrive in 2 days." "That's good. After he enters the peak, have someone inform me," Ling Xiao said, then left Wooden Flag Peak and returned to the quiet cultivation courtyard. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Mu Huai said, 2 days ago, G2 and Ji Beixin came to Wooden Flag Peak together. Ling Xiao was quickly notified and immediately rushed over. G2 didn't dare to call Ling Xiao Little Xiao in front of Mu Huai. Instead, he very politely called him Elder Ling. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Grandpa Ji, I already said that I can't call him that in the future. Isn't that an insult to me?" Ling Xiao said this in front of Mu Huai to let him know the relationship between him, G2, and Ji Beixin, so that Mu Huai could take care of G2 and his grandson a little more. Mu Huai was very experienced. After hearing this, he glanced at Ji Beixin and immediately understood Ling Xiao's meaning. He immediately pinched his beard and said with a smile, "Deacon Ji, I have already arranged a residence for you. From now on, you can cultivate at my Wooden Flag Peak in peace." In fact, Mu Huai had long known about G2's day. After all, he once had an outstanding disciple who was G2's son. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so angry when Lu Dong bullied G2 and his grandson. G2 thanks the Peak Lord for his kindness. G2 quickly thanked him. "By the way, Master, please arrange a cultivation room for Grandpa Ji to break through to the king level. I believe that before the sect competition, there will be one more elder at the foot of the peak," Ling Xiao said to Mu Huai. Mu Huai quickly glanced at G2's day. He found that G2 was indeed at the peak of the Spirit Master realm, but he hadn't stepped into the half-step king level. It wasn't that easy to break through to the king level. Generally speaking, most people would first take half a step into the king level and reach the half-step king level. Then, as their comprehension of spiritual power deepened, they would smoothly break through to the king level. There were also an extremely small number of people who could directly reach the king level from the peak of the Spirit Master realm, but there weren't many people who could do this. G2 didn't dare to hide anything from Mu Huai and immediately explained, "These are all king entering pills that Little Xiao gave me. That's why I dared to try and see if I could break through to the king level." "Ah, good. I'll immediately have someone arrange a closed place with abundant spiritual energy for you to smoothly break through. In this way, my Wooden Flag Peak will have another great general." Mu Huai laughed heartily. After laughing, he didn't forget to glare at Ling Xiao, as if to say, "Why didn't you report to me that you could refine king entering pills?" Ling Xiao smiled and left with Ji Beixin. After wandering around Wooden Flag Peak with Ji Beixin for a day, Ling Xiao sent her back to the residence that Mu Huai had arranged for her. Although he really wanted to take Ji Beixin back to his meditation courtyard to have some fun, he didn't have the guts to do so right now. If he dared to so brazenly fool around with Ji Beixin, the consequences would be unimaginable. Soon, the sect grand competition began. At first, it was a competition between the outer disciples. This kind of competition didn't need to alarm the elders. It was all arranged by the inner sect deacons to watch the battles. In the end, the 10 disciples with extraordinary combat strength would be divided up by the various sections. When it came to the inner disciples competition, it was necessary for the Peak Lord and the elders of each peak to watch the battles. After all, this matter concerned the future strength of each peak, and at the same time, they could also see how the combat strength of their own peak's disciples was. Ling Xiao didn't show up during the competition between the outer and inner disciples. In any case, he had no interest in those small matters. After he finished refining all the pills that he needed to refine, he went to the book collection pavilion to read. Ling Xiao had always pursued the cultivation method of combining work and rest, and using battle to nurture battle. Ever since he returned from Spirit Gathering Peak, he had been refining pills. He had to adjust his mentality, not to mention that the last time he read in the book collection pavilion could be said to have gained a lot. Ling Xiao spent 3 days in the book collection pavilion, and the competition between the inner disciples was about to end. Tomorrow was the competition between the direct disciples, and Ling Xiao had to go see the true level of the younger generation in the Purple Sky sect. With Ling Xiao's current strength, he felt that he should be at the top of the younger generation, but who knew if there were any monsters hidden in the sect? The direct disciples were all above the spirit master level, so Ling Xiao had to carefully observe them. This would also be of great benefit to his own cultivation. Taking advantage of the little time left, Ling Xiao went to the weapon collection pavilion. Previously, Ling Xiao didn't accept the green rune sword that Mu Huai gave him, so he could only go to the weapon collection pavilion to get one. He already had the status of an elder, so he was qualified to go to the weapon collection pavilion to choose a profound level weapon that belonged to him. Looking at the dazzling array of profound level weapons in the weapon collection pavilion, Ling Xiao was a little dazzled. He thought to himself, as expected of a sect, they actually collected all profound level weapons of the 3rd rank and above. In Meteorite City, every profound level weapon was treated as a family treasure by the various families, but in the Purple Sky sect, it was like an ordinary weapon that could be seen everywhere. Ling Xiao walked around in a big circle. Although there were a lot of profound level weapons here, there was no weapon that he could use. He cultivated multiple attributes at the same time, but the strongest attack power was undoubtedly the fire and ice attributes. After all, he had high-level profound skills for these two attributes, which could unleash the strongest attack power. Of course, there were weapons with both ice and fire attributes in the weapon collection pavilion, but there were no weapons with both attributes in one, which made Ling Xiao very disappointed. The old man guarding the weapon collection pavilion saw that Ling Xiao did not choose a profound level weapon in the end, and asked curiously, "Little guy, there are so many profound level weapons, but none of them caught your eye." Ling Xiao shook his head with slight regret and said, "The weapons here are all good, but they are a little different from my attributes." "Oh, could it be that you have a rare attribute?" the old man asked with interest. Chapter 283. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "No. No. Then there are Xian artifacts of all 5 elements here. Why don't you take a fancy to them? Do you want a higher level Xian artifact? Aren't you being too greedy?" The old man smiled inexplicably. All the Xian artifacts that were stored in the artifact pavilion were the best in the sect, but the young elder in front of him actually didn't like any of them. That was why he guessed that Ling Xiao had a rare attribute. After all, rare attribute weapons were also rare. However, Ling Xiao's answer made the old man puzzled. Therefore, he knew that Ling Xiao's eyes were too high. "I cultivate multiple attributes at the same time. I want to find an ice and fire attribute sword," Ling Xiao explained. Previously, he used the sword and blade separately in Meteor City, but now he didn't want to do so. He needed a Xian artifact with both ice and fire attributes. This way, he would be able to display the power he wanted. Otherwise, he would rather not use a Xian artifact for the time being. The old man was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, "No wonder. There aren't many dual attribute weapons in the sect, and the refining peak rarely refines dual attribute weapons. However, you're looking for an ice and fire attribute sword. This old man just happens to have one. I don't know if it suits you." With that, the old man's spatial ring flashed and a sword appeared in his hand. As soon as this sword appeared, it immediately attracted Ling Xiao's attention. This sword was actually a double-sided sword. One side was as sharp as a sword, while the other side was as blunt as a broadsword. It was as if the sword and saber had been fused together. There were strange patterns on the sword's body, making it look very mysterious and simple. The only pity was that the position of the beast core on the sword hilt was empty. It was obvious that it had been dug out by someone. Without the support of the beast core, the sword did not emit any spiritual energy. Moreover, the sword seemed to have not been used for a long time or had been worn down by many years. At first glance, it looked like a broken sword that had one foot in the grave. Apart from its strange appearance, it was difficult to arouse the interest of others. The reason why Ling Xiao paid attention to it was because from its appearance, it was too suitable for the sword he needed. At this time, the old man said, "This sword was obtained when I was young. I thought that I could use it with a beast core, but no matter what I did, I couldn't. I wanted to refine it, but I was afraid that it would ruin the original strange beauty, so I kept it until now." Don't underestimate this sword. Although it doesn't have a beast core embedded in it, it can still unleash ice and fire attribute attacks. Furthermore, its power is not any weaker than an ordinary high-grade third-stage profound artifact. If it can be embedded with a suitable beast core, it will definitely be an extraordinary sword. Ling Xiao did not expect this sword to be so. Even without a beast core, it could still unleash an attribute attack. This was something that was not ordinary. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel tempted. "Elder, can you give this sword to me?" Ling Xiao asked. The old man didn't even think before saying, "I don't have any use for this sword. Since it's suitable, you can take it. Anyway, I can't find its spirit. It's better to let it have a new master. I hope that in the future, you can find a beast core that suits it and see what level of profound artifact this is." Ling Xiao did not expect the old man to be so generous. For a moment, he was embarrassed to say, as the saying goes, you don't get paid for nothing. This isn't too good. If I tell you to take it, then take it. I'm already half a step into heaven, so it's useless to keep it. Why not give it to you? The old man said indifferently. At the same time, he stuffed the sword into Ling Xiao's hands. Ling Xiao had just taken it when the spiritual energy in his body began to flow unconsciously. A ray of half-red and half-white light instantly bloomed, illuminating the entire weapon depository. However, this scene only lasted for a moment, and the sword returned to its original lifeless appearance. The old man's eyes shone brightly. "It seems that this sword has recognized you as its master. This is truly the will of the heavens." At this moment, Ling Xiao held the sword in his hand and suddenly felt a sense of connection. He was puzzled. Could it be that this sword was originally a spirit weapon? "Good boy, I've picked up a treasure this time." Ling Xiao came back to his senses and saw that the old man was already leaning on the armchair with his eyes closed. He bowed slightly to him and left the artifact pavilion excitedly. When Ling Xiao walked far away, the old man opened his eyes again and muttered, "It seems that the sword really has a background. It's a pity that it's not faded with me." The sun rose and the sky was filled with red clouds. In the Purple Sky sect's 1,000-man martial arts arena, it was filled with a somber atmosphere. The sect master and the elders of the various peaks took their seats one after another. There were 5 large arenas in the field, and the true disciples of the surrounding peaks were all in their positions. In addition, there were also the inner disciples of the various peaks who were excitedly waiting for the start of the competition. After the sect master personally swore a few words, all the true disciples immediately went forward to draw lots to decide their opponents. There were a total of more than 70 true disciples in the sect, and each true disciple was an outstanding talent of their respective peaks. They were the pillars of the future, and the competition between them would definitely be a fierce battle. Moreover, in this competition, they would also decide the candidates who could truly represent the sect to participate in the sect oath assembly. Therefore, every true disciple had long since had a look of grinding their fists and feet. Ling Xiao and Mu En sat on the side of the viewing platform, looking like cranes in a flock of chickens, making it impossible for people not to notice them. Among the group of old men, only his face was full of vitality and sunshine. The inner sect disciples and true disciples below all looked at him with admiration. He was already an elder at such a young age. Apart from the sect master's daughter, there didn't seem to be any youngsters who could compare to him. Ling Xiao felt a bit proud of the admiring gazes, but he wouldn't be too arrogant and conceited. His goal wasn't as simple as just being an elder. "Xiao, you have to pay attention later. Although you can't represent our Wood Flag Peak, gaining some experience is not a bad thing," Mu En reminded him from the side. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, Xiao Air understands." After replying, he changed the topic to, "Senior Chen should be able to gain face for our Wood Flag Peak." The senior Chen he was talking about was Chen Wenyu, who he had met in the spirit gathering tower. Chen Wenyu was already a high-level spirit master and was considered to be at the peak of the true disciples. That was why Ling Xiao said this. Chen Wenyu was Mu Wen's most favored disciple, and after hearing Ling Xiao's praise, he couldn't help but grin and say, "Compared to you, that kid is far inferior." While Ling Xiao and Mu Wen were chatting in low voices, the competition on the stage had already begun. The experts of the sect's younger generation were indeed not just for show. Colorful and breathtaking Xian skills exploded in the sky above the martial arts practice field. Every true disciple here was a spirit master, and many of them had already tamed spirit beasts. It was just that they normally didn't show it. Now, for their personal glory and the face of their peak, they all commanded their spirit beasts to appear. This time, Ling Xiao's horizons were broadened. He thought that he was the only one with a protective spirit beast, but he didn't expect that almost all of the true disciples present had a protective spirit beast. Moreover, the grade of each spirit beast was not lower than 3rd rank. As a result, the competition on the stage was between humans and spirit beasts. Ling Xiao secretly thought that this kind of competition was more satisfying, and he even wanted to rush down and compete. After watching for a while, Ling Xiao suddenly saw Yu Laiyan appear on the stage. She was wearing bright-colored satin, and instantly attracted the attention of most of the animals. Right now, her strength was already that of an intermediate spirit master. This was all thanks to the effects of the spirit-breaking pill that Ling Xiao had refined for her. She smiled sweetly at Ling Xiao before jumping onto the stage. Her opponent was a direct disciple at the bottom of the Black Crag Peak. He was a rank 3 low-rank true disciple. He also had a low-rank 3 earth-eyed wolf as his spirit beast. "Junior sister, if you don't have a spirit beast, then you should just admit defeat." The Black Rock Peak disciple smiled at Yu Laiyan, and his eyes were filled with lust. A girl like Yu Laiyan, who had a beautiful face and a hot body, was very popular with men no matter where she went. "Senior brother, you're a man. Can't you let me win?" Yu Laiyan smiled charmingly. Her smile was like a spring breeze, and the Black Rock Peak disciple was immediately captivated. The Black Rock Peak disciple was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes became infatuated as he stupidly said, "Of course, junior sister, I'll do whatever you say." Yu Laiyan walked towards the Black Rock Peak disciple with graceful steps. She seemed to ignore the coyote wolf beside the disciple. As expected, the Black Rock Peak disciple was thrown off the stage by Yu Laiyan without any resistance. The disciple didn't even know how he got off the stage until the moment he lost. Just like that, the disciples at the side of the field roared with laughter. "This girl isn't simple. She's actually cultivated the charm technique, but it's a pity that she hasn't mastered it yet. Otherwise, she could have made that kid admit defeat." Mu En praised. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't reply. He knew how powerful Yu Laiyan's charm technique was, and those who weren't strong enough would find it hard to resist her charm. The competition continued like fire, and each peak had its share of victories and defeats. The Wood Flag Peak disciples who weren't favored all passed the first round, and only one of the 8 true disciples was eliminated. Mu Huai, who was sitting in the audience, was very pleased. He knew that if it weren't for the spirit-breaking pill that Ling Xiao had provided, it would be good if Wood Flag Peak could leave 3 disciples to enter the second round. At the start of the second round, Ling Xiao noticed that Bing Ruoshui had appeared on one of the stages. She seemed to be Yu Laiyan's natural enemy. Yu Laiyan was always dressed in delicate and beautiful clothes, while she was always dressed in snow-white gauze. From afar, she looked like a fairy who didn't eat the food of the mortal world, and always looked pleasing to the eyes. Unfortunately, the disciples at the side all knew that this was a thorny rose that was hard to pluck. Bing Ruoshui's appearance was very short, and she only used 2 moves to blast her opponent off the stage. This really shocked the surrounding disciples, and even the elders on the viewing platform looked at her in a different light. They were all secretly exclaiming, as expected of the sect master's direct disciple, "Her strength is indeed extraordinary." Ling Xiao was not surprised by this. When he first entered the sect, he had experienced Bing Ruoshui's extraordinary sword skills. Chapter 284. As the competition neared its end, the disciples of each peak were all strong. Among them, the disciples of Golden Tree Peak and Scarlet Flame Peak were the most outstanding, while the disciples of Wooden Flag Peak were barely on par with them. The rest of the peaks were slightly weaker. Not long after the third round began, Yu Laiyan and Bing Ruoshui were drawn into the same group. Ling Xiao couldn't help but rejoice. This is going to be a good show. Although he knew that these two beauties had always been interested in him, and he had always kept a distance from them, Ling Xiao didn't mind watching their real battle. After all, a battle between beauties was pleasing to the eye. The two girls jumped onto the stage together, attracting the attention of all the wolf children. If it weren't for the fact that there were elders sitting on the viewing platform, they would have cried out in surprise. Who do you think will win, Junior Laiyan or Junior Ruoshui? I think Junior Ruoshui has a higher chance of winning. Judging from her terrifying sword technique just now, it shouldn't be of a low level. That's true, but Junior Lion hasn't really fought yet, so she must have something up her sleeve. Who cares who wins? If I can dual cultivate with one of them, I'd be willing to lose 10 years of my life. That's the right thing to do. The disciples below didn't dare to make a ruckus and could only discuss quietly. On the stage, the two girls weren't in a hurry to fight. They just stared at each other, as if waiting for the moment the other revealed a flaw before choosing to attack. Unexpectedly, Yu Lion suddenly smiled sweetly and said, "Junior Bing, how about I fight with you?" Unexpectedly, Bing Ruoshui took advantage of Yu Lian's words to thrust her frost sword towards her face. Her attack was so fast and swift that the surrounding disciples couldn't help but exclaim, as if they were afraid to see the moment Yu Lian's delicate face was pierced. Yu Lian wasn't easy to deal with. She leaned back slightly and quickly kicked Bing Ruoshui's wrist. Bing Ruoshui's sword changed directions, dodging Yu Lian's kick and sweeping down again. Yu Lian took advantage of the moment that Bing Ruoshui dodged to retreat. At the same time, he said, "The loser of this competition will withdraw from pursuing junior brother Ling. What do you think?" Who's chasing after him? If you want to chase after him, go ahead. It's none of my business. Bing Ruoshui snorted coldly and stabbed at Yu Lian again. Remember what you said. In the future, don't go looking for him again. I'll be his concubine and senior apprentice sister Yun will be his legal wife. I trust we'll be very happy, said Yu Lian as he nimbly dodged Bing Ruoshui's attacks. When Bing Ruoshui heard this, her charming face became even colder. She angrily snorted and said, "You're shameless." Immediately afterwards, a snowflake blossomed from the tip of her sword. Yu Lian knew that Bing Ruoshui was starting to get angry. He was overjoyed. He turned around and unsheathed the fiery red soft sword that was tied to his waist. He swept out a scarlet flame and collided with the snowflakes. For a moment, it was hard to tell who was going to leave the arena. The disciples watching from below were stunned. They weren't watching the exciting fight, but the contrast between the two women's figures and style. On the elders' viewing platform, Mu En teased Ling Xiao. "Xiao, these two girls are not bad. Why don't you marry them both?" Mu En knew that the junior brother Ling that Yu Lian was talking about was Ling Xiao. Back in the Fire Valley, Yu Lian and Bing Ruoshui had fought over Ling Xiao, and he had been present. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. "Martial uncle, I can't mess things up. My partner is senior apprentice sister Yun." I understand. It's best to marry them both. I believe that your great master can help you. Everyone in our Wood Flag Peak thinks highly of you. Mu En had a sinister smile on his face. The more outstanding Ling Xiao was, the better Mu En's mood was. After all, Ling Xiao also represented the face of their Wood Flag Peak. Ling Xiao was too lazy to get entangled in this matter. He only looked at the two women, but in his heart, he was thinking, "Martial uncle's idea is not bad. Let's see if we can find an opportunity to do it all. It's not worth it." Ling Xiao was not born with a silver spoon in his mouth. This point had long been proven in Meteorite City. His great dream was to wield the power of the world when awake and lie on the knees of beauties when drunk. Although he came to the Purple Sky sect for Yunmingqi, it did not stop him from being loyal to beauties. It was just that he had to restrain himself a lot, and he couldn't just accept any beauty he saw. For example, Wu Xixue and Wen Qidi were both pretty good-looking, but Ling Xiao did not accept them because he did not have any feelings for them. But Yu Laiyan and Bing Ruoxue were different. One was fire, and the other was ice. Both of them were like spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums. Moreover, they both had their own unique charisma. Any man would want to conquer these unique women. Originally, Ling Xiao had not made up his mind to accept them. But after hearing his martial uncle's words, he changed his mind. On this continent, which powerful man didn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Even having dozens of wives and concubines wasn't something out of the ordinary. The premise was that you had the strength and the means to make your own harem docile and obedient. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao could not help but hope that he could become stronger faster. Only then would he be able to do what he wanted to do. In the arena, the 2 women used their full strength. Each of their moves was exceptionally dazzling. In fact, in terms of real strength, Bing Ruoxue was slightly stronger than Yu Laiyan. It was just that Yu Laiyan was good at scheming. At the beginning, he had disturbed Bing Ruoxue's state, causing her to lose her cool. In the end, both of them were injured and fell out of the arena at the same time. Only then did the competition end in a tie. Even until the end of the competition, the surrounding wolves did not seem to feel satisfied. Saliva continued to drip from the corners of their mouths. Ling Xiao could not help but shake his head. These 2 girls really fought hard. If he could punish them at the same time, it would be very exciting. The competition quickly came to an end. The 5 people left in the arena were all high-rank spirit masters. They were the strongest representatives of the Purple Sky sect. These 5 were Su Yi of the Golden Tree Peak, Zhao Nan of the Scarlet Flame Peak, Chen Wenyu of the Wooden Flag Peak, Luo Meiying of the Jade Spring Pavilion, and Yen Zhe of the Crafting Peak. Apart from Chen Wenyu and Luo Meiying, who were recruited from outside, the other 3 were the grandsons of the Peak Lord. They all grew up enjoying the best cultivation resources. Among the 5, Su Yi and Zhao Nan were the strongest. Yen Zhe hid his strength more deeply. Chen Wenyu and Luo Ming had recently broken through and were relatively weaker. The final battle between the 5 was arranged in the center of the arena. The first battle was between Zhao Nan and Yen Zhe. Everyone thought that Zhao Nan would win within 300 rounds. However, Yen Zhe displayed his powerful battle strength. He actually fought evenly with Zhao Nan. In the end, both of them summoned their spirit beast to help. Zhao Nan's spirit beast was a 3rd-tier middle-stage scarlet fierce tiger. Yen Feng's spirit beast was not weak either. It was a 3rd-tier middle-stage fire cloud lion. The battle between 2 people and 2 beasts made the disciples watching from the sidelines excited. This was because this was a true battle of high rank. Ling Xiao also watched attentively from the sidelines. Through observation, he felt that Zhao Nan was unstoppable. He had the aura of killing gods and ghosts. Yen Zhe, on the other hand, maybe because of his age, fought steadily and calmly. He attacked while defending. Facing Zhao Nan's powerful attacks, he did not show any signs of losing. In the end, Ling Xiao felt that Yen Zhe would definitely be an upset. He could see that Yen Zhe was still at ease. Unlike Zhao Nan, who was almost at the end of his rope. Sure enough, after fighting for more than an hour, Yen Zhe took advantage of Zhao Nan's exhaustion to throw him out of the ring. This match ended with Yen Zhe's victory. However, although Yen Zhe won, he was also heavily injured by Zhao Nan's last counterattack. Hence, it could be said that this was a narrow victory for him. It would probably be hard for him to fight again in the following matches. The second battle was between Su Yi and Luo Mei. No one was optimistic about Luo Meiying in this battle. The final result was indeed as everyone expected. Without any surprises, Luo Meiying lost. But what surprised everyone was that Luo Meiying could not withstand 10 moves from Su Yi and was ruthlessly thrown out of the ring. Although Luo Ming was not as beautiful as Yu Laiyan and Bing Ruoxue, she was still a very eye-catching beauty in the eyes of these wolves. However, Su Yi did not have the slightest bit of tenderness for the fairer sex. He directly attacked ruthlessly and threw Luo Meiying off the stage. The moment Luo Meiying was defeated, Su Yi cast a cold gaze in one direction. This gaze carried a strong resentment, making people shiver involuntarily. Due to Yan Zhe's forfeiture, the last match was between Su Yi and Chen Wenyu. On the viewing platform, Mu Huai thought complacently, "Looks like my Wood Flag Peak is really lucky." In the past great sect competitions, it was already not bad for Wood Flag Peak's disciples to be able to enter the top 10. This time, Chen Wenyu had directly fought his way to the championship, which made Mu Huai both happy and envious of his senior brother for taking in such a good disciple. However, when he thought about how his own disciple, Ling Xiao, had gone up on stage, he didn't care too much about it. In any case, it was fine as long as someone from Wood Flag Peak had some face, and Ling Xiao didn't have to go up on stage. On the stage, Chen Wenyu cupped his hands towards Su Yi and said, "Senior brother Su, please." Su Yi coldly snorted and said to Chen Wenyu disdainfully, "You're not my match. It's not too late to admit defeat now to avoid suffering physical pain." Su Yi hated Ling Xiao so much that even the people from Wood Flag Peak couldn't stand him. Chen Wenyu's expression changed. He knew that there was a certain gap between his strength and Su Yi's, but he wouldn't allow Su Yi to look down on him like this. "Then let me experience senior brother Su's great moves." Chen Wenyu stomped his feet and leaped into the air like a goshawk pouncing on a rabbit. The long spear in his hand smashed down heavily towards Su. "You overestimate yourself." Su Yi snorted coldly and arrogantly, and his body slightly dodged to the side. Chen Wenyu took the opportunity to pursue and attack. His long spear swept out bursts of dazzling green spiritual energy, forcing the air to produce popping sounds. Su Yi repeatedly dodged and shouted, "I've already let you have 3 moves. Lose." After saying that, a golden blade flashed onto the stage. Following that, a powerful golden blade shadow slashed towards Chen Wenyu with irresistible force. This blade seemed to have also caused the surrounding spiritual energy to flash, and the whistling sound was very frightening. What a strong aura! Chen Wenyu's eyes twitched, and he hurriedly used his strongest spiritual energy to attack the golden shadow. Boom! A mouthful of blood splattered everywhere, and a figure was heavily smashed out of the stage. Immediately after, a loud shout rang out, "Ling Xiao, get off the stage and die." Chapter 285. No one had expected that Su Yi would be able to defeat Chen Wenyu in one move. Moreover, looking at the hideous wound on his body, it was obvious that Su Yi had been ruthless. In a battle on the stage, all the disciples would definitely give it their all, so some injuries were unavoidable. As long as they didn't kill or amputate a limb, it was fine. Seeing Chen Wenyu's chest split open by Su Yi, Muwen's heart tightened. If it weren't for the Peak Lord being up there, he would have rushed out to save Chen Wenyu. After all, Chen Wenyu was his most favored and proudest disciple. However, before Chen Wenyu could be carried down, Su Yi roared in Ling Xiao's direction. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Who was Ling Xiao? He was the most popular new elder in the Purple Sky sect, the highest-ranked alchemist. Even if Nangong Changle was here, he wouldn't dare say that he could give him a few pointers. Recently, there were many new elders who had successfully broken through because of Ling Xiao's King Advancement Pill. There were also a few peak elders who had obtained King Advancement Pills and successfully broken through. It could be said that in the Purple Sky sect, even Sect Master Yun Xiong had to give some face to Ling Xiao. However, such a respected elder was actually shouted at in front of everyone, telling him to get down and accept his death. For a moment, many of the surrounding elders had ugly expressions on their faces. If not for the fact that Su Yi was Su Jiannan's son, he would have been dismembered on the spot. "Evil creature, what nonsense are you spouting? Hurry up and get back." Su Jiannan, who was on the viewing platform, was enraged. He slammed the table next to him and stood up. His voice was so loud that the ears of the weaker disciples were buzzing. Su Yi, who was standing on the stage, had a resolute expression on his face. He ignored his father's words and shouted at Ling Xiao again, "Ling Xiao, if you're a man, get down here and fight me to the death." Evil creature. Seeing that his son didn't give him face, Su Jiannan shouted again and was about to attack Su Yi. Within the sect, the most important thing was the hierarchy. Although Su Yi was his son, and his status was a little higher than the average successor disciple, but compared to Ling Xiao, he was still a far cry. Those who were crowned with the title of elder, which one of them wasn't a bigwig-level figure in the Purple Heaven sect. Even Su Yi, as a peak master, had to give some face to the elders of his own peak or other peaks. If Ling Xiao was just an ordinary elder, perhaps Su Jiannan wouldn't be so angry. At most, he would try to persuade his son to keep the peace. However, Ling Xiao just had to be the most famous elderling in the sect. He didn't know if his son had been drugged with some kind of drug to make him lose his mind. After being locked up by him for a few months, he wanted his son to wake up. He didn't expect his son to not repent, which made him sad and embarrassed. If he didn't do something now, he was afraid that this son of his would be thrown into prison. Just as Su Jiannan was about to make a move, Yun Xiong unexpectedly said, "Let the youngsters solve their own problems." Su Jiannan stopped and looked at Yun Xiong with a complicated expression. Finally his gaze stopped on Yun Mingqi. He looked at her gratefully and sat back in his seat, but his face was still filled with anger. He knew that if Yun Mingqi hadn't said something to Yun Xiong, he would have broken his son's leg with his own hands. However, Su Jiannan was very puzzled. Could it be that Miss thinks that Ling Xiao can defeat my son? Mu Huai's expression was very complicated, but in his heart, he was cursing Su Jiannan's good son 1,000 times. Now, the scene became quiet, and no one dared to breathe loudly. Ling Xiao was still sitting behind Mu En, his expression indifferent, as if he didn't hear Su Yi's words. Mu En's expression was somewhat ugly. "Endure it, you're not his match." Mu En knew that Ling Xiao and Chen Wenyu had both broken through to high-rank Soul Master at the same time, and Mu En had always thought that the reason why Ling Xiao could become a high-rank Soul Master so quickly was related to his identity as an alchemist. He felt that Ling Xiao must have used a pill to become a high-rank Soul Master in such a short period of time. Chen Wenyu was defeated by Su Yi in one move, so Mu En didn't think that Ling Xiao would be able to defeat Su Yi. It wasn't just Mu En who didn't think that Ling Xiao would win. This was because they only knew that Ling Xiao was good at alchemy, but no one thought that his combat strength was that strong. "Ling Xiao, are you deaf? Get out here. Whoever loses is not allowed to pester Mingqi." Su Yi once again pointed at Ling Xiao and roared. On the viewing platform, Yun Mengqi calmly stared at Su. However, her delicate hands were tightly clenched. The reason she didn't let Su Jiannan take Su Yi away was because she hoped that Ling Xiao would stand out and ruthlessly teach Ling Xiao a lesson. At the same time, she would let everyone know that the man she liked wasn't a weakling. But now, Su Yi's attitude made her extremely angry. At the same time, she hoped that Ling Xiao would prove what she thought in her heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't be worthy of her. "Elder Ling, Su Yi has just obtained the position of champion. He hopes that you can give him a few pointers. Help him out." Yun Xiong's voice faintly rang out. In truth, he was very dissatisfied with Su Yi, and in his heart, he was also unhappy with Su Jiannan. Although he had previously joked with Su Jiannan about letting Su Yi marry Yun Mingqi, after Yun Mingqi had obtained the Earth's sovereign inheritance, his thoughts had changed. Perhaps Su Yi might not be suitable for his daughter. But Ling Xiao's sudden intervention had actually given him another choice. After all, Ling Xiao was a 4th-rank alchemist, and in the future he had a chance of becoming a 5th-rank alchemist. In the entire Northwest, there were only a few sects that had 5th-rank alchemists. So in his heart he was more inclined to let Ling Xiao marry his daughter. Just now, if it weren't for his daughter stopping him, he definitely would have flipped out on the spot. Could it be that Mengqi thinks highly of this brat? Thinking of this, Yun Xiong couldn't help thinking back to the matter at Blaze Valley a year ago. It was said that Ling Xiao had personally killed an elder of the moon-worshipping sect, so he had changed his mind. He wanted to see if Ling Xiao had any other abilities other than alchemy. Ling Xiao had been repeatedly yelled at and cursed at, so he was naturally unhappy. He had originally thought that the elders would help him solve this problem, but looking at the current situation, everyone wanted to watch a good show. Now that the sect master had spoken, Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't sit still and be laughed at by others. Since you want to watch a good show, then enjoy it. A faint smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face as he leisurely walked out. On the viewing platform, Mu Huai's expression became even uglier. Originally, he had hoped that Ling Xiao would participate in order to help Mu Flag Peak obtain a spot in the top 10, but he didn't want Ling Xiao's fate to be as miserable as Chen Wenyu's. If Ling Xiao was miserably taught a lesson by Su Yi, it might leave a shadow in his heart that would be detrimental to his future breakthroughs. However, even if he was anxious now, it was useless. The sect master had already spoken, so what else could he say? He could only fiercely glare at Su Jianan, and in his heart he decided that in the future he would never have any dealings with Golden Tong Peak. Su Yi, this child, is not bad. After obtaining the position of champion, he doesn't even put the elders in his eyes. Although Mu Huai didn't have the ability to stop it, he still sneered unhappily. Isn't this all because of Senior Su's guidance? Zhao Mingyuan said in a strange tone. When Haiyan also lightly said, his strength is not bad, but his temperament is still lacking. The peak lords of the various peaks all spoke up for Ling Xiao. After all, they had all received kindness from Ling Xiao. Seeing that Ling Xiao was about to be bullied, if they, as elders, didn't help, then were they still human? Su Jianan listened to everyone's words and shook his head. He was also too embarrassed to say anything, but his heart was filled with bitterness. His son's conduct was too improper. Originally, when his son had obtained the position of champion, he had been very happy. Who would have thought that things would turn out like this? This time, he didn't even know where to put his face. Ling Xiao's appearance attracted everyone's gazes, and he was even more dazzling than when Yu Laiyin and Bing Ruoshui had appeared. Ling Xiao originally liked this kind of gaze of worship from others, but this time, those gazes contained a bit more worry for him. Isn't this better? Ling Xiao asked in his mind. Everyone thought he was a sheep, but who knew he was actually a wolf in sheep's clothing? Ling Xiao indifferently looked at Su. To tell the truth, fighting with you is very boring. The only reason I'm standing here is because the sect master said so. Otherwise, I would just treat you as a madman shouting here. Cut the crap. Mingqi and I are childhood friends, and we've been engaged for a long time. If you know what's good for you, take back what you said before. Otherwise, don't even think of leaving this martial arena alive, Su Yi sinisterly said to Ling Xiao. Ever since he was young, he could have whatever he wanted, and Yun Mingqi had long since been his lifelong companion. But because of this brat in front of him, his heart had been disturbed. Yun Mingqi also seemed to like this brat. That was a reality that Su Yi didn't want to face. There was nothing he couldn't obtain if he wanted to obtain it. Su Yi's heart was somewhat twisted. He actually didn't care about his old man Su Jianan's position and spoke viciously to Ling Xiao on the martial arena. If it was any other disciple, how could he still have the life to stand here? That was a crime punishable by death. Before Ling Xiao could say anything, Yun Mingqi didn't give him any face. Don't make it sound so pleasant. I don't like you. Even if you defeat Ling Xiao, I still won't marry you. Just give up on that thought. Yun Mingqi's words were undoubtedly a heavy slap to Su Yi's face. Even Su Jianan's face became a bit ugly. Su Yi tightly clenched his fists, his face twisting. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down and said, I'll use time to prove my love for you. I believe that one day you'll marry me. AI, pitiful child. A melon forcibly picked won't be sweet. Why are you so stubborn? If you want to fight, then hurry up and fight. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Su Peak Lord's face has been completely lost by you. Ling Xiao shrugged and sighed. If you immediately admit defeat and promise not to bother Mingqi in the future, I'll let you leave. Su Yi looked at Ling Xiao. After pausing for a moment, he continued, Otherwise, I'll definitely have a life and death battle with you. Nonsense. Ling Xiao, get down here. I want to see who dares touch you. Mu Huai couldn't help slapping the table and standing up. He didn't want to see Ling Xiao suffer the slightest loss. Ling Xiao ignored his master's words and icily looked at Su Yi. You don't have the qualifications to have a life and death battle with me. You're not worthy. Also, Mengqi is my woman for this lifetime. No one can have any ideas about her, including you. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.